Ryoki's going for the kills. The hook on the double lift. He goes right through the team and threads the needle. He gets double lift on the belly. Goes for the penta. He gets a penta kill. Oh my gosh, again, Westrice is just on full initiation mode. Zeke doesn't even get a chance to breathe. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live in front of this incredible audience with more Week 6 Summer Split action, just for you. We've reached the halfway point of this split, and it's like a wild shootout with everything up for grabs. Hello, I'm Rivington Bisland III, and joining me at the Analyst desk are birthday boy Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, Joshua Jat Leesman, and David Turley. That's David Freak Turley, for all of you out there who don't know. And when our powers combine, we're going to talk about some League of Legends. All right, guys, so I want to begin today with the hired guns of the Summoner's Rift, the AD carries. They've kind of been making an impact lately. The new patch has seen their relevance increased a bit, and it's a brave new worlds of builds here. Jat, start us off.
Yeah, it's really interesting because everyone's had their first stab at the 4.10 patch. Europe was different than Korea, which is different than North America. We saw a lot more Tristana here in North America, where it was Kog'Maw over in Korea. And I'm really curious to see where it goes from here, whether it settles down and we end up with another tier of 80 carries like the Lucian Twitch we had all building the same item. But what I hope is going to happen is they'll be picking different 80 carries for different situations and building an item build based on what they need in the game. It's all about how they transition into the mid-game right now.
Yeah, I think it definitely got a little bit better in terms of sort of parity and picking different types of champions. I am very surprised at how frequently people are going Tristana. I think she's a lot more situational than 3 out of 4 games out of nowhere. If you want to pick a hyper carry, I also think Kog'Maw's better for that right now, and so that's what we see over in Korea, for example. I think champions like Ashe and champions like Sivir and Caitlyn as well should be actually higher in the priority tier, and they do different things, which is great. Like, I would love to see more Ashe come out there, Sivir comps come out. The final thing as well is I am actually really pleased with the adaptations we've seen from some of the players. The fact that we've seen the Blade of the Ruined King Youmuu's Lucian builds, and that's kind of the proper build for him as well, and that's come out already within a week. I think that's a really good sign that there's a lot of smart players here.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the things that really excited me was the adaptation of some of the teams, both in Europe and in North America. Teams that commit to the early Infinity Edge, they actually change their strategy to work around it. Alliance in Europe and Complexity over here in North America, they move their AD carry in the mid game up to the mid lane to let her farm through this weak period and rely on that late game scaling of the multiplicative power of crits for AD carries. And it's a very good adaptation to change the way that your team will play based on what items you've committed to build.
All right, gentlemen, so we put a bit of focus on the items. Let's turn our attention to the players. Freak, we'll start with you. Who's kind of the standout right now for you?
So Altec, to me, is actually a big standout. So he's number 2 in KDA in the LCS right now. He's like ludicrously good. And at the start, I wasn't convinced that he was going to be great, because when he was on Cloud9 Tempest, all he did was split push around and kind of ignore his team for a while. He played Corki like every single game. And 1, I think Corki's worse in 4.10. And 2, the interesting thing is, in this new patch, getting a whole bunch from an 80 carry is a great thing to do as a team now. And this has all suddenly worked right into his wheelhouse. He's picked up new champions like Jinx to work really well with him, and suddenly Altec's amazing.
Yeah, Altec has risen to the top of the 80 carries very quickly here. Something that has been causing the downfall of some of our other top 80 carries has been dodging skill shots. Recently, double lift, and also even a couple weeks ago, we were talking about Wild Turtle. He was having a really rough couple of weeks, and it's pretty much all due to consecutive skill shot CCs landing on him. It just reignites the importance of this skill among AD carries when everybody's worried about builds and what character to use now. This is one of the most important things that AD carries have to continue to practice to stay sharp on, because it doesn't matter what items you have, if you're getting hit by all these thresh hooks, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, someone who's been sharper than anyone else, though, is Wild Turtle, right? He started the split so poorly. The first 8 games TSM played, he had less than 2 kills per game. 15 overall. Then his next 4, he had 30 kills. And another great game yesterday against CLG. playing up against Doublelift. So Wild Turtle, especially with Glebe, I think may just be the best AD carry in North America once again, which is actually kind of what he was considered back when he entered the LCS, back in the summer split, at least when he had that strong, what was it, spring split of 2013, he was the strongest. He's been around for a while, and he's finally kind of re-reaching that super top tier.
Well, it's a halfway point. A lot of players still have a lot of room to move around, make an impact. Right now, we're going to take a look at the comparative performances of the AD carries after one day on this patch. And it's an unexpected landscape, to say the least.
Yeah, obviously just the one game, but you can see really who adapted the quickest to these changes for sure.
And people have to remember that even though Doublelift is on the bottom of this one-day graph here, he is still on the top of the gold generation for everybody. His gold per minute is the highest in the league still, even with that bad game yesterday.
Yeah, and total kills in North American LCS still Doublelift. Like, he was having an MVP level performance this season, and it's a matter of him adapting to the changes now and not falling behind.
Yeah, that was always the trouble with Doublelift, is he's been really slow to adopt the new champions, adopt the new changes. He thought AD carries were nerfed. We're seeing them carry now in 4.10. He took like 3 months to start playing Lucian himself. So if he can get up there and catch up, then he'll be fine. But it might take him more time than other players.
All these changes. We can talk about the new patch and item changes, but we got to talk about top dogs as well. Dignitas, large, in charge, by themselves now on the top. Are they here to stay?
Yeah, the question with Dignitas always is, who is Dignitas really? Is it this team that flies by the seat of their pants, doesn't plan anything, and just wins because they're better mechanically? Or is it the team there where Skara tells everyone a detailed plan about what they're going to be doing in game and is actually highly organized, but they just hide it from other teams? They're the strangest #1 team we've had in quite some time in North America.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say that both of these teams exist. This is a bit of a Schrodinger's Dignitas here, because yes, they are a very strong team, and at some games, they control the game all the way from minute 1 until the Nexus explodes. However, they still make mistakes, and these guys can make game-losing mistakes still. So nobody is that consistent yet in North America. It's why we really value these teams like last year's Cloud9 and SKT. When they show that type of consistency and consistently just dominate everybody in the league, that's what's truly impressive. Right now, Dignitas still have a lot of work to do.
And the weird thing is that they look so good, then get overconfident over and over again. I mean, how many times have we heard Crumbs say, yep, next game, it's going to be easy. And they just don't do anything, get crushed really hard. And I know you talked to him yesterday.
Very clearly did not say the game today. He is done with that type of talk.
You tried to fish that line out of him, too, like 3 times. Like, no, I will no longer say it was easy. It's going to be hard. And if that actually is the sort of situation now for Dignitas, where they actually respect every one of their opponents, they're going to do a lot better. I mean, this is the team that's 9-4, and in their last game of the week, they're 2-3. Like 3/4 of their losses come from being like, well, week was good, guys. Oh, crap, that last game. And so if they can fix that, then they're good.
All right, we'll see how rough the road is for the teams this week. There have been a flurry of tweets calling out the LCS big plays. The first is from TSM versus CLG at Mayuamu Hinamori. Says, the hook by Glebe and the cocoon by Amazing. I can't even imagine how to get away from that. Let's roll your number 3. A lot of these ults are back up. Do we have Aphromoo in range? Seraph again in the fight, taking damage before the team really gets it. Doublelift hit up, and one after the other. The consecutive crowd control again.
Amongst the chaos, he snipes another hook on a Doublelift, and then they're always doubling it with the cocoon.
Yeah, so nice.
Just more pain that was yesterday for Doublelift, but he's going to try to bounce back today. Also, another big play from Complexity versus Cloud9. At Charles Pelun says, Westrice's flash over wall, then Siobhan ult into Prolly's Yasuo ult. Insane. It was pretty insane. Here's your number 2.
That was nice. Oh my gosh, again, Westrice is just on full initiation mode. Sneaky doesn't even get a chance to breathe along with Lemon Nation.
And holy crap, Westrice ran in right there, and they pulled off the combo.
Westrice's job for the past 3 initiations has been to attack things and use the ult. They have consistently used it every time it's there.
I felt like Complexity all went to watch the sequel to How to Train Your Dragon with how well they could get Shyvana to go in there and start fights up. It's wonderful. And of course, our final big play is going to be from EG versus Curse. At Agent AU tweets pentakill and surviving. Looks like Curse has just been jinxed. The number 5 is your number 1.
Special, he is doing some good defense for his team, but goes down in the end. They're going to be cleaning this one up. Altec with a few more kills. A triple kill to end out the game at 7-0-4 on his first Jinx play in the North American LCS. The last shot, he gets Doublelift on the fountain. Going for the penta. He gets a penta kill.
Altec with the penta kill ending. Evil Genius is coming out so strong here.
You know, I didn't even realize I said double lift in that clip. I was just so used to seeing him go down on Tristana yesterday.
Whoa.
Man, what happens when you're commentating?
Even died on-
Word soup. Keep your eyes peeled for more unbelievable comments throughout our day. Then share them by tweeting us at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS Big Play so you can read them on air. Taking a look at the standings in North America, we've got Team Dignitas in first with 9 wins.
It's actually lonely at the top now because just one game back are CLG, LMQ, and TSM. Sharon second.
Then in 5th, it's Cloud9, followed by Complexity, Evil Geniuses, and Team Cursed sitting in last.
And then taking a look at what's on tap for today, we've got Cloud9 looking to rebound as they take on Evil Geniuses.
Then LMQ and TSM will battle it out, followed by CLG versus Dignitas. After that, Curse will face off against Complexity.
But stay tuned for the North American Challenger Series play-in, starting with Maple Street and Team 8 versus Elements and Area of Effect.
And since it's Sunday, head over to LOLesports.com and vote for who will win.
There you can get a high-octane explosion of player stats and VODs of not one, not two, but every single game this year.
Or click on the tickets to join our studio audience, and we'll give you the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge.
That's right. And now it's time to gauge your opinions. Today in our Twitter question, we're asking you, who is your mid-season MVP in the LCS and why?
Send your answers to @LOL Esports, use the hashtag LCS, and then keep it tuned in right here to see if your answer gets read later on in the show.
All right, we've got to take a quick break now while Elimination consults his notebook. When we return, we'll head on to the Rift for Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses. Keep that browser where it's at.
Welcome back to Week 6 of the North American LCS. We're gearing up for Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9, and a big part of EG's hopes rests on their mid laner.
Yeah, and when Pother joined up with Evil Geniuses, he had to adjust to life in the LCS, playing with a new team, and all the while finishing high school. Now the recent graduate seems headed for bigger and better things.
When we were coming to North America initially, we didn't know all too much about the North American scene, but we had heard about Pother already, and he was definitely our first go-to.
Senior year, I had 5 classes, and I had 3 AP classes. I'd wake up at 7, I'd go to school, get back at 3, and then from 3 to 10, I'd scrim. Basically, I'd figure out how to do homework and studying like during school hours, like in between break periods or something, or just cut back on a little sleep.
It was hard at first. If you want to perform at the highest level, you need to be thinking about League more than just in your scrim time. We had that as a bit of a problem with Pother. He had to devote time to both League and school, and there was very little left for let alone himself or just thinking about the game outside of the scrims.
Pope's definitely an aggressive player, always looking for that one kill, but he has good decision making while doing it.
Whenever we do well, Pope is always a big part of that. Every game that we win, there's always a "is that him?" moment where we go like, "Did you just do that, Pope?" And then he's like, "Yeah."
The first game against Dignitas, he played Orianna and his shockwaves were like really on point.
Pobelter with a black shield on. There is death raining down onto everybody right now. Oh, the ball delivery system. If they can get the base, that's huge. Sion, Spartan, and Kiwi Kid are getting shredded by Command Shockwave.
Having him in the house is definitely fun. There's always action with him in the house, especially when he starts duo queuing with Helios.
Sometimes together play game, crazy, sometimes crazy, and I sometimes talk. Oh, Eugene, don't do that, please, don't die. But sometimes he very nice carry.
It's a lot easier now that I don't have to worry about school or just be really tired from not having slept so much.
He can actually sleep in, actually have a nice schedule where he wakes up at a normal hour, warms up, then goes into scrims, and then has time to be busy with the game outside of just playing the scrims.
He's putting a lot more time playing solo queue and duo queue with Helios, and his individual play definitely went up.
My personal goal for this split is for people to start recognizing me as one of the top mid players in North America. You know, not just top 8, but like top 3 or maybe even the best. I think that I've already improved a ton since last split, and if I keep it up, then I think it's a possible goal.
I think he's got a real good chance as well with now school being to the wayside, having graduated that nicely. He has an easier job to do this, more time to focus on League of Legends. Not that it's going to be any easier.
Yeah, now they just have to get Altec through.
Yeah,
finish
that's right.
school.
All right, we're pulling back the curtain on our first match, Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses. And Cloud9 continues to stumble right now, most recently losing to Complexity.
Yeah, this split, Cloud9 have really only been playing to the level of their opponents, as many people have said. They're capable of competing with the toughest in the league, but then they also lose games to the lower teams in the standings. Against the top 4 teams, they are 5-3, but are 2-3 against the bottom 3 teams. And what's even more surprising, they're winless against both Complexity and Evil Geniuses right now. Cloud9 are used to being in first, and they, rightfully so, take these losses very seriously.
Absolutely. And while Cloud9 has hit stormy weather so far, the forecast has been looking bright for Evil Geniuses. Yesterday, they pulled themselves back into a tie for 6th place with an important win over Curse.
And once again, Altec is showing what a lethal force he can be, scoring a last-minute pentakill in his first Jinx game in the LCS. But I also want to give a nod to NACS for that game, who had a great game on Kale, showing really strong timings with both his teleport and his interventions. Right now, Evil Geniuses are on a quest to break past the 6th place team, and Cloud9 are standing in their way.
That they are. We'll see if they can get the job done. Let's check out the starting lineups and get into the game. On the blue side, today it will be Cloud9. In the top lane is Bald, Meteos in the jungle. High in the mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemonation on support.
And on the red side, it's Evil Geniuses. Up top is Inox in the jungle, Helios, mid Pobelter, Altec AD carry, and Crepo supporting.
And it's crazy to think with Cloud9's wins and with now so many losses, for this loss to happen, they would have accumulated the same amount in the first year of their splits.
Yeah, if they lose today, just double their all-time losses. They've only got a 54% win rate as far as this split is concerned.
That's different from 25-3, Kobe.
A little bit lower for them.
But still, coming in with a lot of strength. An innovative bot lane, the one we used to see the Ashe and Zyra in, seeing a little bit of Ashe coming out with 4.10, but not really taking hold anywhere. Maybe they're ones to innovate, but we also look at Altec and Pobelter and Crepo. Guys playmaking so much lately. We'll see if they can get that job done. Early game is when Cloud9 can be hit the most.
Yeah, the bottom lanes for these two teams are pretty interesting because the beginning of the split was all about Sneaky and Lemonation, and they were doing so much, stepping up, doing over 50% of the damage dealt to champions for Cloud9. But as the split has gone on, Altec and Crepo have pretty much stolen the show here, really outperforming what everyone's expectations were for them. Everybody knew that coming into this, Altec was a boy prodigy, basically, similar along the lines of Pobelter.
That was
but
great
now
we had him on the
he's
deck
actually getting results, and that's much different than just performing in Challenger tier and solo queue.
I really would have thought we'd seen more of a support band coming out on a Morgana or something, but not so. Elise and Lee Sin in the jungle are the last two. Nunu's left up. It was banned against EG yesterday, so Helios may have that option if that's the composition to even have in mind. And Evelyn coming in for Meteos right away. He also tried to go for that yesterday.
Yeah, let's see how he does on a jungler not Lee Sin. Still, the stat remains. They're only able to win when he has got that champion.
Yep.
So basically that just shows you why Evogenesis bans were so quick.
Yeah.
Because they are purple side and because they're playing against Cloud9, very easy for them to ban out those top priority champions.
Absolutely. Both Helios and Meteos played Evelyn yesterday, so this is nice. They're kind of just dwindling down Helios's pool, seeing what they can get him to go to.
Yeah, it also pushes him down into the quote-unquote lower tier of the junglers now.
Yeah.
We'll see what he does pick out. As you mentioned already, the Nunu is an option for them, but Cloud9 could be trying to force them in that direction. Cloud9 expect every team to ban Lee Sin against them. So banning Elise themselves, they were trying to push Helios down to that lower tier. We'll see how Helios can actually react to that, though, because Evil Geniuses have got two very strong AP solo laners so far, locking in that top lane Gragas and the wave clear of Ziggs for mid.
Well, we'll see if Renekton and Lucian will be able to break the curse without Lee.
Yeah, Lucian is still such a high priority pick for all these AD carries, even with all the itemization changes. A lot of people thought he was going to drop off with the Bloodthirster changes, but it is not so. It's just different build paths have opened up to him, both the Blade of the Ruined King and Ghostblade, as well as an Infinity Edge start if you follow it up with a Static Shiv. Just because there's so much synergy between Static Shiv, Infinity Edge, and Lucian, the double shot from Lucian charges up your Static Shiv much faster. The Lightning Bolt will crit much harder from your Infinity Edge. Really, though, that changes Lucian, and he would have to work around a weaker early game as he builds that up.
Well, he should be all right versus Twitch in the early game. If they are to match, we did get a few standards and a few 2v-nuns yesterday. Morgana and Twitch picked up, however. Altec, seemingly, he can just kind of throw anything in there, make it work. We'll see. It's the Twitch.
This is probably going to be two AD carries going with the Blade of the Ruined King Ghostblade build path here, and we will see a lot of assassination potential and a lot of good micromanagement in the duels, because this close combat for both of these AD carries will be over very quickly. Morgana plus Twitch, if you land the binding, Twitch is a very offensive AD carry for that bottom lane. Same thing goes for Nami, though. If those bubbles land, then Lucian can easily capitalize on it. So we'll have to see if this Twitch lane actually decides to swap out.
It's been a while for High on Orianna, and the Nunu will get locked in on the other side. I am really interested in that pick for High, though. Both sides, great teams coming out of Champions Select for the first game of the day.
Yeah, Orianna all around really safe pick. Very easy for many mid-lane players just to revert to that in dangerous situations. Also, she can answer somewhat the Ziggs wave clear. Both of those guys were hurt by the Athene's changes, but not too bad. We'll see, though, because the top lane is very interesting. This is, again, the top lane Gragas. This pick is actually very good against champions like Renekton, these bruisers, because he does have that health, the percentage health damage, And because the Doran's Blade nerf actually hurt Renekton a lot,
right,
he gets way less sustain. Not only does the lifesteal on Doran's Blade return a lot less life, but also Renekton has that multiple hits on his W. So he used to get 15 life back from a Doran's Blade with an empowered W, and now he's got, since lifesteal comes back even after mitigation, it's maybe it's like 6.
Poppycock.
Garbage.
Nothing there. These champs are locked in, so let's head over to lolesports.com and see who you are predicting to win. Right now, you're giving it to Cloud9 with 76%. We'll see if they can make that true to their fans, but you can always change it.
Yeah, if you do start to second guess yourself, then you can change it by tweeting the hashtag C9win or EGWin to @LOL Esports.
So we'll see how that factors in. The bully in the top lane getting a little bullying himself. So we'll see for Renekton. We still saw some of the Dorans build even into 2 Dorans for Renektons in the top lane, obviously because you're going to need more health. But it was like, wait, I actually just need health now.
Yeah, a lot of people also, they're overlooking that it was also hit, the health was reduced and the damage was reduced. So it was just hit all across the board here.
We'll see how much these players hit each other up as we jump in here. We're on week 6, day 2, game 1. It's going to be Cloud9 versus EG. We're on to the Rift. We're into the game. Let's get some action going as we start this one off. We even got Duck's hat in the crowd.
One thing that will be in favor of the Cloud9 lanes, though, is that their jungler, Evelynn, just basically puts a lot of pressure on the map because she has that invisibility. So every lane has to play a little bit safer until they see her, either through deep wards from Nunu inside the jungle camps, or from Meteos actually showing up with a gank. See if Helios can actually get those wards down early enough to keep track of Meteos, because we've seen so many times when Cloud9 have strong early lanes, Meteos gets off to a good start, and there's no time for their opponents to get those deep wards down inside the jungle, and Cloud9 snowball very quickly.
That's something we talk about a lot is Meteos, even when they're in the buddy system, getting the CS in the jungle to be strong and make those ganks very effective. Change a bit in the percentage. We see Lemon Nation on Nami this game. He's usually on his Thresh. He will rush that Ruby Sightstone. He's got the spell case this time, so he's looking for a little gold generation.
Yeah, Nami is really, really popular now. Not only because of the crowd control that she brings, but sustained supports are extremely important. Again, due to that Doran's Blade change, the lane down bottom that has healing support often will come out way ahead in the laning phase.
We even saw Sona coming in from
that
actually, yesterday.
Just that right there is enough to key Evil Geniuses to go for a swap here. They don't want a chance Altec getting hit by a bubble and Krepo not being able to react in time with a Black Shield. This Twitch and Morgana lane has a lot of potential, but it's fairly flimsy. If they make one mistake versus a Lucian Nami, it would be really, really difficult for them to come back. There's just too much sustain there. Now, let's see how well Helios can control the jungle buffs. There is, as well, that increased money for Dragon, and Nunu definitely shines above a lot of other junglers at taking the early Dragons.
Keep an eye on that CS as well. We just talked about a little bit. Ward's going down. You'll start a little farming in laning phase.
Yeah, the double farming here, as you expected. Both Gragas and Renekton are fairly strong at the early farming here. This preemptive ward by Evil Geniuses for that dragon as well. So if Cloud9 decide to try and take that one because they have AD carry and support down bottom, Helios and Inox will decide to show up there, maybe get a roam from Krepo as well. It's very dangerous just to stop those without vision, as we've seen many teams dying in their attempts to stop those early dragons. See how Evil Geniuses can actually pull it off, because they were one of the first teams to do it.
Yeah, yesterday in their 2v none, EG had actually Krepo roaming already, and he then went into the top laner's lane with Inox and was hanging out with him. So we'll see how they decide to trade it up today.
Yeah, you can really time out the early moves now from a lot of these teams, just based on where they're lane swapping. 3 minutes coming up here, so they probably want to start heading down towards the dragon area. When their ward fizzles out down there, about to run out, then they'll probably either want to go replace it, or at least have people in the vicinity on the bottom side of the map to stop that early dragon, because we've seen so many teams talk about how you can't let dragon control slip away from you nowadays. That will snowball the early game so hard with the increased gold. that teams are really, really putting a high priority on that objective.
Slow moving, just per camp to camp. It does seem like Meteos is getting more of that farm, so he can be bigger for himself. Doesn't look like they're going to get much out of the bottom lane.
They've got everybody here for the Dragon, and the ward just now fizzles out. Really, really strong timing from Cloud9 here. The support from EG just backs to the base, so it looks like this will be a Dragon for Cloud9. How well can they juggle the Dragon aggro? Right now they're at a B-, I'd say. Taking a lot of hits.
It's getting better.
Inox comes to check.
They're doing some extracurricular work here. Oh, nope. That's a mark. Damage. Trying to put in a little bit of harass. Sneaky called up.
See, it's a game of seconds here. Cloud9, they move in right when the ward disappears. So Evil Geniuses didn't feel that pressure to run down as quickly. And don't get that early Dragon. Good early lead for Cloud9. Let's see what they do with it, because in the past, when Cloud9 were in top form, it was all about the early leads and that vision control.
And we'll see if Crepo can get a nice ward out. Actually, it's going to be a close ward since they already have one at Dragon. I'm sure Lemon remembers yesterday when he went to ward was actually a point in time when they started to lose control of the bottom lane, so he's been more careful in his play today as well.
Something else to note, now that we are looking at Inox down here, because Evil Geniuses are running with a Nunu in the jungle, they didn't have to give as many last hits over to Nunu, because Nunu can do just fine on a less lower income, and they were able to give a bit more money to Inox than Cloud9 gave over to Balls. So we'll see if this discrepancy between the junglers when they're able to complete their items actually manifests itself in any sort of power struggle between Meteos and Helios.
This makes an interesting lane now for Altec.
Ooh, Altec has a hard time because Twitch's invisibility takes a long time now. Pink ward goes down, but he's got the move speed. Doesn't matter if you can see him if you can't catch him.
Helios just on the backside. Getting out Meteos' flash. They should be all right here. Ball's just taking an extra bit of damage, but they make sure that they will be in the back pocket of Altec, so he gets an easy laning phase into that fight phase again, where he racks up the kills. 46 to 47, 80 carries are close, mids are completely even. Really just a disparity in the jungle as Crepo might be taking a bit too much, can't get the passive shots off the piercing light. He's forced out of lane.
Yeah, that's what happens when you shake up these duo lanes. Technically, Evil Geniuses have two people down here, but the range is definitely going in advantage of Cloud9, as well as the sustain. A lot of harass down to Crepo, force him back before he can actually complete either his Sightstone or upgrade his gold generation. So pretty good job there by Cloud9, forcing him to back at an inopportune moment. Whereas Inox tries to rely on his passive to regain health.
Saw a great composition yesterday coming out of Altec and Crepo as Balls gets hit up here. We saw as they banned out Jinx for Altec, those zaps into the dark bindings were awesome. Forced a flash. Mega Inferno just on the outside to heat things up, and he stays alive. First blood still to be had here.
So not only do we commend Helios for that gank where they get the flash out of Balls, and they take down one of the people that Cloud9 rely on most to carry their games, but also what he did just before that. Look at these two wards in the blue side jungle that Evil Geniuses have placed. Right before he moved up top, he's got full control of this blue side jungle from Cloud9. Really good vision inside the camp, so if Meteos goes up there at all, he will be seen. And even if he tries to take his own Wraith camp, EG are on top of this vision game very early versus this Evelynn, and it's exactly what we said they needed to do. Very strong opening from EG, even though they gave up that early Dragon.
Cleaning up CS in mid. Still a slight gold lead, but nothing really to be had there, Kobe. Everybody's still just leveling in lane, getting those priority items up. Sneaky does go for a BF first to start it off. We got Altec going for the Blade of the Rune King.
All right, so with all these wards for Cloud9, Meteos, he hates wards inside his own jungle.
Especially when you're out.
Buys a pink ward himself to clear it out. Let's see if Helios on the other side will actually sweep out the Cloud9 wards, because Cloud9 have their own deep wards inside EG's blue side. Helios does not decide to use his sweeper though, so they will have Cloud9 will have the timer on that third blue when it does pop back up.
Nothing contested this time, but like you said, up into the next, a little bit of damage traded back and forth. The not having range in this lane is kind of affecting the fact of EG's trades, but they should be okay. Lemon Nation just trying to zone, and it's not too bad overall between those top laners, 45 to 42.
Yeah, and speaking of top lane, both junglers kind of hovering around that area. Even though Meteos cleared out the wards, EG know this was the area of the map he was last sighted in, and you can extrapolate how long will it take Meteos to get to the other side of the map. So he's probably still up on this top side, unless he's taking a long journey down there. And so he doesn't necessarily go to the lane, but he hovers around this top side of the map, Helios, waiting just in case there's a counter gank opportunity for him here. Sneaks right into that bush. Perfect timing by Helios.
You don't say. Counter gank, walks out, there's nothing else to stun him up, gets a full absolute 0 down, will be able to lock down the Ice Blast. One more, ball should be going down in this one as well. The Dominus already ticking. Will it be there for the shot? A little early from Pobelter. He didn't expect so much slow to be coming from his own team.
Yeah, the slow with red buff plus Twitch plus Nunu is ridiculous. And man, was that a really, really good counter gank from Helios. Gets in there. Perfect time. He wastes no time at all. Altac with the flash over the Nunu ult, and there's no way for Cloud9 to get out of this because he uses the W to get it ready. Bottom lane.
Sneaky going hard. Kills up in the top lane as we saw, and it looks like a kill down in the bottom lane.
Uh-oh, Sneaky's not out safe quite yet.
Oh, the heal brings everything back.
One more bounce.
Who just dodged one, gets out of this nicely. Lemon Nation able to give over a little bit of passive movement speed there.
There it is again. Sneaky steps up big. They get the double kill down bottom. Cloud9 are answering, and they are ahead in gold after this as well. Even after that disaster up top. Both AD carries. Very, very strong at this moment. So Altec gets himself some kills. Sneaky does the same. We'll see how quickly these guys advance. Ooh! Looks like we will have the early Infinity Edge from Lucian too.
Yeah.
I'm very excited about this because it in itself is not a bad build. We'll talk about that after the Dragon though. EG do not want to give up this one.
Well, I'm also...
Bum rush it.
They're going to get Dragon, but like you said, talk a little bit about Lucian, because Sneaky, we don't usually see him go that aggressive. Under the turret, diving through a Morgana as well. A little bit of change in play style there for himself.
He's definitely a guy that has matured over the split. He's definitely stepped up this split for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Ever since he got that #1 spot in Challenger, he's had a renewed confidence, and it really shows in his play. Strong opening him from him there. Now, talking about this early Infinity Edge from Lucian, this in itself, I don't have a problem with. You just have to work around this build path that you're going. Right now, he's just got a bunch of flat AD. Sounds great for Lucian. It's very similar to the old Bloodthirster style. Now, going early Infinity Edge is great as long as you follow it up with a lot of crit. Static Shiv, as we were talking about in the pregame, is amazing on Lucian when you go early Infinity Edge because it synergizes not only with the Infinity Edge for the crit damage for your Lightning Bolt, but also for the double shot of Lucian and Lucian's move speed. He already has a lot of inherent move speed, so he charges up that Static Shiv very quickly. We'll see how well he can use that power spike, though. Once he gets his Infinity Edge on top of the Static Shiv is really where he's going to shine.
Slow movements here. Meteos trying to get something out of it. EG feels it. Everybody's kind of backing off before they're getting ready to ward up for the next Dragon.
Yeah. That being said, if Sneaky goes Trinity Force after his Infinity Edge, I will be heartbroken because it's a really big missed opportunity. Over in Europe, I think Creaton did that. All right, Altec's coming in for the assassination. Sneaky stands
Whoa! That's what the BS Sword pickaxe damage looks like from a Lucian early game. The culling comes in. Oh, it doesn't. The piercing light all the way through Crepo, and he does finalize the kill. Pobelter trying again to get some love out of this one, but he can't do it. The Mega Inferno. Meteos on the backside pushing out Helios.
And this time, Meteos gets the first step on Helios, barely getting there a few seconds beforehand. 2 kills for Cloud9. Man, the end of that piercing light, just so good from Sneaky.
Just a tip.
Very catches Altec.
That's it. He's going down. Oh no! Good flash. No Ardent Blaze
What a
behind.
bait!
Oh, he hits the ultimate explosive cast. Could be the casket for both of these guys. Sneaky's doing what he can to get the heals
He's
out the Doran's Blade.
trying to see
Wait a minute! He doesn't have anything. He's full mana, full health. He's already used the gap closer. Sneaky's doing what he can to dance around, but the blue suede shoes only work so long.
Balls also uses the teleport there only to cancel it. Gonna have a long, well, it's gonna be a shorter cooldown, but he would have rather not use it at all. Okay, so we start off with the ambush. Lemonation in the bush. The reason Altec had this confidence, Lemonation sitting in that bush for a very long time. Altec did not expect that. He thought he had the advantage in this situation. And even though they get that first kill, the end of that piercing light, great. Meteos flashing for the second kill.
Really great play. The Infinity Edge already finished around 14 minutes into the game just before that, so that'll be a very nice pickup for him. Definitely out damages a Blade of the Rune King, but a well-positioned Twitch can still turn a fight around.
Yep.
Rod of Ages in the top lane, finished up now for NACS. A little back and forth for him in the bottom. His teleport is down though. And we've just seen Balls doing what he can to stay up there. 20 CS up, as we would figure. We haven't really seen him in the fights just yet.
Yeah, let's see. We haven't had another item picked up from Sneaky to tell his build path.
No.
But a lot of
all that gold.
a lot of Lucian's tunnel on Trinity Force, but there's really no synergy between Trinity Force and Lucian. It's only 10% crit. There's twice as much crit on Static Shiv than there is on Trinity Force.
It's fun to go fast with Phage.
Yeah, and the passive doesn't synergize either, so we'll see. All right, I'm focusing way too hard on that, but it's really interesting AD carry builds in this patch. Really what we want to look up is the top lane here, because Balls has been farming for a while, hasn't purchased recently, doesn't have any magic reasons to go up against Inox. And Inox completing that Rod of Ages, even though he's really far down in CS right now, has a pretty good chance to hold off against Balls, since Balls hasn't purchased any sort of defenses against that Gragas.
Helios is going to be top lane for a little bit here, maybe relieving some pressure. Him down about 30 CS, but he's still doing well with the assists he's received in lane. Got that Sight Stone, really being utility for the team. Help snowball the lanes if possible. Sneaky still farming up. 123 to just 120s for both of the 80 carries. Something to watch as we get into this game. Altec finally getting out of the laning phase. We're going to see if he starts racking up as many kills as you.
Last time he went for one of these assassination attempts, it backfired. And this time, Cloud9 had almost set up the perfect counter once again. Lemon, though, now he might get caught. Altec decides to run away. That's what happened last time. And Lemon gets the pink ward.
Mind games.
Pink ward number 2 gonna go down. Cloud9 are on a pink ward killing spree.
And look at these two guys are in the game too. We just saw Pobelter. High is also somewhere, but they've been pretty much not even in the game yet. Just farming their faces off in mid.
Huge bonus here of having Nunu. You can have very, very quick rotations killing towers. Because you can speed up Ziggs, and Ziggs has that great passive for taking down towers as well. They're able to take out mid with no reaction from Cloud9. It did cost them a bunch of minions top lane though, and Balls has got that wave all the way to the turret. Cannon minion, that's what's important. Inox does get it.
Oh, might see the power of High, and Pobelter now throws down the shockwave to shut down Absolute Zero. Gets a good dissonance on the ball movement. Force the flash out of Pobelter. A clear win so far. Ooh. Oh, he gets the back calling, or the back passive shot. There was a crit, I should say. Didn't even need to use the calling there. Canceled it out early. You see it has been used, but they're going to be able to get this one. Cloud9 takes control of the map and pretty much the game now.
Strong play on the bottom half of the map here for Cloud9. Reclaiming Dragon control. This is a really good game, and you can tell by the way the Dragons have gone. One to Cloud9, then another one to EG, and now back. Cloud9 strikes again, taking the third. Closely contested between both these teams, even though...
I thought a Dragon fight would have been EG's with all the area of effect they have, but
it's the opportunity that they take. Yes, they have the same amount of people down here, but Sneaky does such a good job of kiting 2 members that the other top side of the Dragon River for Cloud9 definitely goes in their favor, and they're able to capitalize, taking out the jungler, which ensures the pickup.
He bought a second item, Kobe. He's got a Zeal now.
Yeah, that could still go either way. So still could be heartbreaking. But 95% sure it'll be a static shiv.
Ooh.
Just because it works so
That
well.
5% is going to haunt you forever. Seeing Pobelter doing quite well in mid, but kind of shut down in that last fight. Forced out of the flash. High going a bit more aggressive in his playstyle, was really able to take control. See now EG wants a little bit of the map back. They know this area is free since Dragon has gone down, so they're taking what time they can to clear out what they know is safe. Maybe get a kill out of this in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
Meteos already hovering.
They're coming down to try and defend this, though. Wow, never mind. Turret's already dead. They're just coming down to stop the push. Inox up top. Let's see what he can do. He's working well with that 40-odd CS discrepancy right now. Trying to hold his own. Got some armor in there as well. He will be building the bruiser-oriented Gragas. Definitely the optimal choice right there for him, I think. Now, that Glacial Shroud could either go into the Iceborne Gauntlet or the Frozen Heart. Probably will go with the Iceborne this time around because attack speed, not that big of a deal for Cloud9. You know, maybe if they had like the Jax or Kale or more attack speed oriented AD carry, then he might go that route.
Both teams taking their time. Coming up on 20 minutes, and things are slow going. 6-4, the kills kind of came in quick when they came in, but things since have slowed down. 2K sitting in the hands of Pobelter. He's waiting to throw down some cash and looking to get on the scoreboard as well. He's kind of the only one who's been sitting lonely in the mid lane. Not easy being Ziggs.
Yeah, let's see how they can manipulate this, because bottom tower being down for Cloud9. Yes, it means that they can try and exert more control with this strong Lucian that they have, who's almost able to complete his static shiv. But it's dangerous for them to go too deep in this side. As you can see, pink wards from EG, they're going to try and limit that vision from Cloud9 that they're trying to gain control of this bottom side jungle. And because of that, Meteos just sort of hangs around.
Altec getting in range just in time. What are EG's options, really, if they were to stop pretty much any of Cloud9's push at the moment?
Well, they still have that Ziggs ulti. That's always great to rely on. So they could chuck one of those over down to the bottom lane if they really get desperate. But right now, he's got his hands full with High in the mid lane. High's doing a good job of pressuring to make sure that Pobelter has his hands full. He does have blue buff, so even the cooldown will be lower on his ulti if he decides to try and help clear bottom.
Kind of getting standard lanes back, but they've been pushed out of really what are the original lanes. Pobelter and High getting wraiths in mid, top lane on an island, but Inox is really taking this to Balls.
He is definitely holding his own, even with coming into the lane there with that CS discrepancy. Balls has finally picked up some magic resistor, Negatron Cloak, but Inox is still doing a great job. This is why Gragas has been increasing in popularity over the last month.
So Sneaky looked like he's going for all the crit with the Phantom Dancer.
So what happens when you build an early Infinity Edge is just it raises the value of crit for your champion. So it's definitely the best stat to pour your money into after you have completed that item. So Sneaky definitely knows what he's doing, managing his money well. We'll see if EG can actually pull off a pick, because right now they are feeling the heat. And Altec, with the unsuccessful first go, may be a little trepid to try it again, but he's got his big power spike. Right now, he's sitting pretty. He's got the Ghost Blade plus Blade of the Ruin King that has been so hyped up on this patch. It's a very, very strong combo, especially on Twitch. And he really needs to make a use of this, make good use of this, because right now, he's really... right now, they're going to fight around Dragon, even though there's 50 seconds for it.
The W damage coming out, you can see Ball's something to think about. The cast damage, not so much. Like you said, that Youmuu's finished in. Really good positioning right now for Cloud9. Lemon Nation has such good disengage. It's really hard for Helios to even hit a good ult.
Right, so this is the dragon fight before the dragon's there, which is over vision.
Yep.
The prize of this
battle
fight
before the war.
is all about, exactly. This is the battle before the war. The prize of the first battle is just vision, to try and get a good situation for your team before the prize is actually on the table. And Cloud9 did a really good job. EG have only claimed this bush as their own. Let's see if they can make a tactical strike, though.
You got to start off small. You don't start off with the world.
Oh, he popped his Ghost Blade as well.
Small brush will get you a flash.
And they did not get the dragon yet.
And EG has control now. A little bit of vision. They don't have they do have the sweepers for, just not really clearing them out yet. Waiting to use these correctly. There is one.
Whoa, teleport in for Cloud9. They're forcing it. Here comes Balls.
That's Crepo and the Shockwave. Flashes out. They may not be able to do much on this. The Soul Shackle is slowing down high, and he gets out alive. So they've kind of gone flash for flash, but the TP's used, and people are ready.
Yeah, Inox comes in late. Evil Geniuses want to challenge this dragon. This could be explosive 5-on-5 with no Shockwave left for Cloud9. Do EG have the confidence to challenge 4 versus 5?
They almost can't come in. They're going to take a wave right to the face. This tidal wave would be perfect. They're going to just watch it go down. The culling comes out, pressuring them back even more. High from the side. He's completely out of mana, though. They got to be careful how much they really bait each other into this. And it's just to get EG off of the area. Now to mid. Looks like they're going to have to do some defense here to kind of cancel some backs and keep it going. That's a nice bomb. Pobelter may buy enough time to get the mid turret here.
Yeah, and he walls off this area with another minefield, gaining
awesome
them position on this mid turret. See if EG can actually answer, though. They only got half life.
Lots coming out.
Pulse just runs through that minefield. Does not care.
So you can see just how much Cloud9 actually wanted to stop that. Yeah, they went out and they were able to snag out Dragon, but that's going to be rough.
It was a strong defense for them because they were the ones to come away with that very important Dragon Gold, and they didn't have to give up any territory for it.
Really good game. First one on the second day here. 291 equal CS in the mid lane.
Oh, should have spoke quicker. 292, 293.
Twitter's going to have my head. 40,000 gold to 36,000, so 4K in the lead for Cloud9. They haven't really pushed that gold lead at all. They're kind of just working with it right now. Not really playing to win, not really playing to lose at the moment. It's kind of happening.
Well, that last dragon for them was actually really huge, and that's pretty much the biggest objective on the map for them right now. So they're very happy with that win, trying to go back and spend the money before they fight with this.
Yeah.
Sneaky has gone with the Phantom Dancer instead of Static Shiv. That's even more crit than a Static Shiv. So at least it's not Trinity Force build for him. He's just really going for
that item.
He's going for full value of his Infinity Edge, getting as much crit after it as possible. His damage right now is going to go through the roof. When you combine those two items, and there's only a couple people on the other team with a lot of armor here, that being Helios and Inox, we'll see what he can do with it. Helios, though, on that Nunu, his main job is to try and zone people away, buy time for Altec to freely fire once he pops his ultimate. See if he can actually do that. Has he gotten tanky enough?
We'll see. Helios still has a hard job, too, because even if you focus Sneaky, you still have caster passive shots coming out that are still going to be hurting quite a bit with all that crit Infinity Edge. So
big focus up top here for Cloud9.
Very, very keen.
They sent 4 people up top. What is the response from EG? They have position on mid, and it's already at half from their last push.
Yeah.
See if they can take this before Cloud9 get down. Helios trying to run interference on the rest of the team.
They're just going to tuck.
He does zone them out, but there's
behind.
no damage on the turret. High's clearing it fairly effectively. Could be a flank from Cloud9.
EG knows they have that much control. They're just worried about walking into the mid lane. Side to back on this one. Crepo, very dangerous position. Ball's possibly looking for a flash initiation there, but they're just going to clear the wave and show them that they are serious about pushing this down. With the bomb squad out, looks like they won't get too much farther.
Taking over vision slowly.
Definitely dominating, yeah.
For Cloud9.
Starting to turn things on.
They've claimed red side jungle here. Let's see if Altec gets bit. Sneaky shows up and he's got to back out.
Slow rolling right now for Cloud9. Definitely a different style of play than we usually see from them.
Yeah, well, the thing is, at first glance, you'd think, oh, they might want to push this mid game, but teams have to play to the way that they're building. Because Sneaky is going this full end game AD carry build, just Infinity Edge and piling on crit. Sneaky's going to be a late game beast. This is the strongest late game build that you go with Infinity Edge plus Phantom Dancer into Last Whisper. So they are actually buying more time for him. And we'll see if that actually pays off. His positioning will be key in their team fight.
He's got a lot to watch out. You say positioning. He's got a cask to watch out for. He's got the Mega Inferno Bomb. He's got all-tech spray and pray coming out of everywhere. And like you said, dodging skill shots like the Dark Binding. A lot of things for him to think about. Already all-tech comes in, but look at that damage trade. Not even near in all-tech's favor. See the build coming out from Sneaky.
Ooh, Mikhail's down for elimination.
That was huge. The tidal wave comes through. Pobelter rides the wave. They all get out of command shockwave. The cast comes back.
Whoa,
very
teleport.
good teleport coming in from Balls in the back line. 5 members taking dominance damage. They put the circles on the ground, and Death is going to start raining down. Inox is going to be the one to possibly get hit up here. Lemonation takes the slow from the barrel. Sneaky gets bind. There's Helios. Hit him up, and they get the shot over the wall. Cloud9 is kind of putting themselves in all sorts in these paths of the jungle.
What an exciting little skirmish right there. 2 go down. Both people lose top laners and AD carries from their team. Just showing you how close this game is, even though Cloud9 have that 5k gold lead. Let's see, the Black Shield comes in here, but Pobelter flashes as well. Damage sticks. Balls comes in, and he groups up everybody. But look at these circles from EG. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. All on the ground. In the same area for them, piling it on. And this is spread out. This would be a great chase for Cloud9 if Crepo wasn't dead on with that binding. That's basically the reason that EG were able to come out even here. Normally, Lucian would definitely have the advantage over Twitch in those long, drawn-out fights where they're chasing.
Oh dear.
And they're not sitting in a single spot. But because of the binding, hitting from Crepo over the wall, they answer even.
Talk about stretching yourself thin, Kobe. A lot of alts are still down. Some have come up. Looks like C9's trying to pressure this one out. Dragon's going to heal back up.
So the key ultimates that's down is the disengage for EG with Crepo with his shackles not quite up yet. So if the Evelyn and Renekton charge in, it'll be harder for them to peel. Oh, does he get a crit?
Oh, he ate that.
Woo, Culling.
Dirty Rat goes down. Sneaky picks himself up. Another kill, 4-2-4 on Lucian. Now he's got the last Whisper finished, and he whispers calmly in L-Tech's ear. Your tears are delicious. 3-2, 49,000 to 43,000. We're going to go ahead and get Dragon here. EG was just trying to do this, and they were simply pushed off by the strength of Cloud9 right now.
Yeah, and you can see after that duel, Altec trying to piece together an Infinity Edge of his own.
Yeah.
But he's going to be really far behind on that scaling because, as we said, it's multiplicative scaling with crit damage. So you have to get more crit after you complete your Infinity Edge. It'll have to be another item for him before he really evens up the power. Whereas Sneaky rushing for it, he's hitting hard right now. As we've just seen, only takes a couple of crits. And you're going to lose the duel.
Gotta remember. Oh no!
Crepo
Helios
again.
Getting caught out, gets the Dark Binding. You heard it happen. Helios throws down the absolute zero.
And now he's caught.
And this could be bad. Flashes the bubble, and nice cask blows everybody really in and out of range, getting them all discombobulated over the wall with the body slam. And great disengage from Evil Geniuses once again.
And this time around, some good maneuvering from Sneaky. Doesn't get hit and caught out. That could have been even worse for Cloud9, but he was able to avoid it this time around. Great job of EG, using that vision to their advantage. And Crepo strikes again. It's another binding hitting. Ball is able to take out some of it, but EG left plenty of wards on that side for a similar play. They're doing a good job holding on, even though they're behind. Inox, though.
Uh-oh, one more ball movement. And it's actually not going to be anything that gets in the kill. Inox with that blue buff gets himself to body slam safety. So they're running 2 blues right now on the guys that can spit out some good damage. Even though Inox's barrels aren't, he's going to be coming in with that frozen gauntlet. It's going to hurt face.
Yeah, Inox is bringing a lot of utility to these fights. If he can land his ultimate to knock Sneaky into a compromising position,
just tap him once,
then that would be huge for Evil Geniuses. Both teams relying a lot on their AD carries right now.
Slow ward clears for the Baron Samba to be coming up soon. Still got a few more sweepers to be used out. High is approaching the area as well, as they feel sufficient enough in that ward clear as they set up their own light bright of security. We see Randuin's coming out for Cloud9, one on Meteos, one on Balls. It's actually helped them to get in and out of these fights. Right now with the disengage on EG, you kind of see Cloud9 scraping at everything, trying to catch up on these. And EG's been able to kite the fight perfectly. Now over to Baron once again. EG's going to start grabbing their vision.
It's an interesting split here from EG because Inox has his teleport already available going down bottom to pressure the turret, while the team tries to clear out vision around Baron. They're just trying to buy time to gain advantage because they had the earlier teleport available. Balls is trying to go respawn right now because his just came up, but it's going to take him a while to walk. Let's see if this mid push pays off. Ziggs bomb a little bit early. He only got the melee line.
See how this Do-Si-Do goes in the bottom lane. Sneaky takes a big hit from a Q just coming out of the hands of Pobelter. We saw him use the Mega Inferno bomb, so they don't really have any huge fight control coming in on this one. 35 minutes into the game, the last time these two teams played, it was a 38-43 victory for EG. So it looks like we're going to be going a little longer on this one. Who's got the strength to do so?
And who can protect their AD carry?
Yeah.
For Cloud9, they have the Mikhail's advantage, but for EG, they have that black shield. So Krepo can just throw it on first. And then Krepo has gone, ooh! A couple more hits here. Only Sneaky's going to do it.
It actually looks like he's going either that's Merc or Bloodthirster next. He's going to still try to get some damage out.
Inox, you can see the power of this Gragas with the percentage health damage against a full tank Renekton.
Yeah.
Inox is just bullying him out of this bottom lane in the 1v1.
Well, we saw Ackerman using it yesterday, and it was still effective in the team fights. But now, once you get ahead with that Gragas, you can be effective in the 1v1s as well.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Balls, because Balls is also, he has to build a lot of armor for the team fight phase. So he can't build specifically to fight Inox in this split push. He's building for the team, trying to get more armor so they can deal with Twitch. Because that's really what matters in this game. If they can't fight the team fights versus Evil Geniuses because Twitch is too strong, then they will lose the game.
Just gotta say, mid lane is on an amazing farm clip this game. 35 minutes in, both have just hit 400. Getting very big, 5 items to come soon. And the 6th maybe after that, if we have a long enough game.
The question is Inox powerful enough to actually chase Balls down? Because Balls is really far away from a turret. There's a lot of consecutive slows that Gragas can stack up. How much danger is Balls really in? Doesn't look like Inox has the confidence to try for it yet.
Looks like Helios has got himself a Banshee's Veil to set up some better absolute zeros and be able to get into that initiation. Continuous cleanup from Sneaky in the bottom lane. He's finally separated himself in CS from Alltech. This is one game Alltech really hasn't had the best out of laning phase, but it's only really been one. I'm sure he's still going to have a good game. 59,000 to 53, traded over blue buff to Pobelter, as it should be. And it looks like we're going to get some more wards on that Baron. Dragon's up in 20 seconds, still worth a good amount of gold. Not its max yet.
Yeah. And now let's see how much importance these teams put on that Dragon. Because the gold lead not doing a whole lot for Cloud9 at this point. They don't have vision set up for it either. So either team, whichever team gets there first, has so much damage at this point they can take it down really quickly.
Yeah.
And neither team with really extensive vision control. EG do have the advantage though.
Super farm game has left the junglers a little low. Level 13, some 18s already in the game. Meteos is 15 to Helios is 13. They have not been having the greatest time with soaking up experience, running from everywhere lane to lane in just their camps. Cleared out on Dragon, still alive though. Still some pressure to be had.
Whoa, Sneaky
word!
Going over the importance of those skill shots in the pregame. It cannot be overstated. Sneaky has no defensive items, even with the defensive items built by Lemonation. If Lemonation isn't there to shield you, he isn't there to Mikhail's you, there's nothing that Sneaky can actually do when he gets caught like that. I want to see that again.
Got Summoner heal out of this as well.
Hit a magic fight. Krepo just tagged.
I'm Krepo, what's up?
That is the third time this game Crepo has hit a key bind.
Yep.
Crepo basically just earned that dragon for his team right now. Really big step getting the team back in this one.
Great coverage. Ward coverage on just the rotations, allowing EG to make small plays. The sleight of a dark binding pushes them almost into the lead here. I'd say they definitely have Cloud9 thinking about EG's positioning now. They may not have the fight lead, but they definitely have Cloud9 thinking twice.
Man, just seeing that replay, it makes you kind of rage at the width of a Morgana binding. The edge of that skill shot always catches people off guard. You think you're just out of range.
It always reminds me of the hands from Zelda that come out and grab you. You're like, that wasn't even close. Go to the beginning. Start over. Yeah.
QQ more noob learning to play.
Looking to close the gap here. Evil Geniuses, are they going to do it again? We've seen so many of the teams in the bottom of the bracket right now just really controlling themselves, figuring out where these new players really need to be put and how to play with them. The compositions are coming together great.
Yeah, and so is Snicky's build here too. He knows he needed lifesteal. That was the thing missing from his build, the one component. And this Bloodthirster, even though it was changed, a lot of people overreacted to the change. It is good later in the game because he needs a larger health pool to withstand those 100% to 0 opportunities that EG present when they do catch him out. So he's got that extra shield now that he can build up to actually try and sustain. Progress in the bottom lane, though. He's got to teleport really quickly.
Wow, that Baron just went down so fast. Cloud9 gives himself a very nice lead in stats.
Cloud9 showing again their end game superiority with shot calling. They are so good at this stage of the game. They've always been so much stronger than a lot of the other teams in their decisive late game calls. And as you said, the damage at this point in the game is just too much. And EG were not expecting it, not quite ready for that. One slip up does really cost Evil Geniuses here.
And we just saw it. That was,
boost in power.
you know, Crepo caught Sneaky, but Cloud9 wasn't afraid to still put themselves in a dangerous position knowing that they had that lead in the fight prowess. So like you said, they do go ahead and make that end game call. 6,000 gold in the lead. Now because of it, the turrets are all even in this game. Both teams still looking to break into the base. The first inhibitor went down 9 minutes ago the first time these teams played. So a very different game here on 4.10.
Much slower between these two teams. Both of them built around these team fights where if your AD carry goes down, it's pretty much the whole story.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can actually make something different happen. Right there, we almost saw Cloud9 leaking down to catch Inox in his split push. But as soon as they got halfway down, Inox starts to back off, and Balls does not pursue. So Inox playing fairly safe and keeps his split push alive, not getting caught out. EG relying on that Ziggs. They can just wait out this Baron buff, try and wave clear from a safe distance. People always talk about how bad Twitch is in sieges, but they're talking about offensive sieges. Twitch's defensive siege is extremely strong because it's hard for teams to dive back to him and take him out. That's doubly so when your team has a Nunu here that's going to be in the way.
Nunu, Gragas, Morgana, everything stopping you from getting either under a turret or to the back line. So EG definitely, like you said, has some time to buy at these turrets. I don't know how long, but we will see. Sneaky looks to be building more damage. First, he gets that Quicksilver Sash, but probably turning into a Mercurial
EG just aren't in position again, and there's too much damage on Cloud9. Nobody ready for Evil Geniuses. They only have 4 people.
Right down mid. Not even worried about damage here. Nicely dodging out any of the skill shots Pobelter is trying to throw at them. His first bomb that's really hit. From the side, Helios hitting up high, not doing too much. They can't even see Meteos, so they're a little worried about engaging and pushed off of their own inhibitor without even a contest.
Yeah, this is 43 minutes almost into the game. A few seconds left alone with any objective is enough time to take it. Everybody's got all this damage. This is the second time. EG a little bit slow. Just takes those couple seconds. Cloud9 don't even have to kill anyone to take the inhibitor. That being said, it is dangerous for EG to walk up there because they are facing the Baroned up C9, but that is such a huge objective for them to give up. That's the first inhibitor. Inhibitor turret line cracked now.
Cloud9 feeling very confident as they approach the second turret, as they should. long
Yeah,
as they
this
don't
is
get
even
too
more
close.
dangerous than the inhibitor turret is
Yeah.
to defend. This turret, the team can actually flank around behind you. This is so risky to defend this one, but not an inhibitor one. Altec
no.
gets flanked.
Wait, could have been a bait in there. Ball's very, very deep on that one. There goes the tidal wave. They're able to get out of this pretty much. There's the disengage that Cloud9 would need if Lemon Nation could provide it, and he does.
Chunk balls down to half and get
Yeah.
his ulti out. But that's about it
That was
here.
scary for Altec. I thought he was pretty much done.
This was really just the secondary cleanup prize for Cloud9 too. They already got the main prize, which was the mid inhibitor. Baron buff regen though should do its work here.
It was crazy how easily they just took that. Figured EG would be the strongest at their base, but like you said, out of position is enough time. Still not really even doing much to defend this one. Cannot get close enough. You're going to catch a Dark Binding.
So what they're
Or you're gonna
worried
catch a
about,
bubble, I should say.
Cloud9 are worried as well about the Dark Bindings and the Inox ulti to follow that up. If Krepo lands another one of those, then Inox can make you really pay for it by knocking you even closer to the rest of his team. So it is very dangerous still for Cloud9. Even though they have this ginormous gold lead and the upper hand, they're still very much worried about the pick, and getting through a blue buff Ziggs 44 minutes into the game is always a difficult task.
That top turret is getting fed right now. And we'll see if they can push it in. I don't believe they're going to be doing it, obviously, on this wave. They have to back. Dragon's going to be something that they can get. More gold going over to Cloud9. What a game for them so far after just kind of turning it on once that Baron happened. High definitely making some calls after the game was a little stale for a while. Once they're able to come out stronger. It's definitely a game we see EG not falling back into old habits, but not kind of making or going with the calls that they're making.
And even though EG are on the back foot, the overall gold level of both teams, both of them actually have the tools to kill people very quickly. So if C9 slip up, they can be taken down very fast. Altec has his armor penetration as well on Twitch. So if somebody gets hit with that binding, they're going to take a lot of damage, and Cloud9 are going to play a little bit safer here. We'll see if EG can actually make their last stand. This last outer turret, though, again, it's a dangerous spot to try and defend. A lot easier to defend those inhibitor turrets because Evelyn and Renekton can't flank around behind you and find your AD carry burning his flash like we saw last time. Twitch without flash, so much more vulnerable than when he has his summoner available. So hopefully for EG, they can at least buy time for that flash to come back up before the next team fight. It's really what they're looking to do with their wave clear.
Cloud9 just peppering the front door right now. Baron 35 seconds. Really wouldn't even be something that they would necessarily need to pressure. But with the amount of siege clear, or siege protect I should say, EG is just holding them off. This inhibitor will be nice. If they can get a good fight here, it's going to be the bottom inhibitor as well, and then they'll go straight up. Straight up to that Baron. Oh, very close. Doesn't want to quickly stun out Helios. Be able to get a nice absolute zero off, so they play this one out very slow. They've already made it into the base. EG's giving them this room. They really can't fight with them.
Yeah, this is why that first inhibitor turret was such a big deal.
Right.
Because the exposed inhibitors are relatively easy for Cloud9 to take. It's the turret defense
Get your
that
foot
they're
in the
worried
door.
about.
Keep going.
Now that Baron is up, we'll see how well they can actually bait Evil Geniuses and control this vision. Very smart by Altec, has already picked up that scrying orb, so Evil Geniuses will have one shot where they can get vision of this Baron pit. But man, as we said, a couple seconds alone with an objective is enough at this stage, and so late into the game.
Even if you're to throw the ult in, you have the Banshee's Veil's already out. It's going to be going over to Meteos. Very nice smite onto Baron. Lucian, that's sneaky, coming up with a kill onto Helios, and here comes the chase. They are in pursuit of EG off of the Baron pit. Dissonance to high. I don't believe enough to catch Altec. He gets him in the ulti, just on the outside. Altec giving up red buff over to high. The flash command Shockwave is in range, and it looks like they're going to be slowed down just a bit, but it's not going to stop them from heading for the Nexus.
That's probably the nail in the coffin here for Evil Geniuses. Good pickup by Cloud9. Able to rush down the Baron. Helios tried to flash it in there to get it, but not enough.
Cloud9 staying in control for most of the game. Very nicely played. 80,000 to 68 in the end as we get a few more kills over to Altec and Crepo. They're going to be taking down the last Nexus turret, and it is 12-8. Your overall final score in the game as they keep going back and forth. The Nexus goes down at 48 minutes. Cloud9 takes down Evil Geniuses.
Congratulations to Cloud9, a much-needed win against one of the bottom teams. They're already 0-2 against Complexity. They didn't want to make that 0-2 versus Evil Geniuses as well.
That would have been another
devastating for them.
3 in a row loss. I would say another. They've only lost 2 games in a row. Once before, they were on that clip again. But Cloud9, they stopped the bleeding. Were able to get it back on course. Very nicely done throughout picks and bans. Sneaky elimination coming up big once again for Cloud9. Like we said, back in the day, it was the Ashe Zyra, then a few more. They still hold some of the most damage done to champions on that team of Cloud9. Pulls out the Lucian Infinity Edge build today, and it seemed to work.
Yeah, Sneaky going full late game build for the carry here. Even topped it off with the Mercurial Scimitar at the end.
Right at the end. Well, after getting caught and zeroed out in mid lane. Yeah, figure.
Yeah, even though they lost, you got to give props to Crepo.
Oh my gosh, these bindings. 2 days in a row, those bindings have been game changing.
A lot of teams and regions all across the world have been banning out Morgana.
Yeah.
In many games, so you see why here. It can be game changing.
And EG's team is really, you know, they're a team that builds players as well. They pull in youngins. They used to be a team we kind of looked at and we said, you know, those guys have been around for a while. What's going to happen? You know, are they going to decide to do this or just keep going? But now you got Pobelter out of school, playing a little bit better, and bringing in Altec now.
Yeah, there was this joke of the retirement home of Evil Geniuses because they had all these older players with Snoopy and Pete and Crepo, and they made the switch here. They're bringing in young talent, the next generation of geniuses, Altec and Pobelter, these boy prodigies, really coming into their own and playing well. They're not quite there yet, as you can see. They need to put more work into it, but the team has started to come together, and they look like they are a stronger team in that mid game. They're making stronger decisions. It's just a few seconds there that they're off this time around. Be a little bit more decisive.
See if they can get those going. For more on Cloud9's win, we're going to send it down to Jack.
Thanks, guys. Of course, I'm with Sneaky, who did a lot of damage that game. Talk to me a little bit about your 80 carry build choice on Lucian there.
Well, I actually had a lot of gold when I backed. I had about 2,000, so I was able to build BF Sword, which was the initial part. If I didn't have for BF Sword, I'd probably go Bork instead. And Infinity Edge is insane damage, and you can actually afford it early.
All right, and also kind of the game overall, it was a very long, drawn-out game where you guys had the gold lead but couldn't quite find opportunities. What was the communication like, knowing you guys have been struggling recently to try and close out this game?
Well, we knew we couldn't push very well against Ziggs because he's such a good defender, so we had to make a lot of picks around Dragon and Baron, and we ended up getting some weird fights all over the place, and then they went to their blue buff, and we actually pushed down their tier 3 mid, which opened up a huge opportunity for us to take over the game.
Yeah, and having previously lost to Evil Geniuses, what was the difference really this time around that allowed you guys to come out on top?
I don't really remember what happened last time, but I think this time we played a lot better than we usually have been. So that's basically it, just playing better.
Yeah. I mean, you guys have had a really rough split. You're one loss away from equaling your loss totals from your previous 2 splits, yet you seem to bounce back very well, especially from disappointing defeats. What did you guys do yesterday after the Complexity loss?
I think we talked a lot about what went wrong in the game and what specifically we were trying to do with our comp that we just weren't doing in the game. So we went into this game thinking about exactly what we need to do, and we executed it.
And maybe even kind of a little bit bigger picture, because you guys have been so dominant, what changed this split to potentially lead to your struggles?
I honestly don't know what's been going on to make us lose more, but I know every other team is getting a lot stronger. And that was supposed to happen last split too, but it's actually happening this split.
Maybe final question. Dignitas is currently sitting in the top spot. How do you guys find a way to take them down?
Do we play them next week? Do you know?
I'll have to get back to you on that one sometime later. You have LMQ next week as your biggest opponent.
Okay, well, Dig is a very good team, and I think if we can just practice a lot more, we should be able to take them down.
Well, thank you very much, Sneaky. Congratulations on doing so much damage on Lucian. And let's actually send it over to Freak at the Telestrator to break down some plays.
Thank you very much, Jack. So speaking of the man who's doing a whole bunch of damage on Lucian, we've got a replay on the Telestrator. Second try. There we go. So this is an early game, about 12-minute 2v2. Starts out 2v2, a lot more happens, but it's Alltech and Crepo taking on Sneaky Elimination. And I want to break down the really small individual plays that made this fight go the way it did. So first of all, we'll talk about the standard opening combo for Twitch. When he comes down, the general thing you're going to look for is actually you open up with an auto attack from stealth and then your W, which actually gives you a little bit more uptime on your basic attacks so that you can get a bit more damage out. And what I want you to actually pay attention to is, number one, how Sneaky plays in this fight, because he's going to initially deal a bunch of damage as his opponent comes in. He's going to go for the damage output. He's going to kite back once the Morgana comes in for him. But also keep track of all the spells elimination burns, because it ends up being really interesting how this fight plays out. Let's start out the clip and watch what happens. So Alltech's going to go in, the standard stealth combo comes in, and Sneaky's going to do what damage he can. So right here, standard combo, W right after the basic attack. Again, now pause right here. Because the problem is, there's enough magic damage. Crepo is only level 6, which means Crepo has a very weak black shield. Lemonation has rank 4 W. He's got the Tidecaller Blessing E, and even Sneaky's got rank 2 of his Ardent Blaze as well. There's enough magic damage to break a black shield, but the bubble comes out too early, and so it actually doesn't hit anyone anyway, even though they could have gotten the knockup. Now, the other crazy thing as well is Lemonation in a second is going to have blown every single spell he will cast this fight. So all he's got left is basic attacks. Lemon's basically a glorified cannon minion at this point. So all that matters at all is just hitting Sneaky. And of course, Alltech, as he kites back, is going to be about back here, and he'll be able to spray and pray the entire fight and just destroy Sneaky, but they actually choose to switch focus and hit Lemon instead. Roll the clip out and watch what happens. Crepo makes a great move. He pops his ultimate in. He pushes Sneaky back into see Sneaky forced to kite away. But right now, Alltech can shoot through the minions and kill Sneaky, and instead they go for Lemon. This gives enough time for Sneaky to get that piercing light down, pick up the kill. And now it's basically a standard cleanup crew. So Helios comes in, tries to defend, gets a slowdown. And as we play the clip out, it's really interesting because Helios, he's made this mistake a couple of times actually. We'll pause in a second here. Basically, he's going to throw one more snowball and be at 95 mana. Notice how low Sneaky is over here. Like that is a very killable champion. There's a very killable champion after a snowball. He's going to be at like 95 mana on Nunu. He walks into basic attack to trigger his passive in order to channel his ulti. Problem is, he doesn't expect the damage output and goes, never mind, horrible idea, can't go in for this fight. So roll the clip out, and it's a mistake that we've actually seen a couple times here for Helios. He did it yesterday as well in their game, right? Ice Blast comes in, basic attack for the passive, says, oh wait, never mind, I can't do it, and it's basically clean up from here. Couple of great teleports come in. Inox, of course, makes a great play as well. And at this point, Inox knows Sneaky has nowhere to go, so he looks just for Meteos. Of course, the teleport that comes in makes him say, never mind, because Inox turns, Balls also cancels, but Sneaky all the whole time is a guaranteed kill, so they pick it up pretty properly. Honestly, a pretty well-played fight on both sides here. I gotta say, the big difficulty, though, is that Alltech could have gone for the kill on Lucian, and that entire fight would have been different because simply Lemon had no spells left. So that was one big misplay that could have turned the fight around differently. But overall, of course, a great match. Cloud9 did win, but for now we're going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. And with that game, Cloud9 beats their Lee Sin curse.
Yes.
They did not lose the game, and they did not have Lee Sin, so that works out for them that time. We've got more action coming your way after the break. LMQ will take on Team Solomid. The North American LCS Summer Split returns in 3.5.
No, he ran.
I was like, are you gonna leave me hanging?
Turkey. Turkey.
Yeah?
Turkey.
What's turkey? How do you turkey?
Turkey.
Not turkey?
No, like here.
Sneaky stands Whoa! That's what the BF Sword pickaxe damage looks like from Illusion early game. The culling comes in. Oh, it does. The piercing light all the way through. Crepo. Very good teleport coming in from Balls in the back line. 5 members taking dominance damage. They put the circles on the ground, and Death is going to start raining down.
He's here. Lucian.
Okay, poked.
Nice. Oh, Belter.
back to our Week 6 coverage of the North American LCS Summer Split. We're heading right into our next game. That's LMQ versus Team Solomid.
And TSM have been on a real upswing. With the addition of Loco Doco, it seems like a lot of pressure has been taken off of Glebe's shoulders specifically. It's allowed him to just focus on playing his game, and it's definitely paying off for TSM. He's been landing way more hooks. Sometimes the hooks that are landing for him are not even the ones that he's aiming for, and they just happen to go on the AD carry. It's just so fortunate for him.
Yep.
Also, his partner in the bottom lane, Wild Turtle, has been playing very well. He's shown a huge improvement. He still plays very aggressively. However, now he's been avoiding all these skill shots that were taking him down a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And his numbers over the past 5 games are just astonishing. One of the biggest changes has to be Bjergsen, who also in recent weeks has stepped up as a leader for the team, and he's a much bigger voice in the game.
Yeah.
You can hear it in those TSM communication that we play when we see the sounds of the game, like yesterday. And the Spring Split MVP calling shots for the team has definitely helped out for them.
Yeah, the resonating voice of the crowd, or the team, I should say. Well, both of these teams are tied for second place. That has to be remembered. LMQ is having a harder time in the recent weeks.
Yeah, they had such a commanding start, going 4-0 in their first week of the LCS, that everybody really hyped them up coming into this. But like in Europe, where a team could start hot and then cool off very quickly as other teams get time playing against them and learn about them, yesterday we saw Dignitas catching LMQ in an ill-advised jungle invade that cost LMQ a double kill. And not only that, but they also had a lot of trouble with that dragon control, which is definitely a very, very important game, part of the game now with the increased gold value.
Yeah, no joke there in 4.10. LMQ say to perform more consistently, they'll need to resist the temptation to throw out their carefully laid plans in Champ Select.
Last time we played LMQ, we had a lot of things to work on, specifically communication, especially in the early game 1v2s. It just really abused us there, and they got a lot of vision control and a lot of control over the map.
在比赛之中，就尤其是选人方面，我们就有时候经常会出现一些临时奇想，所以就没有把我们训练中的发挥出来。我觉得这是我们这几场输的主要的原因。今后的话，我们会特别注意这一点。
LMQ usually goes over aggressive, so if we can abuse them when they go for like deep wards or something like that, we can definitely get like free picks and then go for objectives from there.
比尔森呢，通常都是会在就线上就已经打出就非常好、非常大的优势。
Xiao Xiao is actually one of my favorite players to play against. He's a really humble, really nice guy, and he's just a really good player. I prefer playing as more of like aggressive laners like he is. We're kind of like two aggressive players that kind of like bump into each other and play really aggressive in lane. It usually ends up being killer. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun to play.
I think this mid lane matchup is going to be aggressive.
If Xiao Xiao and Bjergsen bumped into each other, who do you think would have the advantage?
Whoever was more aggressive. All right, let's check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It is LMQ, and the top lane is Ackerman, no name in the jungle. Xiao Xiao in the mid lane, about to bump into Bjergsen. Vasily at AD, and more in support.
And on the red side, it's TSM. Up top, Dyrus. In the jungle, amazing. Mid, Bjergsen, AD carry Wild Turtle, and supporting is Glebe.
In this, actually, it's one of my favorite things about these matchups as well, is there's the confidence that comes through the players. It's kind of like confidence they have in solo queue, where they're just kind of YOLO out, and they'll go really hard in the beginning of the game. Just like when Bjergsen cut Loco Doco's hair. He went real hard just on the level 1. But Xiao Xiao is known to go pretty strong. But Bjergsen, I remember when he used to go up against Hai, he came over here, he said, these guys in NA will just kind of like ignite you and start attacking you when you get into lane. And he kind of took that under his own wing, and then he started playing even more aggressive when he got to the North American scene.
Yeah, confidence was definitely something that wasn't there for TSM at the beginning of this split. With all the shakeups and the slow start, they definitely were having trouble in that area. But ever since, they've sort of regrouped. They brought in Loco Doco. They stopped going on social media and looking so much at the criticism that was being directed at them. And it's really helped them out a lot. They focus on themselves. They've turned their eyes inward, looking for improvements. And it's definitely paid off for them. Everybody improving on their own, and Dyrus has remained consistent for them in the top lane. Yeah. Rock that they can always count on.
He's chilling. He's getting ready.
Yeah. Arms behind his head. He's always ready.
All the games, if you watch recently, he's just been consistent in the way of the fact that he doesn't die. He's pushing his lane with a CS lead, and he's always able to get out. Remember back in the days when he played Shen, how many times was he actually caught? He'd do some slippery taunt and get out of it alive, and he's still doing it on Champions today. You just had to work on the teleport last season, and it was all clean.
Meanwhile, I have also been impressed by his lane opponent for this game, Ackerman, or Godlike formerly. He has really found a way, especially in the 2v1 switches. He always finds a way to get experience that you don't expect him to get. He's able to find gold in areas of the map that are very, very smart and tricky ways. So he has been a real boon for this team when they do those lane swaps. However, in recent games, like TSM mentioned in that video, LMQ have been going for a little bit dangerous moves early on in the game. Real deep wards is how Dignitas punished LMQ when they were going for a very deep two-man invade into the jungle very early on. TSM looking to do the same thing here, but LMQ says they will not repeat mistakes. So they can actually do that.
The other big mistake is, the comfort they feel coming into Champion Select. We saw one of them saying, we won't throw out our well-laid plans and pick a Pantheon and try to do something else. They realized that didn't work, so coming out, they still got the rough edges to round out there, thinking they may have been a little stronger, but they're still a very strong team. That's why they sit in the standings where they are. We'll see Braum, Syndra getting locked out, Kale as well. Figured that to be on.
Yeah, purple sidebands of Kassadin and Kale are very standard nowadays. Nobody wants to give up those champions, especially Kale, to this LMQ team. Now the opportunity, though, do you ban out Lee Sin, or do you ban out something like Lulu, so that you deny another one of those utility top laners that Ackerman has really been a big, big proponent of?
I feel like the Yasuo maybe played today, Kobe.
Yasuo is always great with Xiao in the game. Even Bjergsen has also been fairly strong on that champion. So they go with the Lulu. I mean, the Lee Sin ban and then Lulu pick there. Pretty sure they calculated that was what they were going to be giving away. They don't want to give away sort of the S-tier jungler. And in favor, they just give up one of the utility top laners. But LMQ will happily pick it up, as we expected.
TSM has not been afraid to do the AD support, or a top support in this pick right here. No ADs actually focused out within the bans, so this would be quite a good pick on either side to come in. We've seen Wild Turtle picking up a few different things lately. A lot of that Corki, but not as of 4.10. That was the Lucian.
Yeah, all AD carries being up this time around. How much emphasis do you really want to put onto that Lucian? Well, looks like a lot.
Looks like they will lock those in. Glebe is going to be on his Thresh. We saw what he was doing the other day, locking people out, hooking them up. It doesn't matter if he's on Nami or Thresh. He's actually had really great play lately, and so he goes out and actually switches over to Nami before he locks in.
I like this right now just because the sustained supports, I don't know, it's very, very frustrating for a team to 2v2 a Lucian Nami lane as pretty much anybody, even if you have your pick of the litter. Like, there's no other AD carry bans and only one support ban here, but even so, facing Lucian Nami right now is not something that anybody wants to do.
We just had it from Sneaky Lemonation.
And it showed up really big for them.
Looking at the picks now, this is actually going a little slower than expected, but the Eve is getting quite a bit of playtime here in the last few days with the jungle being focused. She's kind of that one that people are picking up.
And I like this combo, since they already have Lulu for the ultimate knockup.
The pop.
Evelyn can sneak in there into a team fight very quickly, using the invisibility to flank and then W speed burst, so they can get into position for one of those knockups to help out Xiao. And even if they don't get that, late game Yasuo can charge up his own knockups very quickly, because everybody is going these heavy attack speed builds on him now. So they do end up going with the exciting pick here for that mid lane.
Man, last season you'd be like, cool, Bjergsen picked Gragas.
But this season you say, oh, cool, Dyrus picked Gragas.
Dyrus picked Gragas. Yeah, so they're going to see that going in the top lane. And it may just be Thresh for more. Vasily has his choice of really where to go here. We saw a few different AD carries yesterday. Let's see what he decides to go with.
Yeah, well, looks like the Jarvan pickup here for second tier.
Right, you can see how that's dwindling the choices.
I'm very interested to see how Amazing can actually perform on that champion, because last time it was less than impressive. And Jarvan now, after the width of his flag and drag combo was reduced, takes a lot more accuracy. It's very difficult to pull off against these mobile champions. Lulu, Evelyn, Yasuo, the things that he was picking that Jarvan into, all with their own increased mobility.
Yeah.
Very hard to land those knuck-ups on any of those champions.
Vasily locks in the Trist. That's actually really good safety from a Jarvan. So you can knock him back. You can jump out if you get the jump in time.
Yeah, you got multiple options here as Tristana. Very good reactive pick from LMQ. Plus, there's so many options for the early game here. We've seen Static Shiv Rush for
that's
clearing
right.
minions.
We had like
Infinity Edge rushes, Blade of the Ruin King rushes.
Yeah.
She's just a really strong champion very late into the game because range is paramount.
Yeah, variety.
But even early in the game, as we've seen, early lane phase isn't that bad for her. Really, we'll have to see how LMQ do with that mid game though, because that's been the crucial time where a lot of these Tristana teams have been getting hit hard. All the teams trying to take advantage of that weak mid.
Bjergsen counter with Annie.
That's pretty much the only mid that I play nowadays. That's what I would do. Actually, Prawley, talking about legitimate ideas on the subject of Yasuo counters. Prawley loves the Annie to Yasuo. Not going to be the case, though. Safer here, going with Orianna. Definitely can do her work versus Xiao Xiao in the mid lane, and we'll see how they do match up against each other. Yasuo definitely more aggressive, has to be further up in the lane. He's got the support of an Evelynn, though, so he should feel satisfied in that matchup.
Yep. We'll have to see. This is Bjergsen's first time on Orianna for the NALCS Summer Split, so we'll see if he can get the command control down. He is the command shot caller for the team, so hopefully those two don't clash, because he'll be clashing with Xiao Xiao in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think this pick is really also about comboing with Jarvan, because really before, it was looking dicey for Jarvan to jump into this team. When he does have the backup of an Orianna, though, much more confidence for Amazing to jump right in there.
It'll be interesting how they do the Cataclysm cask open up. Because you Cataclysm and pop somebody out. It could be some chaos. Let's see how you guys are calling this game. According to LOLesports.com, 63% of you are saying Team Solomid are going to come out on top. But keep the voting on Twitter coming by sending LMQ win or TSM win to @LOLesports. Be sure to use those little hashtag markers. We'll be checking back with your predictions throughout the game. The chant's already coming out, and you know what acronym it is.
Everybody's cracking up, too. You can see even LMQ. Pretty much every league player cracking up.
I love that when we went to London as well, you got some of the teams like SK, they're like TSM.
It's the most recognizable chant for League of Legends, regardless of what team you're a fan of.
Yep.
Everybody uses it.
That's what happens, man. They inflicted Bay life on quite a few people.
They did.
That laid back, relaxed type of lifestyle, even when they were in New York.
When they left the Bay.
Well, they're back. They're on the Rift, and they're in-game versus LMQ. This is going to be our next matchup of the day. Let's see who's got what it takes to bring down the Nexus first. Last game, these two teams played. TSM was defeated. LMQ took the victory from red side. TSM's going to be on that side this time.
Keep an eye on this early game, especially for No Name on that Evelynn. See how, if he gets off to a good jungle start, that'll be exactly what LMQ need. And since neither team has started Sweeper, it might be easier for him to do that. Play a little safer. LMQ, though, one of the teams that almost always comes out with something planned for this level 1. Rarely do they go defensive. They're almost always grouped up as 5, looking to get extra information. TSM playing reactively. Defensive spread into a blue side invade to counter what LMQ are putting down. Glebe does get his Trinket Ward off just in time. Looking for that lane matchup. Interesting.
Both sides, yeah. Didn't see it. Nicely placed. Looks like it only took a week or so for those wards to be perfectly placed by each team.
Yeah, the spot is pretty thin where the other team won't be able to see you place it. To try and get it in there, but still get vision. Both teams do it successfully. And they got, I think they got vision of Nami there. Red ping goes down on that Nami. So LMQ get to make their choice. Go for that lane swap.
Oh,
they do.
Tango in up here.
Feel like they need it.
Wow, 86 to 14 as they start off on this. Wow. It's pretty good vote. And also, this is
Standard
going to be
lanes.
neat. Ackerman versus Dyrus in the top lane. This is the first time since 4.10 we've kind of gotten those APs against each other on the top. Usually we still get one of the tanks we've been seeing since 4.9. So that'll be an interesting matchup if we get it. And it's going to be face-to-face.
Have to back
2v2s. Uh-oh. See, in level 1, whoever starts hitting first usually has the upper hand.
Whoever has Glitter Lance, AoE damage, AoE slow, big upper hand there for LMQ. And Ackerman just charges right through that bush as well. No fear. So a slight edge to LMQ as No Name does get a slightly better start to his jungle. A little bit of a delay there for Amazing. Let's see if No Name can actually snowball this. Evelynn is one of the best junglers at snowballing early leads because she can go for invades and know that she is not seen by the other team early on, because nobody has the money to get a pink ward this early on in the game. And if Evelynn finds you when you're level 3 around a camp, using your spells trying to take down the camp, she will destroy you from the backside.
Bad news bears. Right now it's going to be red for No Name. Keeping it safe.
Smart thing there too, he lines up the minions so his Q hits both babies as well as the main red camp. It's a little bit tricky, just takes a little while to get used to. Drawing out the camp. Amazing will be that one camp behind, and we'll see if level 3 Evelynn can take advantage here. He's looking for it. That just gets a defensive ward down.
It is great to find all those little things, especially for a jungler, that'll kind of cut.
That one actually saves you a lot of time.
Cut time off
if you can
every
get
camp,
hit
then
everything.
boom, you can do it with go to Wraiths, go to Wolves, line them up. Thanks, Kobe.
No problem, Riv.
Top lane, Ackerman. Actually, Dyrus out of mana here. Seems like he wants to buy right away and get himself teleported back to lane. We'll see what he comes back with. Just another ring, keeps sustained up.
And Gragas, he has a pretty good time against bruisers, but Lulu is very annoying to lane against for pretty much anybody who's melee, even if you are this Gragas with a lot of sustain and a lot of mobility. It's not like it's going to be terrible for Dyrus, but let's just say it's annoying. It's the word that a lot of the top laners are using for Lulu up there.
Well, at least it's not Kale. Been banned out quite a few games more, coming out very nicely. Explosive shot hitting. Very good damage to start it off on Wild Turtle in the bottom lane. Just talked him up about skill shots.
There's a lot of groans from the crowd, but a backwards flay is one of the hardest things to land in the game.
Oh, yeah.
That being said, every support should be well versed in Thresh play by now. Thresh has been the top support, or one of the top supports, for a very long time. Xiao only missing one of those. Definitely has a pretty good advantage by shoving the wave. We'll see how many CS Bjergsen can pick up, though, because the wave is so big that he can actually be ahead in CS if he gets them all.
And that was LMQ's first chance to make kind of a move. You can see Glebe has now placed the ward down, not thinking the bush control was all that prioritized, or put his first priority on, but now it is. Great damage trade there coming in from Vasily.
Now Tristana, everyone always very well aware of her inherent pushing power just because of Explosive Shot, but Explosive Shot also does a good amount of damage in those trades.
Oh no!
Oh, the CS do matter.
The dose miss.
This is a whole wave here. Turtle, once again, he's in the same position as Bjergsen where, yeah, he's pushed into the turret, but he can actually come out ahead on CS because so many CS were lost in pushing for LMQ there. He barely scrapes out a little lead. And here's the invade from No Name. After he goes back and picks up some extra wards.
There's the flay. That's what they were looking for. The hardest thing to do is dodge a skill shot when you put yourself next to a wall. Wild Turtle finds that out, and he's down below 100 HP.
Can happen to anybody here. It's very difficult to consistently dodge skill shots. Yep. That's why people are so amazed by the players like Faker that have been able to perfect their skill shot dodging.
We'll see what Vasily plays this. They're not pushing it too fast.
Heal only. You also have to watch out for the Nami because
has the ward.
Exhaust and Nami heal is.
Oh my God! The ring around the Rosie. The pink ward's just above, giving No Name the knowledge to keep safe.
Yeah, but all this knowledge that No Name has gained, Amazing was just hard farming the jungle. So Amazing has got a level advantage over No Name. With those extra creeps taken out.
Let's see if they can make it back. He's actually still spending quite a bit of time down in the bottom lane. No Name will kind of provide extra effort. towards a gank. You can see Bjergsen, knowing the flow is not up, trying to get some clockwork wind-up shots on with auto attacks, but just ball movement. Good play in the mid lane. 53 to 49, still close.
And that Avarice Blade picked up by Xiao Xiao early for the stack. Whoa, flash play!
Very tough to hit a relentless pursuit. Wild Turtle knew if he put himself in the minions, he'd be a lot safer. Summoner healed down on that one, though. You got a flash out of more as well.
Good attempt. They had no name there for the follow-up damage if the CC lands. Turtle barely escaping with his life, and neither top laner having, or bottom laner having to go back for their purchases yet. Up in that top lane, Ackerman going with the mana regen early.
Yep. We'll see what the buys are. Vasily, Blade of the Rune King. To start, we see Bjergsen obviously going against Yasuo, tier for himself, and the Scrying Orb quite early.
Yeah, and I like that move, getting the tier instead of the Chalice.
Yeah.
Not only is he not going against the magic damage dealing mid laner, but also with the nerf to the Athenes, which doesn't feel as strong as before. So he's going to go tier instead, pick up a cloth armor.
You're also kind of looking at a late game anyways, right? Vasily is going to be farming all day, so LMQ is kind of focused on late game. You have time to charge up if you're Bjergsen with a tier.
Yeah, not a lot of magic damage from LMQ. Ackerman will have a substantial amount, but not overwhelming.
Yeah.
See how they can actually play around that. Now, also, with that Avarice Blade pickup, Xiao Xiao, known for constantly farming those Wraith camps, even though the little Wraiths only give 4 gold themselves, you get that bonus gold no matter what with that pickup early for him. And into Zerker Greaves, because there isn't a lot of CC that Tenacity will help him with, he's actually decided to get that attack speed, which is really important for Yasuo, as he scales so much better with attack speed.
Junglers are on the bottom side of the map here, Kobe. Looks like we may see something for Dragon soon. Standard lanes obviously slow that down a little bit, but I don't put it past LMQ or TSM to force that one out. Everybody's got 6s that really need it right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that there was no mid-game action with the second spawn of buffs.
Yeah.
Nobody went for repeat steals here, even though LMQ do have good pink ward coverage of the river, and they have Evelyn, the ability to do that. LMQ just really, they don't want to make those early game mistakes. They got caught out by Dig last time they tried to make early moves in the jungle. So they're not making that mistake this time. Go with a safe play here. Don't fall off that gank. Bottom lane, though. Way more action.
Right in the Cataclysm. That's exactly why they wanted it and didn't go for Vasily, because of his jump.
So mid lane gank only gets a flash. Bottom lane gank securing the kill here. First blood does go to Amazing. They'd rather have it on Turtle, but Amazing will be just fine because he likes to play more carry-oriented style junglers anyway. So he will be a lot more beefy. He's going with that Golem Spirit, by the way.
See that again.
So he is going to be able to jump into the next fight
Flash.
as well. Yeah, so they probably communicated that they had already burned the Flash of More, and they were like, yeah, come down here. It's pretty much a guaranteed kill. If you take out the Flash of a support, and the support's not even level 6 to throw up a box, then there's pretty much
easy peas,
guaranteed kill right there if you could Flash Cataclysm.
So TSM working off every advantage they can find throughout these lanes. It looks like they may be able to set up for Dragon on this. Glebe, but not in the right spot. The teleport coming
Amazing's recalling.
This is godlike. Oh my gosh. What a kill coming out.
It was good to go through with that recall, but it just kind of looked sad for Glebe. Everyone was like, sorry, Glebe, you're going down. I'll watch you die on the way out. But that's going to be Dragon as well for LMQ. One pick in the river.
Wow.
The patience for LMQ actually does pay off. You know, No Name had gone laying down vision instead of trying to go for risky invades. And they get the kill here. Flash early here. Can he land the Q?
Oh, wow. Bjergsen's not going to have a ton of just impact damage. He's leveling the Q for laning against Xiao Wei Xiao, so the dissonance wasn't there to explode HP bars. Dyrus is pushed out as well. And somehow, after killing more, they lose Dragon and a few members.
LMQ controlling the river. Very, very good job by them. They sort of toned back their early game aggression. Before, they always had their sights set on, at the beginning of the game, we're going to control the entire jungle. Both sides, entire map. Now, they've sort of toned it back. Okay, we are only going to work on really controlling this jungle.
Oh my gosh,
Or this
amazing!
river.
Going from lane to lane, blowing some flashes. Striking fear in the eyes of LMQ. Hopefully putting TSM back on track.
Yeah. Flash 4 Cataclysm, always worth it for the Jarvan team there. Much lower cooldown, so Amazing gets another one. But it only really matters if they can actually return and make something happen there. Gragas is great at setting up ganks, though, as you did see with his ultimate.
LMQ, knowing they have the favor in the river, go ahead and clear out any wards that they think are giving them a little bit of trouble. Pressure to the bottom lane, possibly get this turret, get this Lucian.
Yeah, the Lucian who is going for Blade of the Ruin King build. So Blade of the Ruin King build on Lucian, very smooth early build path. Whenever you go back, no matter when you get forced back, you can pick up something that will add combat effectiveness. You can get a longsword, you can get these attack speed daggers. There's all these little pieces in this Rune King Ghost Blade build that make you feel good about building this way, just because if you are under pressure, no matter what time you get forced back, you will have a substantial buy.
Yeah. And the fact that Wild Turtle's going for the same build almost helps Vasily in this manner as well. He's not facing a BF sword to the face. We saw what happened to Altec's Twitch when he tried to do that. So, kind of equaling out there, 111 to 108. Not too hard for either AD carry as we keep an eye on that lane. Still watching these top laners now as the blue buff gets a little love from TSM on the side of LMQ. That Dyrus versus Ackerman matchup, 119 to 102. So the APs going at each other pretty evenly.
Not only did they steal the blue buff, but they also drew Ackerman away from a minion wave that was at the turret.
Yeah,
so Ackerman stood around to just watch this blue buff be taken and then clear it out, but he lost out on a lot of minions up at that top turret.
Good movement by TSM, creating a bit of indecisiveness for LMQ. The wall is nicely placed. Xiao with the flow shield, and they get the hits along
Did he get
with the
global
minions.
gold right before he got zoomed out
That's
there?
a good question.
I think he still got it.
I think he would have.
The range is pretty short, though. You have to be careful because the range is pretty short. If you go too far away, you won't collect it. Pretty sure he was still in range for that one. And they go to answer the blue buff steal. Whoa, did Amazing get it with the spike? Flag, yeah. Amazing with the flag secure.
That's why long
on
guards
his
are illegal,
blue
man.
buff. It's level 2 flag, so it's not just level 1, but still ridiculously impressive there.
Almost missing that time. Wild Turtle says, I was next to the wall last time. Let's walk towards the middle of the lane. Saves himself a bit of damage. 2 turrets are now for LMQ. So with the kills and flashes, TSM has been able to kind of pop around the map. LMQ is always making a move off of that when they see Amazing somewhere. They've been getting turrets and dragons.
Yeah, really the only story that LMQ are not controlling the map is up in this top lane. That's the only area they've kind of conceded to TSM. So Dyrus, it's kind of up to Dyrus to make an impact on this game. We'll see what he can do with this Gragas, bringing so much utility. His teleport is up. Everything is pretty much available for him, and he just went to purchase his Athene, so he's got a lot more power for him if he does decide to join the rest of TSM and
Also,
make use of this advantage.
That consistency of Dyrus we were talking about a little bit before still keeps it true. Nobody's going to really give him too much hell in the top lane, but Amazing is going to provide that. Uh-oh. He's going to go ward. Does he want to? Oh! Throws it down immediately. Look at the damage he's able to provide, though. Even going with the Golem Spirit, the HP to keep himself safe, just running Ackerman right out of lane.
Yeah, he only went early on this gank because Ackerman came to check that bush.
Right.
If Ackerman had not forced Amazing to go early by checking this bush, then he would have died because Dyrus was almost there. Amazing was trying to wait for Dyrus to get in position, but his hand was forced there, and they do not pick up the kill.
See, LMQ has a good push on pretty much all of their lanes right now, so they can afford to send No Name and more top. They don't lose anything out of positioning the majority of members top lane. Glaive doing what he can to clear out this dragon. 1 minute. It's coming up.
And it was, in theory, a very good choice by Amazing to go for that. Try and return before flashes back up from Ackerman.
That's true. A little repeat visit.
But not able to pull it off because he is going that full tank Jarvan this time around. Not spending money on offensive capabilities. He's just going straight up health to try and be the main tank for his team, since Dyrus is a semi-tank here, going mostly ability power build for Gragas, not going with that Rod of Ages into Iceborne that we saw earlier.
LMQ, thoughts of map control in mind. 3 pink wards in the inventory, a few for Team Solomid, and 1 placed out. They got to keep eyes on No Name for sure. They got to be placing these wards in the exact
Good
spot.
timing here from TSM. They don't want to give up
Something
a dragon to
for sure.
LMQ. Teleport has been equalized, though. Even though Dyrus had the advantage earlier and had forced Ackerman to use his to return to lane, the lower cooldown paid off, and Ackerman will have his answer available.
Wow. Ackerman actually getting a blue elixir in that lane up top.
Yeah, just in case they do have one of these crucial dragon fights.
Right.
I really like this adaptation, actually. I think more people should start doing this, is buying those elixirs for these early dragons, because the early and mid-game dragons have really what's been snowballing these games for so many teams. It's definitely worth it to get yourself 250 gold purchase there.
It looks like they actually got everything they want. Top laners are now both level 11. As the fight starts, they come down. No Name very low. The flash! The grievous wounds. That was not the damage to be going out. He gets himself out alive. We see Vasily already going down. Wild Turtle's into the fight now, flying straight in. And it looks like he's going to be getting another kill shot. Zhao's going down, but it's by the hands of Glebe. Every member on TSM is bleeding almost right now, but they're still going.
Dyrus wants more here. That's it. All right, more walks away, though. TSM, though, Amazing's build pays off. He went full health. He was going all defensive stats this time around. And they initiated on him, and he survives it.
See that again.
Look at him. He gets hooked up. They use everything. Everybody jumping in on him. All the box goes down. He still has plenty of life. Even Ignite used. Yeah, that was heartbreaking for Dyrus there. Few HP away from getting a kill. But, man, Vasily! Wow, we talked about it so much, but this is the first time that we saw Vasily really jumping too far forward in one of the team fights. It was talked up so much during the
Vasily's aggression.
Yeah,
Vasily's
the Challenger
aggression.
League of Vasily sometimes going a little bit too deep. This time we finally do see it there on Tristana. He does get exhausted and easily turned around by TSM.
That was a big fight. Very nicely played. Gold is just about even after that. Morello Namakan on Bjergsen. He's going to be helping to cut and shut down some members. Borg gets completely caught out. That ward just over the wall. TSM, they got the security system in the bot.
Well, you got the hook on the AD carry. I guess that's a good sign for your accuracy. We got to watch out for the answer. TSM comes out way ahead.
Such a good just timing in the builds, too, for everybody coming in on TSM. Wild Turtle gets a Brutalizer. A little more damage into no armor even being built on the other side yet. So it's just working out, and power spikes for them. Very close here. LMQ tries to do a 4-man attack from the top side of mid. Looks like they're going to control with this, though. They may get some damage on the turret if TSM can't get back in time.
Their minion wave is lagging behind them, though.
Right.
So they're going to have to zone off TSM from this mid turret. They're doing a good job right now corralling TSM in their blue side jungle. They've bought time for the minion wave to arrive.
This way.
And since Bjergsen used all his mana trying to get that blue buff, Bjergsen's not here. So this is basically a 3-man defense from TSM, and they can't pull it off.
No Name's just a beast running in the face of Dyrus and Amazing over and over. Turtle, huge wards here in the bottom lane as he makes the red buff eat culling. The bottom wave is going to be called down. LMQ is going to have to respond.
TSM get bottom turret, their own blue buff for Bjergsen, and the red buff from LMQ, all for that secondary mid lane turret. Pretty good exchange for them, especially considering that minion wave down bottom is pretty much going to waste for LMQ. Nobody gets to soak it up. It's a good job by TSM. The way that you keep LMQ from farming that lane is keeping up the pressure here in mid. They're forcing LMQ to keep all resources here to try and defend this turret so that nobody can go get that money.
Yeah, we just saw No Name check the red, but he did not see the pink wards that are pretty much all over the jungle. TSM can definitely go for a chase fight. A nice Agony's Embrace, but no Wild Growth to follow up. Nobody was in range. The passive shots coming out from Wild Turtle, able to take down No Name. It looks like a little bit of miscommunication there.
Dyrus on the wrong side of that wind wall. Nobody can go in to help him, but they exchange. Kill off No Name.
They have to be careful. Shockwave is still up here. Glebe used that ultimate last time. Bjergsen not looking to hit anything just yet. It's all about safety in this fight. They're trying to set up the D. They know if they lose this one, they will lose that turret as well.
Wild Turtle going in again.
Ooh. Aw.
Wild Turtle taking out his frustration on that wall. That is a crooked wall. It should not be blocking my culling, so he just fires every single shot.
See this again. A wild growth would have been perfect.
Well, nobody was in range. Look at the range for the rest of your team. A lot of people say, hey, where's my team? Come on, guys. You're initiating a little bit too far forward there. Darius, though, it was a good answer from LMQ to actually pick up the return kill. Good rebuttal, getting that Darius kill. Even though Bubble misses, Amazing hits his knockup, and Turtle is there to back up the CC with damage.
That's the Yomu is finished up for Wild Turtle. He'll be putting out a few more of the culling shots, and it looks like we're going to get that static shiv most likely coming out of Vasily. It's already on to Xiao, as would be. He's looking to finish up his Blade of the Rune King soon. And Bjergsen still charging the tier, piecing together a little bit of his armor and blasting one as he's looking for power throughout the game.
Early boot upgrade there from Bjergsen as well. Really valuing mobility.
A little bit of alacrity speed.
Wants to be able to work around this Yasuo. Dodging is very important for them because, as we said,
such a dance to be had in the mid.
Don't want to get locked up.
For an Ori.
Still working on his Zanya's as well. Looks like he's going to forego that until the late game. Try and upgrade his Seraph's Embrace first.
LMQ trying to put on some ward pressure. The pings are going down. It doesn't look like they're going to get too much information off of this. Pink ward's still in the bottom lane if they ever need to go back to that. TSM is holding mid, though.
Yeah, what LMQ do have with Xiao is a very strong split pusher. Yasuo, one of the strongest split pushers in the game currently. Now that he's got his 2-item spike of the Static Shiv and Blade of the Rune King.
Whoa.
He goes for it, but the rest of the team.
Beautiful focus coming out of Team Solomid. It's a one after the other engage. It's going to take Wild Turtle's culling to finish it off. They do lose the top turret, but where is Xiao coming from? Quickly darting down from the top side. He knows it's only Wraiths now, as it looks like he's going to head back towards the turret, knowing there's real no engage.
Since there's no Static Shiv on Tristana yet, they don't have substantial wave clear, and No Name gets caught right there. If you do split push, it's up to the 4-man squad not to get caught out like that. And too bad for LMQ as No Name goes down under the turret. Darius was even starting to shove that bottom lane, but he joins the rest of the team as they now have the extra man on the field. Easily can chase LMQ off of this one. Careful.
Oh, hello. Xiao getting a little ahead of himself here. Yeah, he'll have the lantern to get out, but it seems like there's always a bit of distance that can't be made up by the rest of LMQ when somebody wants to initiate so far. Just a little back and forth. Looking at the lanes, it's actually quite even. About 20 CS if a lane does have a discrepancy, but the kills really giving TSM a 2,000 gold lead along with some of these dragons. We'll see that in 30 seconds. It doesn't look like anybody's really on point for that. Movement.
TSM also have more easier turrets available to them to take.
Right.
Since LMQ have taken more of these outer turrets, TSM actually still have an outer turret for them to take with that LMQ top lane. So they could even further increase that gold lead. Once they get Dragon off the table, they want to take away the objective that's on the bottom side of the map first, and then go up and claim that global globe of the top side. Right now, though, LMQ really have a good amount of vision control still around the river, around this dragon. TSM going to have to work to clear it out.
Good clears indeed. And we were saying a little bit before, Kobe, those elixirs coming out for a little advanced power in the fight. Looks like Bjergsen decided to throw one.
Good flank here from No Name.
Agony's Embrace to come down. He hits a nice one. The Wild Growth onto him. They finally get the Agony's Embrace. Wild Growth. There's the cast going down. Dragon's going to be smited out by Amazing. TSM coming out on top so far. They do lose the support. That's a bit of the sustain they're going to be looking for. Amazing Cataclysms the team. He's trying to help right now. Bjergsen on the outside. Ball over the wall. Trying to throw out the damage. Fired back. Vasily gets a very nice shield. And the short hopscotch. He tries to go for a leapfrog, but trips over something there. And the rest of the team's going to clear out a 3 for 2. LMQ coming out on top of that. Uh-oh, Darius may not be able to get this. The flash, the ultimate coming in as well. Ackerman's going to lock down and secure the kill onto that. So overall, a 4 for 2. LMQ
it's
making
not
moves.
done yet here. Bjergsen's still working around the outside of 3 members of LMQ. He's got so much speed, though, with the boot upgrade as well as Dissonance. Ackerman's hot on his heels.
Your ball movement is under 2 seconds.
Oh.
Your ball is under 2 seconds. You can dance around people. This is completely an out skill if he can do it. And it looks like they are actually going to give up with that damage they just saw into Ackerman.
All right, we definitely need a replay of that one. Because at the beginning of this fight, I believe Dyrus ults in only Thresh to the team. They have to wait for the wind wall. Drag goes down for Amazing, so that's big. Yeah, he ults in Thresh. And the hook still lands onto Turtle. And Thresh wants to be that close to your damage anyway because he puts up a perfect box, which zones out Bjergsen for most of this fight. That's a lot of damage that TSM are missing when Bjergsen's not there. Vasily once again going in. This time he doesn't pay for it, but does not know that Dyrus has his flash up, so short hop looks a little silly. However, after that, Xiao does a great job of using the dash of Yasuo to get over the wall going through white. That's a very hard dash to actually get off. You have to do it at an angle. Takes a lot of practice. And he was able to get through the wall without burning his flash, so he had the flash to actually gain the distance once he did get over the wall and get that kill onto Dyrus. Very strong Yasuo mechanics from Xiao.
In a very intense moment as well.
Yeah.
We saw...
Get one shot at that, or else it's too late.
And he gets out of this, actually draws 4 members of Team Solomid. They'll get the turret out of this, but they were also looking for a Yasuo. This should be good golds for them. They can get some ward control over onto Baron here. 28 minutes into the game. Dyrus keeping himself safe. Figured if Vasily's jumping on me, there's probably somebody else around.
Showing up mid lane here. LMQ do have the split push going for them as Turtle is trying to get some work done for TSM. There they go. Dragons off the field. They go up and get that top global gold. Secure an increased lead here. 3K for them. Can they stop the LMQ 5-man barrage, though? Turtle not in position.
Damn, those rockets just draining turret HP. That's going to be going down. We see those second-tier outer turrets a little too hard to secure if you're a little behind in the fight prowess area. Clearing it out, they still have that Orianna, they still have the culling and a Gragas once they get waves to the inhibitor turrets. So it still could be hard for LMQ to make it past that front line.
Such an interesting build here from Bjergsen too, because he was laning against the attack damage, physical damage carry. Going with double shields, he'll have the Zhonya's active available for him for defense, plus the Seraph's Embrace shield. So we'll see how dangerously he plays the next team fight, since he has so many shields to rely on. He can actually play pretty aggressively.
Now both teams trying to feel each other out. TSM looks like they want to try and write a story of a Baron fight. LMQ's just on the outside here. We've seen what Xiao can do. He's not afraid to go into 4v1. Baron attempt, but Moore getting caught out another time in this game. He is going to be going down. No, that wind wall finally goes down to the end. Somebody finds the hit. It's the Clockwork wind-up passive coming in for Bjergsen. They're still in and out. There's not much vision. You can see Vasily just placing the ward. So TSM was kind of playing the fog of war game right there to get themselves a kill.
Yeah, and then Amazing traps Xiao in a cage where he's unable to escape. Whoa, he finds a little bit of answer there for himself, though.
Some pretty big damage from Xiao right now. Amazing's forced to back. Doesn't absolutely mean Baron. They don't have more, so everybody else is going to back, but they cannot leave it completely open. You see Ackerman making sure that everything's clear. He sweeps out a ward onto Baron. Vasily's going to push mid so they can have vision farther in, because right now a lot of the LMQ deep wards have kind of fizzled out and been cleared. See if TSM can get themselves back into this one. They're up 3,000 gold, but they've lost 4 members in one of the last fights. TSM, rather Amazing, getting pushed out in that last engage from Xiao. If LMQ can keep finding these little picks, the turrets aren't going to be a problem for them when they get there.
Yeah, LMQ's strength that they had 10 minutes ago is still there. Xiao on Yasuo. He's got 300 CS. He's almost working on the 3rd item for the Trinity, the all-important Trinity of Yasuo items. Infinity Edge, Static Ship, and Bork. So he is still a strong split pusher, even though overall LMQ have less gold. Xiao can make it happen if he is isolated versus someone. He doesn't have teleport though, since he's the mid laner, not running with it. Plus hitting level 16. He's got a pretty strong boost here. Let's see if they try and separate him and force TSM to make a call to deal with him.
Well, Dyrus just cleared bottom lane.
10 seconds,
Stick
Dragon.
in mid. Yep, 10 seconds is Dragon. Vision is really no one's right now. You can see the sweepers going down. LMQ's there. They've placed all the forward wards. Great standard coming in from Amazing. Gives them a bit of vision. You can see him push forward now. Pressure's on.
No Name in a great flank behind.
Oh, he keeps the entire team on the backside, and then he flag tosses out. What a fight from Team Solomid. The Calling's going to start pushing them back. Amazing to start this one off. Dyrus gets a quick bump, and the Ardent Blaze does not catch. But for Team Solomid to come out strong on that one, taking out No Name gives them a big lead here. LMQ now reassessing the fight. Low mana for Ackerman. Xiao looks like he go in strong, but does not have the chance to.
What a job by Amazing. He's gone full tank build, so he's mostly utility Jarvan. Plays it perfectly with the Cataclysm, and then jumping back out to corral this LMQ team. Whoa!
Very close.
Yeah, Turtle given just as good as he gets.
Turtle's been a little crazy lately as well. We can remember his last Corky game, Valkyrieing over a blue wall to face a 2v1 situation and come out alive. He's not afraid of being aggressive. Let's take one more look at this.
So No Name comes in, separated from the whole team, 3-man Cataclysm, flag drag combo out, double knockups on the No Name. Just gets bounced around. Turtle actually backs off there while Dyrus and I believe Glebe continue that aggression, and they don't actually get another kill, but they do get the Dragon because they killed the jungler. So they knew they had smite advantage. No Name not on the field, so Amazing follows up his good Jarvan play with a good smite, securing some more gold to tack on to the global lead for TSM.
Finally using that to get some kills for themselves, coming out very big on that fight. It looks like that 5,000 gold lead is going to be what they need to start finishing a lot of those core items. The Infinity Edge, that Rabadon's build for Dyrus has been up there quite a while, but that Void Staff now coming in.
And I like that TSM are not just tunneling on items for combat either. They've got 4 sweepers now. They've got 3 members with pink wards. They're keeping that extra spot for everybody except for Turtle, so they can have some sort of ward. Amazing, starting it off on Xiao.
Very different attack. Xiao being able to just do whatever he wants. That crowd control for Team Solomid has been very big. Without Cataclysm, they are losing this one. It's pure chaos. Ackerman even jumps in. Vasily flashes forward in the fight. Wow, Turtle can put out big damage, but can he do 3 more members? Blade of the Rune King, he gets the double kill. Wild Turtle with the Orb Walk comes out huge. Vasily's already flashed. He's already rocket jumped, but he could go down here. Slowed down by Dyrus, and he's gonna take the high road. Just a few shots for Wild Turtle. He's getting out off the minions. He misses the Ardent Blaze. It's going to be a few more shots, but it's the long walk. LMQ's not going to be able to finalize anything off of this. They're forced to just now push the waves.
Always fun to watch those little duels. Wild Turtle able to answer back too, but that was really TSM trying to salvage something from a horrible, horrible situation for them. Dyrus again, this time around he only got 1 person with ult again. I think it was more second time around. Gotta aim those a little bit. Let's take a look here. So they start off on Xiao. Bjergsen doesn't get time to use his Zhonya's. Keep a close eye on Bjergsen here. He gets taken down to half, then knocked up, chained into Yasuo ult, and dies before he hits the floor. At that point, it's a TSM on the run here, and they think they've got Turtle behind. But what an answer here in the duel. Using that Blade of the Rune King build. Barely getting out of range of the Yasuo ultimate. And as we know how that long chase ends.
Going down right away. Great plays coming in from LMQ. TSM, though, you can see they're still headstrong. They want these engagements, and they've been going quite well for them. They're able to kind of repair that with some Wild Turtle kills coming out. We'll see if they can do it once again. The mid lane was really just the central of that fight, just going down. Very odd to see teams just pull out a mid lane fight this far.
Yeah, I think that one really highlighted Dyrus. He's gotten this full AP build for Gragas. All right, here, Baron almost dead though.
Oh my gosh! What a death sentence! Amazing, had no idea how to get over the wall after that one.
Yeah, there was a pink ward in that bush, so he knew they had vision, and good job by Moore lining up his hook straight with Amazing, not letting him into the Baron pit. Very good pickup for LMQ. Even though they're behind in gold, they do have the pressure once again. See if they actually overreach though, because as we said, the extra gold from this lead here of global gold from TSM, manifesting itself in some very core items. Yeah, had vision, so he's got an easy line to throw his hook, and just for good measure, flays him back afterwards.
What a play coming in for more. Whether he's on Morgana, whether he's on Thresh, he's always doing a few things to put the team back in the lead. Ackerman clearing out pink wards. Baron ticking on LMQ. They kind of have a sigh of relief, but are still ready to put the pedal to the metal as they come out of base. We know LMQ is a team to never stop fighting.
Yeah, this man on the screen right now, though, Dyrus, gonna have to make those ultis count. As we said, full AP build here so far. Not as much cooldown reduction as the tank Bruiser Gragas, and also obviously can't sustain as much damage, so
yeah,
he's got to make those couple of spells count.
These are pretty long fights. So, like you're saying, Kobe, that matters even more. Figure all of the stats that can be added to somebody. We saw it happen to No Name, put on the locket, Ackerman's wild growth throughout that last fight, and they are gigantic. Causes a lot of chaos throughout the fight.
LMQ grouping up here with an Ackerman split push, 4-1. Actually gonna wait for the red buff here. Silly. Almost hit that level 18 max range Tristana. Finally coming into his own here.
Got it.
Steal on the way out. And Amazing has had some very flashy plays. Definitely improved his Jarvan play from last time.
Yeah.
Deserves some props there for putting in the
champion
work.
pool altogether. Absolutely.
Dragon's up though, and that should be LMQ because they've been able to scrub most of the vision off the map. Even though TSM have this one lonely ward, they can't get through their own blue jungle to try and contest. Because the Baroned up squad of LMQ running interference, able to keep them off. And that's almost enough to bring LMQ back to even. Very close now.
Got about a minute and a half left on Baron coming in for LMQ. Slow rolling onto the base.
Basically the max effectiveness of Xiao Xiao as well. Like we said, that trinity of Yasuo items has been completed, and he's even got his defensive Banshee's Veil on top of it. It's about as strong as you get with Yasuo. You can add one more item.
That barrel just disappeared in the wind.
Yeah, you can block Gragas' ultimate as well. So we'll be looking at quick timings from those wind walls.
TSM up in gold, defending in their base. Last time these teams played, 43-52 was the end of the game. And that was with that 43-35 LMQ taking the inhibitor. So it was straight for the win after they got into the base. This time, Team Solomid's holding strong, up in gold, and they have been able to get a few kills in these fights. But is it going to be enough? LMQ with another Baron attempt could be all they need to push to the last final defense.
Yeah, this last Baron was crucial because it not only brought their gold levels back up, but it got them the level 18 Trist.
Yeah.
This is really what LMQ have been working towards pretty much the whole game. As Yasuo starts to cap out, Trist will just overtake everybody in the whole game. As soon as he can make that Infinity Edge completed here, huge boost for LMQ because he already has Phantom Dancer and Last Whisper. There it is, the 4-item Trist with max range.
Right.
All LMQ have to do now is play the team fight fairly safe because nobody's going to outdamage Vasily from the back line.
Right. And with this kind of stall out, why? Well, Baron could be coming up, I say, 2 or 3 minutes, I should think. Vasily not split pushing again. They've kind of organized it together. Is it because Amazing's initiates have just been so on point?
Careful here. Flank around from No Name. Once again, this is the fight they want. They've got the Trist items.
Gonna be able to get it. Wild Growth goes in. That's what we were looking for last time again. Culling goes out. He flashes the wall. Doesn't finish the passive shots. He actually walks it off. Ackerman's gonna take a piercing light. Kill not going in as he flashes away. Turtle way too close to the fight. Vasily dives in. He's gonna get hit up by some Nami damage, but it's not gonna be enough to really deter anything. The kill on to Wild Turtle. LMQ starts to clear out.
Rough fight for Turtle there. He flashes over to try and finish off Evelyn. Doesn't get the last double hit onto No Name to kill him. And then on his way, working his way back to the fight, he gets cut off. All right, there's the knock up into Yasuo ult, and immediately so much damage from TSM, as you can see, force him out. But he doesn't get the kill, and then trying to come back around here, gets cut off. Xiao goes in with the active Blade of the Ruin King, and Vasily firing away from the back. Too much damage.
That's what LMQ is waiting for, this late game. Like you said, getting the Trist up and built to 18. 4-1 and 4 for Vasily. First play coming in on Tristana, and he is making it work. And seems like his aggression has come out a little more on Tristana too. Maybe the safety of Buster Shot once you do get to your target makes him feel a little safer.
Yeah, we haven't seen that complexity Trist plus Yasuo quite yet.
Yeah.
But they've been relying on the safer
Trist set.
The safer knockups. Good Lulu ultimate in the last one. I don't think at this point they want to risk one of the Tristana all-in Buster Shot combos, so they'll keep Vasily safe and siege up at the turret.
Still could get a nice Cataclysm Command Shockwave combo coming in from Team Solomid. LMQ pressuring this turret, and TSM, you'd be worried.
A bonus of Dyrus going this full AP build for his top lane Gragas is that they do have really substantial wave clear on TSM. They can buy time. They've got Orianna, they've got Gragas, plenty of AoE magic.
You aren't finding too much magic resistance coming out of LMQ. Amazing! The one to be hooked again, played out of another. Flag and drag by Moore.
Purely a Moore highlight reel right there. Perfect hook, perfect flay. And they get the kill for it right when they needed it. Great vision control, and TSM don't contest. They try and shove up mid. It's a pretty good call because they don't want to face check Baron, but it's even with the right call, they don't have the minions to make the push. And all they get is a red buff for their troubles.
What hooks by Moore. LMQ is making this work. TSM amazing. He's one of the tankiest guys on the team. He's going to be the one checking wards. It's something you got to do. They were even in a buddy system, but Moore is just threading the needle and hitting the flays when they need to be hit. 2 out of 5 dragons, both Barons going over to LMQ now. And if they even want to, in 40 seconds, they can take the next dragon probably.
Well, they can get this turret, that's for sure. Everybody in position already. Splitting up here, sending Xiao to do his split push work at mid. Keeping the 4-man squad safe here. There's so much that LMQ can use to keep people off of Vasily in the backline with both Lulu and Thresh. They have a very good disengage for the 4-man squad that can buy time for Xiao split.
He's starting to build up a bit of defense. Looks like bottom lane's going to be pushed out quite well. LMQ is just waiting, biding their time now. Back with Baron, back with the full built-up stats, and only a few more turrets to take out. TSM, they've definitely proved difficult getting into the base, making that a very hard task for LMQ to get in.
Yeah, pretty much they just have to watch out for the game-changing shockwave from TSM.
Still haven't really seen one.
Yeah, TSM still have that chance. If they can get a very good shockwave grouping people up, they can rack up all members of LMQ, bowling pins, and then Dyrus will knock them down with his ulti. But that would require LMQ grouping up, and they do not look like they want to play into that strategy for TSM.
Right. Multiple times LMQ, we've seen them just be able to disperse a fight that you want to have them balled up right in the middle.
As long as they spread out for that team fight, keep Vasily away from Xiao. Should have the advantage here. Again though, wave clear from these dual AP solo laners is massive.
Yep.
Not to mention if they get really into a bad spot, they've always got the culling to rely on.
Hard freeze in mid. There we go. 46 on the clock. This one's definitely getting up there. We've already passed the previous time that these two teams face off.
And I think this game is really important for LMQ. They're showing people that they can play more controlled games than people have been giving them credit for. A lot of the teams have been saying, yeah, LMQ falling off after the strong early showing. But they had a very controlled early game, and their late game here is shaping up quite nicely, working well with this end game Tristana.
It looks like they're starting to make some moves too. Finally. Getting a little bit of pressure on the game. Good wards coming out from Team Solomid. Keeping their vision up.
Oh,
whoa! Finds a hole in the turtle shell. Great shot coming from Vasily there. Looks like they have a wave quite far off. So really, they're just kind of stalemated for a moment. Looks like bottom lane will be pushed out by Xiao to get the split push continued. Top lane's also in that spot to have as well.
Yeah, LMQ definitely taking their time. They don't want to have to funnel in through the small opening of the inhibitor turret pathway there.
This is like a let's super make sure we don't make any mistakes. They're really taking this one slow and steady.
Was a good job by Turtle though. Instant culling to buy himself time to back and heal up. Very low cooldown on that, so he will have it for the next fight.
Lichbane on to Ackerman. Finally, these guys are really starting to sort out the items. We got mostly 5 items around the map. That means turrets are going to be going down a little bit faster with his auto attacks after the abilities, as well as Vasily from that long range is throwing on the rapid fire. $78,000 to 73. It's 5K. It's what LMQ is working with right now. That's why it looks so scary to get inside the base.
Yeah. Remember, at this stage, level 18 Tristana has a 703 range. Oh. Good disengage. The only... Oh, the hook on the Glebe!
There's the ultimate coming in. That was a little back and forth. LMQ didn't exactly want the full initiation. Great damage coming in. Was activated on the Yobus. Wild Turtle coming up big with a kill. The Cataclysm just misses on the flash out from Xiao. He was very low, but Team Solomid do defend the base. But that inhibitor turret is in shambles.
Turtle just dumping out damage here. Two members on the chase here. Takes down Xiao so low, and then Ackerman gets destroyed. One combo. What a lantern, as amazing as trying to do.
I don't think I've ever seen that interaction. Pretty funny. 80,000 gold, still a 5,000 gold lead for LMQ. A minute and a half on to Baron, looking better for Team Solomid to really get an impact on that. We've always mentioned the Gragas red side. A lot of people say Gragas red side, watch out for the Baron. It's not the huge damage you still used to get out of him, but it's still enough to really cause chaos in that Baron pit.
Yeah, you know, especially since he's built that full AP.
Right.
It's really dangerous with the Orianna plus Gragas combo. Even if they don't manage to steal Baron, they can destroy pretty much everybody else who's balled up inside. Said that LMQ don't want to group up during a team fight. They get inside that pit, could be very dangerous for them. That being said, you know, they got the main objective of that last Baron push. They got down the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. That was what they were working so hard towards. So it was a very big success for LMQ, even though they lost Ackerman in the process.
Items getting built up. Take a look at the supports. This would be our first in North America. Glebe throwing out the Ardent Sensor. He's going to have that. Help the team out. Whoa, Amazing goes to the back line. No Name is the first one in, but that's not the wild gold they wanted, possibly. Great shots by Vasily's range to tape out Glebe. Wild Turtle gets hit up immediately. That's the shockwave they may have been looking for. Vasily's forced to jump out of the fight. Where's Turtle's damage? It's gone. 70 seconds on the clock for him, 60 seconds for more, but that's 2 TSM members down. LMQ is still very low coming out of that fight, so very neck and neck.
Bold move there by Vasily to go in, take advantage of the small window in between cooldowns. Gets the kill and the reset to hop back out. Whew, very big play for them.
Big thing that nobody came out strong enough to do Baron.
This positioning here from Turtle. It's up to Turtle to do a lot of the damage for the team, so he has to be up front here, but he gets caught by the Xiao, has to burn everything to jump out. Hop in, flash, and then reset to hop out just in time. Amazing's cooldown just came back up for that flag and drag. 3-man defense here, plenty of AoE magic.
Playing with fire right now. Oh my gosh, Ackerman's so low, almost gets taken down by Amazing. Bjergsen on the outside with a few shots, but they just bait him in. Now 70 seconds on the smite to come out. Dyrus is the only hope here.
Can he do it? Nope.
That was very close, though. Good smite by No Name. Third Baron of 3 going over to LMQ. 51 minutes in.
And did you know, Rib, that nowadays if you leave that barrel from Gragas on the ground, it will actually ferment and do more damage.
Yeah.
As it lays there.
It's all stinky. You see that happen when they do blue in the early game.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, that does good damage to the little guys. Very nice. Little changes that quality of life.
You don't usually get to see that actually have an effect, but on stationary targets like Baron or blue buff.
You're always just popping it. Nobody's going to stand still. 15-15. That's pretty close. But the gold, that is telling a different story. 7-4 as well in turrets. The map control just being squandered out here on the side of TSM. LMQ finding what they want. They finally got into the outer ring of inhibitor turrets with the bottom one down. So where else should they be? Now with Baron for the third time, they're going to put some pressure in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they got what they want all right. A max item Tristana. It's pretty much what every team would like. Vasili's got full power, all 3 buffs as well. The only thing he's missing are the dual elixirs.
Yeah. Drink them all. So we still have the wave clear. Oh my gosh, Bjergsen gets caught up. This is the focus now. Do they wait for Bjergsen? Do they keep going in the fight? He does not get popped up again.
Good shot,
another hook! One after the other! More coming up so big this game. Like you said, Kobe, a highlight reel over and over again for them. LMQ now going to run amok in TSM's base.
Yep, second inhibitor turret going down. Second inhibitor. They could finish the game after this push. See if TSM can do a 4-man defense here.
You got 70 seconds on those death chambers, Kobe. It is very hard to even want to go into fight knowing Bjergsen's down. This isn't a retribution kill. This is a going for broke attempt right now for Team Solomid, and you can even see they may not be able to cash these jacks.
Yep. Amazing's combo is also down now, so LMQ don't even have to worry about the Cataclysm.
LMQ just going back and forth. 30 gold. Vasily almost gets it. Ah, 26 gold. He does. He does. More getting everything the team needs right now. They slowly push into the Nexus turrets. The last 2 standing. Dyrus gets taken down. And it looks like it's going to be the jumping from Vasily trying to explode. That's the combo of Tristana into Yasuo. They were ready for it that time. They wipe out Team Solomid. Amazing tries to do a little bit of a flag and drag back into the game. Ackerman on the turret, and it's going to be LMQ taking down Team Solomid 2 times in a row now in the summer split at 54 minutes.
Well played by LMQ. The deadliest spoon I've ever seen this time around.
Yeah.
Max item Trist, they effectively got there.
They can see them. They're communicating like they were talking about their mistakes as well. That's not one of those let's get up and hug. That's one of those let's get up, relax, sigh of relief games. All in all, it was a well-played game because LMQ kept in mind what they were going to do. They had a tryst for late game. I think they went for late game at 54 minutes. They knew what they had to do. They kept the priorities in order.
Especially more. Great hook coming out from him.
Wow. Good call.
All these guys really enjoy playing against each other as well. Bjergsen and Xiao Xiao, who are both looking forward to this game. Vasily giving Turtle a hug as well.
Yeah. Vasily giving the fans some aggression, too. Definitely
both 80 carries
going hard
we're
in
making
this game.
Solo plays.
Yeah. Solo plays indeed. Vasily, first time on Tryst, jumping around saying king me after a few plays, getting all the resets that he needed. You can see the rest of the team playing quite well. The first time we're actually able to see like a Lulu Gragas top lane. Obviously, it's not going to be Kale getting banned out every game, but Gragas faring quite well on, like you said, what most top laners just kind of say, Lulu is annoying in this matchup. The glitter lance, the auto attacks. Dyrus, again, played consistent, but the whole team couldn't come together for TSM this time. LMQ was really putting their foot down.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't actually have the impact that they really wanted for that. A couple of times only ulting more. Not exactly what TSM were looking for, and is these small things in those team fights that turned it against TSM. Close game. Pretty close game there for a while.
You look back and you kind of got the same result out of when Ackerman played it, right? It wasn't super impactful. It could throw some people around in fights, but it didn't change the game. So we got to see what people can keep doing. Still, obviously, loved in other regions of gameplay, and they're playing it up to the wins in both columns.
People still haven't settled on a
consistent build for
Yeah,
Gragas.
that's true.
Darius opting with something different this time around.
Everybody thinks they're right in the beginning when a new patch comes out. To break down LMQ's victory, let's send it over to Freak and Jat at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. This time we are joined by just ourselves because I just like your company so much. I don't want to share you.
Yeah, we can break down this game a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So start with picks and bans then. Kind of interesting setup. So basically, first pick Lulu for LMQ, a champion. No one's really surprised to get first pick there for the top lane. Also, Nami Lucian getting picked early on for TSM. And ultimately, LMQ comes out with a pretty Yasuo-based comp. Right? You've got 3 people who can help Yasuo get knockups: Thresh, Tristana, and the top lane Lulu as well.
Yeah, and it was actually a really long time into the game before they were able to get that. But as far as picks and bans just go, it's a little bit funny how when the Lulu was first picked, especially with 2 jungle bans, no one prioritized the Evelynn, really. LMQ ended up sneaking that on the backside, and it's not like Amazing's had big-time performances on Jarvan yet. He did a little bit better this game, but it still looked a little bit lackluster overall.
It's weird because the champions picked here, like the top lane mages that are grabbed, the new Gragas and Lulu, they're not the same level of threat as people like Yasuo, Tristana, Lucian, Kayle. Like, they're kind of both 2.5 threat teams is the weird thing, where you can really just say if you kill the 2 backline squishies, which is Bjergsen Wild Turtle or Xiao and Vasily, you kind of remove the damage output there. It's not old Gragas, and Lulu never had that kind of burst damage. And so you were back to these sort of 2 threat teams where like the tanks dive in, you're like, okay, but where's the follow-up? And oftentimes there wasn't much.
Yeah, not to mention the really mobile composition that LMQ had, which made Shockwaves very difficult to land for Bjergsen. But even with all that, TSM had a pretty good advantage early. And we're going to show a few clips about how they got there.
Yeah, so we can pull up the first replay we have, actually. One of a couple of clips here. This is one of the mid lane fights. Actually, this might be one that
This was the turnaround, actually. So this is the moment where TSM had a pretty big lead, but then the initiation goes really wrong, combined with the fact that this is the first time LMQ got the initiation we wanted. I mean, we had that whole pregame about Xiao actually aggressing up against Bjergsen. This was the first time we really got to see the impacts of it.
All right, so you come in on this fight, and really amazing over dives, and he's tanky, and as you talked about, TSM being ahead.
Roll this clip.
Yeah, we can go ahead and roll it right here. But TSM, they still feel like they're ahead. They feel like there's enough follow-up. They've got some burst there. But the problem is, like, this is like great dodging by Xiao. It gets around from everything. The wind wall separates it, and they're able to reach, like, finally, the flash jump in, the knockup from Lulu. They finally reach the back line, and there's no damage left afterwards.
And it was a very missed ultimate by Darius as well, which ended up allowing LMQ to really jump on. If it wasn't for the spectacular play of Turtle right here, it would have been a complete landslide. He just dodged out so many spells and ended up making this a delayed 3-for-2 instead of what should have basically been a 3-for-0.
Yeah, and honestly, Wild Turtle did a very great job early in mid-game there. And of course, his individual plays have all been awesome, and he did one of the standard Lucian builds of Ruin King Yomu's, and that's fine. He itemized Weird afterwards. I think we'll get to that point later, because we're still going to talk about the team comps for a bit, but we will touch on TSM's item choices later on, because those guys suspect.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about this game is how you and I were talking about it. It was very swingy in multiple directions, because we just had a whole bunch of glass cannons in this game. Every item the Turtle built until he sold his Yumus for Randuin's was offensive. So we saw him blowing up Ackerman in about half a second. But then, if he makes one small mistake, he gets 2-shot or 1-shot. By Vasily or Xiao. So it really created a place, even though LMQ had a much stronger late game composition, because everyone was so glass cannon, it made it so TSM would have small opportunities to turn.
Sure, if you make any individual misplay, if you miss your wind wall, if you don't land the hook, you don't lantern out, Shockwave means you die. And it's one of the tricky things when you can kind of pair the champions as well, where you've got Xiao and Yasuo, who has to be so particular about the fights he goes for. And I know we talked about the fact that LMQ weren't finding their way in a lot of times. Like, you can flash in with Evelynn, hit a Lulu ulti, and just go in. Like, you can just choose to start a fight, and you're going to get somebody with that almost for sure. You can Tristan ult the Jarvan, and you can jump off that. The fact that LMQ didn't go in was, one, good play by TSM, and two, not just going in for no reason. Right? Xiao is an incredibly smart player, an incredibly good one overall, and the fact that he's like, I'm going to wait till we find the right targets, play defensively, wind wall some of the sieges, hope we find our way in. A little bit like Complexity's win over C9, where they would wait for the right targets in a lot of these cases, right? Once they hit the backline, they'd go in. And just being able to temper that aggression until the right time was, I think, a very good mark for them. And then they did find the right targets, right? You saw them catch up Bjergsen or catch up Wild Turtle, and then you saw how explosive it was when they could hit the right targets.
Yeah, I agree with that. We have another clip as well
Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah, we pull up our second replay. This is another one of the great fights for LMQ. I think this one might be them getting Turtle. I forget exactly what happened.
This was an incredibly close fight. This was basically where No Name came in from the back flank, and for a moment it looked like TSM was going to be turning this. If we could actually roll this clip a little slowly as the initiation happens. Notice how Bjergsen got his Zhonya's before Xiao Xiao came in, so he was effectively safe in here. And this is actually an opportunity for TSM to turn the game around. Wild Turtle just missed out half an auto attack on a No Name. And there were so many people in this fight that if a few minuscule things went better for Wild Turtle, it would have been okay. He missed by one auto attack on 2 separate kills, which allowed LMQ to close in on that one and gain even more of a stronghold.
Yeah.
With the swinginess of these fights, so much could have happened in this game with TSM plays a little bit crisper in a few spots, and they actually are the ones winning this game because the gold was at a point where it was seemingly like the Lucian and the Orianna against the
Yasuo
Trist, exactly, because Gragas and Lulu actually ended up being somewhat supportive. I never saw those great ultimates by Gragas.
No, not really. You never saw the real big setups there.
So much of it was because of the incredible mobility of the LMQ composition. We talked about it a little bit. They had the flank ability in their team comp because the only way they want to play this is with Eve coming back from behind. Yasuo flies in by himself. Trist is spaced as well. Thresh is somewhere on the side.
Yeah.
No way when they're doing their optimal team fight are they in place for a multi-man shockwave.
Yeah, none of the 2 threats are ever going to be in the same place. Like, they're just going to make sure that never happens. That's good on by LMQ. I do want to follow up. You were talking about if little things went better. I want to get to the TSM itemization point.
Okay.
Because Bjergsen was at 4 items, still no Void Staff. Wild Turtle was at 4 items. Like, he bought Trinity Force 4th item. And to be honest, Trinity Force is a good 2nd item. It is a power spike item to say, like, I have BT Triforce or Ruin King Triforce, and the base damage is high enough because the proc damage barely scales at that point that you can bully people out because your 2 items are better than their 2 items. Like, you will spike above, like, I-Edge Zeal will be inferior to, like, Ruin King Yomu's or to, like, Bloodthirst or Triforce. But once you've got Infinity Edge and Yomu's Ghost Blade and things like that, like, buy a Phantom Dancer, buy a Last Whisper, get 60% crit chance, get a bunch of Armor Pen, and then destroy people. And so you saw in the team fight that we saw a second ago, right? Wild Turtle gets guys to like 1/3 health, and it's like, man, if you had crit one more time, he was dead. And time and again, he's missing that just barely. And that's when you make a mistake in itemization, that's what happens. Now, these players are very good, but they're new to the patch, and not everyone spends 7 hours doing math like I do. And so not everyone's going to know right away, like, hey, don't build late Triforce, because the value of crit when you have IE is so high. Buying a 3,700 gold item with 10% crit is a waste of money.
Yeah, it definitely felt a little bit like they got trapped into their item builds. They wanted the Morel and Omicron with the Cheers, so he finished that, and then he got his Death Cap before his Void Staff. They had difficult trade-offs in the AP spectrum as well. But for LMQ, you know, with that victory, they have tough schedule next week as well. They face CLG and I believe Cloud9. I'll have to double check on that. But it's going to be really interesting to see how they move into next week.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it, of course. And it's a 4-game week next week as well, so a lot of prep required for everybody. Now, guys, we're going to take a quick break while the teams load in for our next battle, which is Counter Logic Gaming versus Dignitas. So don't touch that mouse. We'll be right back.
I have a pool full of Diet Coke and I'm on a diet. Diet's give me a rapper, dude.
He gets himself out alive. We see Vasily already going down. Wild Turtle's into the fight now, flying straight in, and it looks like he's going to be getting another kill. Always out, going down, but it's by the hands of Gleave. Ackerman even jumps in. Vasily flashes forward in the fight. Wild Turtle can put out big damage, but can he do 3 more numbers? He gets the double kill.
Everyone's here. I'm gonna flash out. We can win this. We can win this. Eve. He's going for Eve. Look at Yasuo. Look at Yasuo. I'm ulting. Yes. Ackerman. Okay, Kai back turtle. I'm shielding turtle. Wait out.
We still have the wave clear. Oh my gosh, Bjergsen gets caught up. This is the focus now. Do they wait for Bjergsen? Do they keep going in the fight? He does not get popped up again.
Good shot,
another hook! One after the other!
LCS. Now taking over the chair to my left is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Had Jat, now I've got you. It's actually much better. Thank you for being here with me. We want to break down what you've been talking to us about on Twitter. Now, of course, earlier today we asked you guys, who is your mid-season MVP in the North American LCS and why? Here's what you guys have been saying. At Popsicle says, hands down, it's got to be Afromu. He just makes support look so easy.
So easy. That's
easy.
the quote right there.
Yeah, he's a great player, of course. Next up, at The Real AJ Rex says, mid-season MVP is not a player, but Loco Doco. The way TSM has played after he arrived as a coach has been incredible. Well done.
Yeah, I know. We don't know how much to attribute to the team's, the individual players or to the coach, but they have definitely improved since he got here. So put two and two together, Loco Doco MVP.
Loco Doco's been doing awesome, and it's pretty true. Next up, at League of Bex says, it has to be Double Lift. He's playing great while also being consistent. He's #1 in total kills and gold per minute for a reason.
That is true. However, the consistent part, he did have a hard, rough day yesterday.
He's #1 in catching hooks. He's just getting better at more things. It's okay. Double Lift. He disappears in front of your eyes.
He's still #1 in gold per minute, and he still is top in kills, though. That's a good point.
Yeah, he's an awesome player, to be sure. Next up, at 87 Nate says, all tech for MVP makes EG a playoff threat and gives hope to see Scumbag Crepo at Worlds other than being on the analyst desk.
He's going to be there some way. One way or another, we'll see Crepo.
Which would he prefer, though? Sitting next to me in the analyst desk or, casting for you?
He would probably prefer playing.
Playing, yeah, sorry. You casting him. There we go. That's what I meant to go for. It's all right. It worked out. Now, of course, guys, if you want to chime in, send your thoughts to @LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS to join the conversation. But for me, I have my own answer because you guys, you write in, you're the real MVP. But now we're going to go ahead and throw it over to Riv and Jat. Take us into our next match. And as we go, Dignitas thinks they've got the advantage in individual skill, but CLG says it's the team with the better strategy and coordination that will win.
Against CLG, last time we made the mistake of not committing to anything, and Nidalee pretty much just took over the game. We couldn't really stop her from just throwing spears at us, so she just threw spears at us and killed us all.
The game requires more white-collar ability than blue-collar ability. You can quote me on that. You really need to understand rotations, how much you can take, how much you can do, and having vision control around the map so you can make those plays is really what makes a team right now.
It's when we start to falter is when you see us just running around just trying to get something and it doesn't look too good.
I think we just got to be a little bit smarter how we're playing the game against CLG because I think we definitely have the stronger individual players than they do.
So does that mean they think it's easy?
I don't know.
Oh.
Definitely not.
Okay.
They are taking this game very seriously.
Very seriously with most of the strongest individual players. I would. Let's get right into our next game, CounterLogic Gaming versus Team Dignitas. This is an important match for CLG as they look to reclaim their share of first place after a tough loss to TSM yesterday.
A crushing loss, really. Yesterday, CLG abandoned the tactics that have made them successful so far this split. They went back to those old school picks, like the Orianna with Tristana, but also their old play styles, which was do nothing but farm for 30 minutes and let the other team attack you. Double Lift, who has been such a great performer this split, the best AD carry in North American LCS, had his worst game yesterday, continually getting caught out of position. And maybe this is why. He was so outspoken that he thought the new patch hurt AD carries more than it helped, and they were a nerfed role. But several other carries have been thriving with the changes, and it might be a case the Double Lift is in his own head a little bit.
And meanwhile, Dignitas is coming off a big win over LMQ. They are moving forward in the standings, but have struggled to close out their weeks on a high note.
Yeah, currently their record in the last game of a week is actually 2-3, and that's really bad considering that they're 6-1 in games at the start or the middle of the week. It's almost like they lose focus halfway through. And Dignitas can't afford to make any sloppy mistakes against CLG because really, when Dignitas wins, everything goes right for them. They get a really large lead early and they just close it out because closing close games is definitely not their strength. They do not win by outmaneuvering teams, whereas CLG is more the team to do that.
That's right. We're going to check out the starting lineups as we get right into this one. On the blue side, it's going to be CounterLogic Gaming. In the top lane is Seraph. Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, AD carry double lift, and Afremu at support.
Yeah, and on the red side, it is Dignitas with Zion Spartan in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in mid. I'm a Cutie Pie on AD carry, and of course, Kiwi Kid.
And in
Bolt
today's
originator on support.
Yeah, the Bull Cut originator indeed. In today's featured matchup, we're putting Dexter and Crumbs in front and center in a battle of the junglers.
Yeah, Riv, both of these players have a big influence on the team's overall strategy. And Crumbs has said he's most comfortable playing the support style jungler who just gets the vision for the team and then helps his lanes get ahead and lets the lanes carry it from there. Whereas Dexter does have similar tendencies, but has been trending towards carry junglers and carry jungler builds. We've seen that with his Vi picks recently and the Trinity Force that he tried to build yesterday. But both of these guys have shown they can deviate from standard jungle picks as well, which would be very interesting. Dexter with Vi 3 times, and Crumbs had a whole bunch of Nocturne games earlier as well.
Right, as we jump into Champion Select, it'll be very interesting to see who really is the white or the blue collar. Who does more of the work in the office white collar, or who's kind of the nitty-gritty blue collar labor worker who can really get their hands dirty.
Above-level strategy at this point, where it's not just brawling in the lane and putting in the CS numbers.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting between these two teams because CLG, early on in the season, won so many games with minuscule gold leads. They would just outmaneuver the team, and we're all thinking, man, how good is CLG really?
Yeah.
But if they can't get even in gold, things are going to go badly. If they're ahead, of course they're going to be able to close.
And hello, top lane. Zion Spartan will not get a Jax. Kassadin on that purple side. Go figure. Fanned out slow and even on both sides. The thoughts to come in now. Neither team can be taken lightly coming into this matchup. Shifter loses Ziggs, direct bans coming out in the beginning. And a Kale as well.
I'll be really fascinated if Seraph gets to play against Zion Spartan in a 1v1 this game. Seraph has actually not had many opportunities to have extended 1v1 lanes against other North American top laners. So much of the game, especially the game that CLG plays, has been about the 2v0 lane where the top laner is completely starved and then gets to join in team fights. And this would be the moment for Seraph to potentially shine against someone like Zion Spartan, or fail, because there's not really too much that incorporates the success of a 1v1 top lane outside of the top laners themselves.
Seraph's been having a bit of trouble when left to his own divides in that top lane, has been usually needing a bit of help from Dexter. Has been able to hold off a few leads that people have gotten on him, but never one to come out for himself. Right now with the Lulu, we saw that to great effect last game. We'll see what Zion Spartan decides to pick up.
Lulu definitely becoming more of a top lane pick than a mid lane pick, but because it is CLG and Link particularly in the mid lane, we have to remember when Link was at All-Star, his go-to pick that he had success against world-class mid laners all over the place with was Lulu.
Team. Yeah.
Yep. So there's a good chance they could still run that in the mid lane, which makes mid lane choices for Dignitas have to be a little bit more generic. Like that Orianna.
Like that Orianna indeed. I figured it might just be locked in. Shifter has some pretty good control with that champion and shields. Shield on shield for both teams.
Really fits his style. He can play very safe with it when he needs to and has a lot of good defensive capabilities since he's the Shifter the unkillable pretty much.
Yeah, right.
In the mid lane. It also has a really nice side effect of blocking the Lulu-Orianna combination that a lot of teams have been liking to do, just so many shields on potentially a hyper carry. Obviously, that's the strategy CLG has kind of been going away from, but it will be still pretty good.
Well, the last time they did pick her, he went 6-0-5. That was with Cutie Pie on Lucian going 5-0-7 as well. Big plays coming out from them in their matchup when they picked up Orianna. Braum coming in. Got some bans today, but it's not going to be in the hands of Afremu this game.
Yeah, really interesting there. How far Braum fell behind. Whoa, they actually go... Never mind. For a second, I thought the CLG hadn't picked a jungler. I was like, they go for Vi to take it away from Dexter. But it's actually just them going with Vi because they want to. Obviously, Lee Sin and Elise are banned. Crumb's not a big fan of playing Eve. So at that point, you're either falling back on his Nocturne picks, which have been very hit or miss, or something we really haven't seen much of from Crumbs this split.
Yeah, that would be real tough playing a Nocturne against a Braum. You're just asking to be locked down once you get in there. So good choice coming out from Crumbs' Vi. We'll have to see if he actually goes straight damage as well. And wow, a lot of fight capability coming in those last two picks of Chronologic Gaming.
trying to lock in that Yasuo knockup synergy, which has been damn good for a lot of teams here. The Aurelia. Oh dear.
See how Aurelia matches up. Can close the gap no matter the slow that Seraph's going to put on her. But like we said, if we get that top lane matchup.
There's a lot to talk about here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it really depends on whether they decide to lane swap. Obviously, Twitch's main nerf in this patch was the fact that his base damage was lowered, and his base damage lowered, passive doesn't do as much damage, and it takes longer for him to stealth when he's taking fire. All those things combined make him much weaker in the lane, and the fact that sustain is harder to come by, and they're against a support that has sustain in Nami, make it really difficult theoretical laning phase for them. But Aphromoo and Doublelift are so good in 2v2, they might still lane anyways. And if they swap, they're going to be giving up a lot of the Dragon Gold. That's just the tip of the way these team comps are interacting.
It'll be big. If Dignitas gets any type of lead, they usually throw their foot down. So as the game's about to go live, we will see how the voting stands over at LLesports.com. It's very close, 52% going over to CLG. Dignitas could win some of that back soon.
Yeah, keep throwing those votes out throughout the game, though, by tweeting the hashtag CLG win or DIG win, because we will be updating this very close poll periodically to see how the fans are predicting the outcome.
So looking at that Doublelift Aphromoo lane, they switch it up from what the usual is. Looking at the Twitch Braum, still considering them one of the stronger lanes in North America. Faltered a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we got to remember that game, Doublelift and Aphromoo got the kill on Turtle. They crushed them early on in the lane with the Nami. It was just the hooks later on in the game that spelled Doublelift's demise, and the way CLG played the mid game. Throughout this entire split, Doublelift and Afro have been proving time and time and again that they are the best.
We'll have another chance here in week 6. Oh, the crowd is ready. And the players, they're ready.
Big games this week. Even the EG Cloud9 at the very start of the day had so much building up to it because EG had climbed so high in feeling of potential power. Cloud9 had fallen
beating the
low.
top teams from the bottom.
And now we have yet another one here where Dignitas is tied for wins with LMQ at the moment. Can regain that sole possession of first place with a win over CLG, but they fell to CLG in their first matchup in a ridiculously entertaining game.
So you can see that just about 40 seconds. That happened 2 games in a row that ward is placed. If you're the support in that brush, you can expect the blue team to be coming through around 40 if they have gone straight out of base. Good time to know. Good wards placed out by CLG. They're going to have Aphromoo place the lane check. Actually, that was Twitch already.
They're heavily scouting these lanes right now. They're really trying to manipulate the right matchup for Doublelift and Aphromoo. We have been normally seeing teams just do the 5-man defensive line. And then it's actually, since people aren't getting deep wards, pretty much straight up guesswork as to where the lanes are going. But when they place wards that deeply, it will give them enough time to at least react to the lane they want to go to. Like, for instance, when Kiwi Kid walks through this lane where the Doublelift place, they will know exactly if they want the 2v2. And since Doublelift hasn't doubled back or went anywhere else, they want that 2v2, which means we kind of get everything we hope for. It's Doublelift Afro with a slightly weaker lane against DiamondCutie and Kiwi, and the isolation matchup between Zion, Spartan, and Seraph.
Which I'm super excited to check out because of the consumable picked up by Zion, knowing it's not like instant kill power for him. He's going to stay there to get big.
Aurelia oftentimes does have to play extremely passive early on in the lane, especially against someone with the range disparity like Lulu. Early on in this lane, it is very one-sided for the Lulu.
See how Zion takes to that. We know he likes to fight. Let's see if he can keep himself out of trouble. Buff's getting taken up both sides of the jungle. And we are off and running for CLG versus Dignitas. Been watching Dexter lately. If he does not make one crucial mistake in the beginning of the game, he usually has a great game.
Yeah, it's the thing with CLG. When they've been successful this split, they are so decisive as a team, and Dexter is pretty much always leading the way. But there have been times where they just reach one step too far, which is just natural as far as growing pains of teams go. When you're making aggressive calls, you make some calls that are a little bit over-aggressive, and you get called on them. It's happened a few times for CLG.
Yeah. See if they can keep themselves away from that. Cutie Pie being first to the lane with Doublelift waiting for Aphromoo. You can see the level 2s to 1s. trying to get a few auto attacks on. Even Kiwi Kid's getting an assist on that. Great trade and damage. Double lift under the turret's not going to have any trouble, though. Now for Mu still can get those siege minions with the relic.
Ooh. Dexter's trying a very creative gank, but he gets spotted by Crumbs. He was trying to dodge the Tri-Brush ward and stop I'm a Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid from shoving up. But nice vision gaining there by Crumbs.
Crumbs clash. Knowing what the deal is. Trying to get some damage down onto Seraph. You can see the consumable being drank up with the elixir.
This is just survival for Zion until he gets a few levels under his belt. Zion's going to need about 3 to 4 points in his W before he can start taking Seraph in trades.
Just saw this matchup a little bit ago. And it looks like Link actually also leveling his ball movement to keep up with the movement of Yasuo in that lane. Very good bubble, double bubble coming down after Mu. Just with the unbreakable. Didn't even have to throw down the stand behind me. Very controlled in his actions.
Aphromoo and Doublelift have been very convinced of Braum's power ever since he's been released. Even if they don't destroy the lane, they know they can come back later on in the game. Especially around level 5, the damage from Braum's Q is often enough to kill if they can get the stun proc just once.
And Aphromoo and Link are probably, for mid laner and support, one of the best communicators for initiation. So to have the Glacial Fissure into that ultimate as well, I'm sure we'll see that.
Yeah, they play very, very well together.
Ooh, we got one in the top lane.
Paths.
One in the bottom as well. The double bubble once again. There's the teleport, though, coming down. He can't do that. He's going to leave Crumbs in the top lane by himself. PewDiePie is going to get hit up now. A very nice gank back and forth. 80 carries are lost. And Seraph being hit up. One more attack.
What a crazy
Did he bait
series
him in
of events.
with the teleport?
Potentially, but we're going to have to see both sides of this to really know exactly what happened, because specifically the bottom lane was just Doublelift and Afro getting a good trade. But in the top lane here, pretty much.
That's awesome.
It's pretty much a bait in at that point, but it did cancel the teleport.
Yeah.
So it worked in two ways. Yes, it acted as a bait, but Zion actually wanted to go down there. Because if he was down there, they would have been able to pick up the 2 kills in the bottom lane. Because of the flash, they ended up getting 2 kills anyway. But that is just a pretty cool series of
with him down there, that could have been some dragon control if they really wanted it.
Yes.
If they were to come on top of it.
That would have been the big win for Dignitas there. So when all is considered, Seraph made the right call of flashing to interrupt, because overall for the team, it benefited CLG.
Quick moves from both sides. It's really the first time Crumbs or Dexter haven't clashed heads this time, as they choose to gank different lanes. 6 in the mid from Link, and it's Shifter still at level 5. He's been pushed out, so Link may try something hard when he comes back, but he hasn't purchased either. I love the remake on Twitch. Very feel good when you're just having fun in lane. Sweepers coming out for Dig as they still can try to control the map as we watch Doublelift and Aphromoo try to take control of this bottom lane. They're up 200 gold across the map and only a few CS to that lane itself.
Yeah, yet with the early lane potency of the Nami and Lucian, the fact that they are behind 4 CS and actually down in overall kills and assists in the bottom lane, it means Doublelift and Aphromoo are winning that out quite handily in comparison to what's expected.
Hey, they wanted that matchup. It's going to be something they're playing very strong to win as well.
I think it's more they wanted the combination of the matchups, too. They wanted Seraph 1v1 against Zion with the Lulu early on. And Dexter is really spending a lot of time down here.
Oh, wow. 2 shots off. Concussive blows there coming in from Aphromoo's passive. And they get out just shy of 6-2. I guess they're halfway there. So really couldn't have waited all that time to hit level 6. Top lane 52 to 47. Zion's actually not faring too badly here, but Sheen first.
The kill as well will help out a fair bit in this. Seraph had to make that sacrifice, but he's still going to be the one stuck in isolation with Zion Spartan. Although with just the Sheen, it's really not that much health. He's keeping even-ish in farm, but he still hasn't turned powerful. I think when Zion Spartan gets a Trinity Force is when he's going to try and get powerful, because Seraph is generally building magic resist because he needs it for the mana regen. And that'll make him very vulnerable to the physical and true damage that Zion will be putting out at that point. But you gotta wait a while for that to happen.
Yeah. Slowly pushing out. We've seen that bottom lane. Oh, Zion Spartan Get some extra damage on. Can't do much damage as a squirrel, but he cuts right through that shield.
Surge.
Wow. Another blade surge with a little bit of W active. Very nice damage.
Yeah. So they are fully on their own up there because the junglers are now focusing the dragon area more so than anything else. Crumbs is hoping to catch a counter gank on Elise, but he's really far out.
Be a hard thing to do. Dexter's going back. So this really would have been a great initiation by Crumbs in the bottom lane. Link working on his farm as we see Shifter going back as well. Link, a big playmaker, so it's always interesting to see him on a champion that needs to roam very, very hard to make those plays happen. He can do it on Yasuo once the team gets together to help.
Yeah, having Link on Yasuo will be a interesting experience for sure. We haven't seen him do it yet in the North American LCS, but everyone does seem to be picking up Yasuo, and it's something Link is going to have to learn and play very well.
It takes a lot of team coordination as well if you're waiting for those initiations. We've seen a lot of Tristana.
This is very interesting what's happening in Dragon Pit right now.
CLG chooses differently. Dexter?
Crumbs just walked all the way around the pit, but hasn't seen inside of it. And CLG probably would have just snuck this dragon from right under Dignitas' nose. Wow.
1530 on that dragon to come back up. All CLG's knowledge.
Got to check inside the pit from time to time, not just around it. Geez, so a slight lapse in Dig ward coverage right there punishes themselves with about 1,000 Dragon Gold going to CLG.
Oh my word, those Sheen hits really throwing damage at Seraph. He has to use his shield, his abilities just to stop Zion Spartan, and Zion's waiting for the Glitterlands to hit, and then he closes the gap.
And he's got the lane frozen right now. It's those 4 points he has in his W right now that is allowing him to outtrade a little bit. But he still doesn't have the Trinity Force, meaning unless Seraph itemizes some armor, which he has not done, he's going for the Athene's Unholy Grail, Zion may be able to really start punishing with the way he has the lane positioned right now.
Interesting matchup to see. A lot of people have been saying Lulu is another one of the bullies to come out of 4.10 in the top lane, and Zion kind of changing that thought around. Good plays so far there, getting help from Crumbs to start that off though. But we know Zion, once he does get help, usually doesn't need repeat help. He can hold that.
And we were talking earlier as the casters as well. If anyone was going to break out a rally in North America, it would be Zion Spartan.
That's true.
Because he's so good at it. But at this point, Crumbs is really trying to get that first level 6 gank off. He's already gotten the dragon taken away from him, so he wants to make up for it. But he can't push too hard. Twitch Braum is the type, if they land the right combos, they could actually turn a 2-3 around.
Slow moving. Crumbs knows there may be a chance here. With no vision yet of Dexter, they have to be very careful too.
Vi isn't really the type of jungler that can afford waiting in a brush this long without getting any positive results. She either needs to be farming or ganking, or she will fall behind and become very useless late game.
Dexter now to the top lane without seeing Crumbs anywhere. He's going to try to make some moves knowing that there has been a lot of pressure onto Seraph. Coming out of that brush as he did though.
Yeah.
A little different.
It's very good timing for the gank, though. This is right when Zion wants to get aggressive because he has the Phage. So if CLG could get a gank here, it would completely turn the tides of this game.
Zion's definitely got a sense that something's going, but he uses the dash. He wants to go back to Dexter. Hits it nicely. He actually hits the W down, kind of canceling out the cocoon that came in at the same time. He's able to get out.
Slippery Zion Spartan right there. Barely getting touched.
That passive helping a little.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Shifter doing quite well, 130 to 124. Anytime Shifter returns the lane, he'll get a few CS up, pushing Link into his turret, but they equal out the lane on that trade. Loving all of these lanes. So much potential for kill power to really come out. Waiting for Doublelift and Aframu to find the attack they want. Again, really, just as much as CLG does, loving this Braum. Even when they're bubbled, they're losing a bit of health, but they get that back with Relic. They get it back with the Scepter. The Culling's just there for pressure. Aframu, keep it strong. Whoa! Jumped in the air. That's all it took for Kiwi Kid to know that was going to happen. Great reaction time.
Learning the animations is very key. But is that going to give them a false sense of security right there? Because Dexter's waiting in the wings, and Dignitas thinks they can trade.
There's the invisibility. They don't see Doublelift coming in. A few more shots. Can Doublelift cancel this one out? The heal comes in. The Summoner spell used by Cutie Pie, but it's not going to be helpful. They are still going on. One more hit coming in from Afromu to lock down the concussive blows. He gets the Winter's Bite on, and the flash over the wall from Link on his first roam becomes his kill. That's the first assist, I guess. That was Doublelift's.
Yeah, with a lot of help from Dexter, Doublelift and Afromu are back in the game. This is Doublelift at home. He's looking to make up for the poor performance yesterday and prove why he's so good, but this happened in the top lane as well. Once again, while Dexter was bottom helping out Doublelift, Crumbs was top helping out Zion Spartan. He had the lead on Seraph from here.
Oh my.
And, I mean, did he even need Vi? No.
Crumbs was just taking a Polaroid. You can get the picture after.
Would have been nice to have Vi bottom during all that turret diving.
That's true. Get a little more experience on Crumbs. He's kind of been in the brush, wasting time. The team's doing well, but if he can't get into the fight and be big, we've seen what happens when Dexter doesn't have that armor. He kind of just melts.
Yeah. Vi jumping onto Twitch at this point, especially with Afromu's protection, is looking dangerous late game. So even though Seraph is behind in that top lane, the team fighting of CLG is looking incredibly potent, and they are kind of in position to win this one right now.
With those 3 kills, Doublelift's able to fix up his Berserker Greaves and the Blade of the Ruined King already. So now more than happy to match up in this lane. Just have to worry about a bit of sustain that could throw them off. You should be able to win these fights. 700 gold lead after everything has been said and done in this game. And as the minute for Dragon starts to come up, we'll see what kind of pressure these teams can put on that area. Wow. Good trade.
Yeah. One interesting thing here is, even though Dignitas has the general timer of Dragon, CLG has the exacting timer of Dragon. So there is a small chance that Dexter could try and sneak it again. That being this late into the game, though, I would expect Dignitas to start covering a few more wards pretty shortly, or to have Crumbs try and get a gank off right when the Dragon would be happening.
Junglers in the mind of each other at this point. Dexter just on the wing here on the left side. You see him coming onto your screen. 20 seconds onto Dragon, the perfect time for teams to get together.
They have a few people down here. They might just try a brute force dive. They may even be able to turn it through before, but this is a little bit dangerous. Here they come!
This is really dangerous. Link is on the way down, and Shifter went up. The fight begins under the turret. A kill from Dexter comes in, but here comes Link. A new challenger enters the battle. He's actually not even needed as Zion Spartan and Cutie Pie are forced back. Dragon for CLG.
Dexter and CLG as a whole absolutely crushed the mind games right there. Knowing that the dive would be coming before the Dragon, because everyone wants to do a gank right before the Dragon comes up, and then just waiting for Dignitas to pounce. The counter teleport by Seraph, but most importantly, just the knowledge that everyone was going to be getting sent for double from Nafra. They don't suffer a single casualty in the bottom lane right there amongst all that, and they get the kills plus the Dragon. Huge win.
Zion Spartan kind of being forced in here. Probably love to teleport and get that top lane pushed in, since he was present for that engagement down bottom and still wasn't even to provide that much due to the engagement of CLG. Now moving around, Dig starts to clean up what they can. 27,000 now as CLG quickly takes a gold lead.
Yeah, and it's not going to be getting too much easier for Dignitas, mainly because Crumbs right now is really far behind.
Yeah.
Just the Spirit of the Elder Lizard and a Health Crystal when you compare it to the Tank Spirit and upgraded boots plus the Health Crystal of Dexter. But more importantly, within the context of the team compositions, Crumbs will be trying to go with Zion Spartan. They have 2 squishy frontline divers. That's not enough to take down Twitch Braum at this point. They do not have enough damage or enough tankiness to deal with it. Afromu just has to use his ultimate while Twitch does, and they will obliterate any dive that comes at them at this point in the game.
CLG taking into consideration what Zion Spartan said about having great lanes. So really what they do is they ban out and pick out Crumbs as much as possible. Definitely softened up the lanes enough for CLG to start taking the lead.
A little bit of help.
Man, he doesn't even know. Oh, what a surprise from Doublelift. That's going to be the kill. And this just means Doublelift feels so strong. CLG is going to start taking over.
Yep, this is the Doublelift that had 66 kills over the first 5 weeks of the LCS.
Yeah.
Just roaming everywhere once he and Afromu have destroyed the lane and helping out everybody else. Sound Spartan was the strongest member of Dignitas. He got taken down with ease.
It's going to be incredibly hard for Dignitas to feel comfortable in any position if they don't have enough pink wards on the map. They won't even be able to take down this turret here. Not enough coverage for Cutie Pie, but it is prepped. CLG 68%. That's quickly moving up as well. 70% to 30 here as they now group together in the mid lane. Look at Doublelift getting a split push on already. He was happy to take that all the way to second tier.
Yeah, big moment in the game.
Very
here
safe.
As well, with 2 turrets being down on both sides and CLG taking the majority of the previous victories. I'm a Cutie Pie wants to get to that Ghost Blade, but he started Avarice Blade, whereas Doublelift started Brutalizer. So if the fight happens shortly, Twitch will actually be much stronger here. It basically would be on Shifter to land a spectacular shockwave for the next upcoming fight, but... Oh. Yeah, don't go on that. That would have been the end of Link.
I probably would have.
Dexter also going for more of a carry-oriented Elise build as well.
Just going to point that out.
He got a little bit of a gold lead, immediately went for a second penetration item.
It follows suit with what he's been doing on Vi.
Yep. So he will be packing a punch.
Crumbs is going to feel that as well. We still point back to his build. Dexter probably solo him out real quick. Moving down the mid lane. Looks like they're going to get the second tier turret as well. Shifter could have a nice ultimate, but there's no follow-up from the team. Everybody's getting a split push on themselves. Zion Spartan is still proving useful in the top lane right now. He doesn't have a lead, though, on to Seraph. So now that they meet, Zion Spartan has to back off.
Really seems like CLG is a team much different from what they did yesterday. This is more of the CLG that has been being played all season. And honestly, as far as Dignitas is concerned, it's speaking to some of their problems. They often don't perform well in the last game they play of the week. And once again, they're like a completely different team from yesterday. Dignitas had such a great game against LMQ and of looking quite lackluster here. Crumbs has not been able to find openings on Vi. He is falling drastically far behind. They had a dragon snuck away from under their noses early game. Yet their dragon control was pretty much what won them the game against LMQ. It's a peculiar match.
The coaches are definitely helping, but there is always the possibility that once in the game, if the shot caller himself is the one that's taking the most hits, silence can happen. The calls can be second guessed and things just kind of start to fall apart. Towards the end of the day, the end of a week, it's a little easier to do and fall into those habits.
Yeah. And honestly, once you're down 5,000 gold in 20 minutes, coaching goes out the window a little bit, and it's more about instinct and game sense. You don't necessarily coach and say, all right, once we fall behind by 5,000 gold, we're going to do this with our composition. You really have to find these really small windows because the majority of pre-played plans would fail.
Oh my word. And if it's not pre-planned, it happens in the blink of an eye. Logic Gaming picking up Crumbs.
Big move there by Aframu to steal those double buffs away, flashing over the wall after the cocoon had landed.
All the control that they want, even denying this second tier turret now before the base. It looks like they'll have Dragon. One more time. There's a ward just past him at blue that CLG had deeply placed. Getting him a kill.
The main thing about that, though, is Dignitas had absolutely no one to retaliate. All the cooldowns got burned on at Crumbs, but everyone else on Dignitas was spread out throughout the map.
Still looking good from Zion Spartan in the top lane.
Best.
Aurelias can be fight changers, but I don't know how much that's going to change. Doublelift's very big right now. 4-1-2, hasn't been back to spend his most recent gold, and Dragon is going to be CLG's once again. Oops.
Definitely looking like that. They missed the sweep, even though they saw the ward being placed down. This would be Dignitas' want to get back because they're going to feel like CLG has enough ultimates burned. Zion also burned the Seraph Lulu ultimate up here, so maybe Dignitas tries to force something here. If they lose this fight, the game's over. If they win it, they're back a little bit into the game. But they're so far behind.
Definitely need something of a perfect tidal wave. A lot of possible things could happen. Aframu definitely has a lower cooldown on Unbreakable than they do on
Bit of a desperation dragon. They want to land the perfect shockwave. CLG's got to go in for this. They're so far ahead.
Look at the ball placement. They give it up on that one. CLG is going to let it go.
Very odd. They were down ultimate, sure.
Agreed.
But with how much they've been beating Dignitas up, that was a way to take the game and turn it into a victory.
Keep that fight in mind because that Dragon also turns into a mid-turret without any retaliation possibly. There's the AP that Dexter was building, but it wasn't that much of a burst coming out onto Crumbs. They're about to go back. He gets a double shockwave. Link's on the outside. He tries to throw up Crumbs. Gets him down. Crumbs can't do much, and it's going to be 2 kills for Dragon and mid-turret. CLG is heading towards that Baron
Maybe
area.
a little bit more. CLG trying to make
Whoa.
a bold call after this team fight there. A little bit low. They've killed a lot of Dignitas, though. Let's see. Let's see how they decide to do this. No smite possibilities, but that's a lot of damage that Dignitas has up right now. They just need vision.
Blade of the Rune King from Double Lift helping to chunk down the HP of Baron. It's down to 3,500 HP right now. Definitely not a smite range. Cutie Pie so far ahead in the fight. He gets picked up. He gets thrown down. Another death. But here comes now. It's going to be Crumbs out of the base. Only Boots won. The brown bags will not carry him to Baron fast enough. It looks like it's going to be Baron going over to CLG.
Well, they didn't give up the dragon, but they got the greater prize.
Yeah.
Which is the Baron when all was said and done. They waited for Aphromu's ultimate cooldown, which was not up at the Dragon Pit. Instead opted to use that in the mid lane. It allowed them to get a few kills. Then they played the Baron very smartly, knowing there was no smite potential, but instead the fear of a fight. Peeled as soon as Dignitas came for it, and then picked up the kills where they should have. So things back in control for CLG.
Absolutely. 2,000 gold sitting on Link, Double Lift, and Aphromu, or just near if you round it up. Double Lift himself, about 2,000 gold ahead of I'm a Cutie Pie, just in stats for champion to champion. And he did his own work to get his kills. Right after he got kills in the bottom lane, he went to the top lane. CLG made sure to get him big before they really wanted to activate what their priorities were. Was taking over the side of Dignitas. The boards aren't there yet. With Baron, they're clearing out the waves so they can get a nice push on one of these mid inhibs.
Yeah, this is another one of these games for Shifter where when the rest of Dignitas is doing poorly, he shuts down a little bit. He's a very opportunistic mid lane player in the sense that when Dignitas is behind, he still doesn't die because he's not. There's no opportunities for him to jump.
Right.
It's one thing that
safety sometimes keep you from getting your own kills.
It's a blessing and a curse.
Right.
Right? How Shifter ends up playing these games. He had another game when Dignitas lost to Complexity. He didn't even try using Shockwave until 26 minutes in.
Yeah, remember that.
He's definitely not one of the players that creates his own action, but is fantastic at cleaning up action when it happens.
Coming to mind, the Ziggs triple quadra at the Baron Pit with Orianna. There's definitely the possibility for a skill outplay. Cutie Pie doesn't want to be taking that much damage just right now. They have the sustain from Kiwi Kid, but it's only so much. Getting on these turrets is still hard for CLG. They do have a tidal wave to be messing with. Looks like they're going to go for a bit of a split push. Actually, the whole team's going up now.
Yeah, they're just sweeping turrets as best they can. The side turrets are a little easier to take than the mid turrets typically. This is a very exposed turret to defend if CLG wanted to flank around the backside. And Dignitas, as you see, is very hesitant in the way they tried to posture that turret.
Textbook plays coming out from CLG. Once they get the lead, able to go from turret to turret, slowly whittling down their opponent. Crumbs still trying to piece together a bit of mitigation of magic resistance in that Spectre's Cowl, as well as the Chain Vest. Can't even complete a second item by 26 minutes in the game. Really tough game for him. There's his initiation right here. He tries to go hard. They get the shockwave down onto him. If there's enough crowd control, they can't turn onto him. But the second they can, he's obliterated. They go for Cutie Pie as well. The great turret micro wing in and out by the HP bars of CLG. And you're right, Jat. They are going to keep going. Crumbs went for broke, and they took everything they could.
Going for broke that far from home against a Baron Dub team almost never works out, but it was a desperation move by Dignitas trying to make something happen. CLG just cleaned house.
Cleaned house, now cleaning inhibitors. That Baron keeping them quite regened strong. They use those stats to get in and out quite safely. Not going to be losing any members on that one, but they get free and all the way through to inhib.
Yep. This is one of the best games CLG has played all year, I have to say.
Yeah, very methodical.
If you think back to the last time they played, we'll do this replay first. The Unbreakable from Aphromu blocked the tidal wave from Nami, which was a godsend for CLG in this team fight. And then they just decided to obliterate the rest of them. Even though Dexter didn't land the Flash Cocoon, they already had killed 3.
You can see it's kind of panic mode. Dignitas has a chance to push middle. They get it pushed as fast as possible. Get back and soak up resources. Very tough game for Dig here. I don't think we've seen them really struggle this much this year. They've always had somewhat of an answer and an objective at their own turret, a way to fight back a little bit. But CLG is keeping the stranglehold on. It's definitely something they're adapting at 4.10, stronger than Dig for this game.
This game for sure. Double Lift has the Blade of the Rune King Ghostblade build. Everyone else has been going with the first pick Lulu. Shows the new top lane pick priorities, at least in the context of the overall game. But just to get back, the first time Dig and CLG played, Dig was pretty much ahead in most facets, except from, and then CLG beat them by rotating around the map. Typically, most of CLG's wins this year have been very close gold games, where they then just outmaneuver the other team and take a superior amount of turrets. This is a game where they did both, which is something that they're definitely going to want to do if they want to become the top team in North America like their goals are. But it's a very good step against a team as strong as Dignitas.
CLG is going to do what they can to get in now to the base. Whoa! And that's going to be a flash initiation right onto Link, forcing him out of the fight. No Zanya is there to be used. The Guardian Angel making Link an absolute beast as he jumps into the fight, and he comes out completely alive with the Guardian Angel still up.
He went a little bit in that time, but it worked easily because Dignitas is so far behind. This is inhibitor number 2 for CLG. What a move.
A few hits here. CLG definitely making quicker work of the inhibitors than they did in their first game. It looks like a shockwave comes out. It's able to grab some damage, but not able to grab the kills. It's all Counter Logic Gaming, way faster than the first game. They're going to be taking out the Nexus 14 minutes earlier than they did in this first matchup. Counter Logic Gaming in 29.5 minutes takes down Dignitas.
Fast and clean. That performance from CLG made short work of Dignitas.
I was really interested in the beginning with all the picks that CLG came out with.
Yeah.
They played them very well, and they really made it a point to take away Crumbs' champion pool.
Yeah, that was such a great game, specifically by CLG's bottom lane. I cannot say this enough. There were 18 total kills in the game. Doubleth was a part of 16 of them. Afro was a part of 17. And holy crap, did they play well. So much focus was down there. Dexter focused it. When Crumbs tried to come down there, it was too little, too late. What a way to bounce back from yesterday.
You can see smiles on the faces of Counter Logic Gaming. Not one of the games that you have size and that relief feeling after. Yeah, it's relief, but it's happiness. That was very textbook play coming out from Counter Logic Gaming. Bot lane of North America still showing strong. Braum and Twitch lane matchup.
Yeah. Haven't been seeing much Braum, that's for sure. A lot of bans.
Or Twitch.
Sometimes people let him go through. Afromu definitely tells his own story with it. Some incredibly good unbreakables. And that, even though there were a few errant ultimates by him, because it's got a really long windup when he throws that down, so it is dodgeable.
Right.
But as far as the use of his unbreakable shield, blocking the tidal waves,
that was amazing.
Always having it up when the Nami bubble is about to land so they don't counter any damage.
It pretty much, completely countered. So nice on the Nami bubble. He's like, yeah, hit me again. You get a double bubble in lane, and you're like, well, we lost lane.
What better to have Twitch open up Ratatat with than a giant shield right in front of him? You know?
And for Link, bringing out his first play on Yasuo, you mentioned in the beginning, when he went with Cloud9, he pulled out the Lulu with a brand new team and was able to succeed with that. His first Yasuo with Counter Logic Gaming, he's able to succeed with that and created the final initiation in the game with a flash ultimate.
Yeah, playing with a little bit of confidence, one would say, and yet just no deaths in that game as well. Him and Dexter as well had the bounce back performance. You know, Dexter was able to hit his aggressive item thresholds, then really take full advantage of having the magic penetration.
A little bit of power.
No, really, like I said, this is one of the cleanest, best games CLG has played all year.
Cleanest, and they definitely went for more kills. We used to see their old compositions kind of go through somehow without getting too many kills. They found what they needed, and then they took it. Usually CLG would do what Dexter did in the beginning. How'd they sneak Dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, they did it again. Now they're forcing these things and getting it as they should.
Yeah, this game in particular, it wasn't so much about messing around and really trying to outwit someone by saying, oh, you're going to go for Dragon? We'll give you that because we're going to take 2 turrets. They just, all right, we'll give you Dragon, then we'll kill you and take Baron. Right? It was a much more aggressive, assertive style.
Interesting to see the Aurelia versus Lulu matchup. Zion Spartan took hold. He did get help from Crumbs in the early game, but then it kind of just started to fall apart for Dignitas. Right now, we're going to send it over to Kobe and Freak for more at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? We got Doubleth and Dexter here to join us to talk about that commanding victory under 30 minutes. I got to say, really convincing win. Were you expecting the game to go this well when you came into Champ Select?
I don't know. You can go. You go first. Go first.
Actually, the second I saw picks, we had Braum, Yasuo, Twitch. We never showed something of this like before, but we practiced those champions. But we are always slow to show new champions. But the second we locked, like the second I release, and we got Braum, Twitch, and Yasuo mid, and I was like, okay, we practice so much on these champions. This is like basically free. And yeah, we banned out Shifter kinda on his assassins. We banned Syndra, which was a good thing to ban out. And yeah, as soon as I saw all champions locked in, I was like, okay, if we just don't feed early game, we will win the game for sure, 100%.
And you guys specifically, when you do get into the game, especially versus Dignitas, it seems like, you seem to have very good counter plans pretty much laid up. Yeah. You are able to counter Crumbs in the jungle a lot, and you guys in the bottom lane attract a lot of attention, and you guys are able to play around that very well. Is there something specifically about this team that makes them easier for you guys to read?
Well, their bot lane, I can speak from personal experience, like, they're not very good actors. And by that, I mean, like, when they have the jungler in the brush, or they have, like, Aurelia sitting in the brush waiting to gank us, it's really easy for me to tell, like, we don't have vision of it, and we don't necessarily know, but, like, just based on the map, like, Vi and Aurelia are missing, and they're playing really far up. They're not playing normal. And so that's kind of one thing that me and Afro have been working on for, you know, since we started playing together, is making sure that people don't, like, cue in on what we're trying to do. Like, our ganks are pretty much unreadable because we're always playing aggressive, but QtPie and Kiwi Kid, they kind of play really passive, and then when the gank comes, they're just like, oh, I'm going to E forward.
So this gank that you're talking about, we actually have a replay of it. Let's get that up on your guys' screen here. Now, I also, before we play it, I want to ask you about Seraph's communication of this, because he is the top laner up there, and there's been a lot of discussion about, you know, that signal there. He's calling out right now, hey, Zion's not here, like, you worried or what?
No, I think it was Peter W6D2's call. He was like, okay, their bot lane is playing really aggressive. 4 men are here, 100%. He called it like 20 or 25 seconds in advance. And he's like, all right, I'm going to come in bot lane and we're going to counter against this. And yeah, like I said, they're not very good actors. And we knew that there are 4 people there because Aurelia was missing for like 30 seconds top lane. And yeah, we just...
Yeah, like previous to this, like, QtPie had E'd forward on me, and he just like did it again, and I'm like, all right, we just need a TP in. It's such a choreographed gank right here, and so, you know, I tell Seraph, get your TP ready when this comes, and Dex is already in position to counter, and I think as soon as they see 4 people on a TP coming in, and like even Link comes, because it's so easy to read, they just kind of back up. They're like, oh god, we've made a mistake, and their bottom lane kind of never recovered from that point on.
Yeah, it seemed to be rough the whole time. The thing is, I know QtPie, or at least throughout history, has been a player who's been sort of a recklessly aggressive player, just kind of randomly. Has that actually fallen off, which makes him easier to read?
Well, the first time he ever E'd forward on me was like 10 seconds previous to that gank. So, yeah, I think he has like spurts of aggression, and I kind of just assume whenever he does that the jungler's there, and I'm almost always right. They're like a really solid bot lane, but their acting skills are not great.
So now, after this interview, next time you guys play, he's going to do that all the time.
The mind game.
Here we go. Level 2 of the mind games.
Yeah.
Gonna jump in on you, and then you'll just run away because you'll be afraid the whole time.
Yeah, the other thing is they also spent a pink ward on that gank. They committed so many resources to that gank bottom. Once you turn something like that around, how do you guys as a team say, okay, we got this huge advantage, simple steps for us to take that and make that advantage into, you know, something that's game winning?
Well, it happened at Dragon. We knew that we had an advantage in the fight before and that we don't have ultimates. We really wanted the Dragon because we're in position, but at the same time, we're like, okay, we don't have 1 or 2 ultimates. We can't fight this. We don't want to lose our lead. And if we give it a Dragon, it's okay because we know what their next step is going to be, and we try to counter this. And by this is we just say, okay, we give up Dragon. It's cool. We're still ahead, and we can just fight again if we have our ultimates up, which we did in the mid lane. And that resulted in the Baron and another catch, actually. And from that point where we had Baron, the game was pretty much over because we just pushed through, and there was no way of recovering.
Well, you just prepped the next replay really well then, I guess.
Yeah, you could pull that up on your screen. If you know, Dexter, you just talked about it, so double lift if you want to talk about why this mid one went so well.
We had just given up a Dragon because we were waiting for ultis, and then right here, after it's counting down, I have ulti in 5, 4, 3, 2, and then we're like, all right, we're going. Like, your ulti's up, let's go. And they just kind of overcommitted because they're so desperate to get back in the game that they commit 5 people to hit this like 1 HP tower, which is not necessary. And then at this point, Afro goes in, he has great shield and a great ulti to kind of zone them away from their escape path, and they don't really know what to do. And me and Link flash the Ori ulti here, which lets us just clean up really easily.
Yep.
And one of the greatest things about playing Lulu and Yasuo together is just like the conjunction of like the speeds, the slows, and Yasuo's mobility. It's really easy to pick off people after they mess up. And then this is just free. Like, we know that they're coming in. Everything is warded, so I'm just like, all right, I'm tilting on Shifter. I don't really know what they're doing. They should actually just be pushing mid right here and trying to get something out of our Baron. And that was just really good. That tornado ended up knocking QtPie out of his dash. So Link's a beast.
Yeah,
also good.
It worked really well. Actually, I want to sort of talk about Link a little bit more because you had a push that ended the game basically, where he like flashes, dashes through 4 minions, goes to an inhibitor turret, and like afterwards like I got you, and like dives in afterwards. Like, does Link just say I'm going in, follow me, and you just respect the call?
No, we planned those things 1 minute and ahead. Like we were okay. Orianna has no flash. All we have to do is we have a Baron. We have such a huge advantage. We have Yasuo, Wind Wall, and Braum Shield. All we have to do is kill Orianna and we win the game. And Link was like, all right, I see the minion wave. I'm going for it. He stacked up his charge thing, like the 3 stacks.
Yeah.
And he was like, okay, I'm going for it. And then he eat twice, flash, eat Orianna, and ultimated, and we followed up on it. And the second Orianna dies, there's no way that they can win or can do anything because Orianna has no flash. She literally had 0 armor, and even then, we just have too much follow-up damage from our team comp, and we have too much tankiness. And the team comp that we played was just all around 10 times better than their team comp.
Yeah, plus Link already had a Guardian Angel ready for this. Was this even like 15 minutes pre-planned here?
He was like
he's going to be playing very aggressive, so...
He had Baron and he was, okay, I'm going to buy Guardian Angel instantly. We're going to finish the game right now.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
He just had cash money ready.
Yeah, yeah. Why not? Actually, so I want to keep pressing you on this sort of plan ahead because you guys pride yourselves on strategic play, thinking the game out a few steps ahead. Does that also play into, like, for example, when you're jungle ganking, like when you go into champ select, you're like, their Yasuo needs to get fed or they're going to lose the game. Like, does that sort of dictate what sides of the map you play on? Like, how much does it play into even at the start of the game?
It's really hard, especially in this game. I knew that we knew that Scrum's gonna start red buff, and he actually did a really good move there when he walked down to Dragon. It was at 3 minutes. I was like, okay, I'm gonna E over the wall. I knew that they tri-warded, the tri-wash was warded, and I knew that if I gank through this pass with the repel over the Dragon, there's no ways I can escape the gank because we knew what they're gonna do. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna repel over the wall to Dragon, and with a Braum, we're just gonna kill them, double kill. And yeah, he countered that move. Like he warded there, he walked there at 3 minutes, which is really uncommon because usually the Vi is just farming the jungle. And I didn't really expect that because if he wouldn't have done that, the bot lane would be over for sure. We would have double killed them.
Yeah, and I think it was really important this game for me to get ahead, or for me and Afro to get ahead. And we had like a lot of successful ganks bottom lane, and that's like super important because then I can win the other lanes. So like Seraph got his tower taken, he was getting spam ganked. But it doesn't really matter because Aurelia can never, ever CS. Because anytime she does, I'm just going to stealth up on her and kill her. And like one time she was even sitting in the brush, patiently just like trying to get XP, and I still killed her. So once Twitch gets ahead, you're pretty much going to take control of the game and win the solo lanes. So no matter how bad they're doing, and Link was doing really well, but I still like managed to blow Ori's flash.
Yeah, you did talk a lot last time you picked Twitch as well about ganking solo lanes in the mid game. Do you feel like with the new patch you have more options as an AD carry? Or less options?
Well, honestly, I had always built this build. Even on 4.9, I always went Bork and a Ghost Split on Twitch because I feel like Twitch is a champion where once you get ahead, it's not about split pushing, which is what I like to do, but it's not the best thing to do anymore. I don't care about CS. As soon as I take the enemy AD carry's tower, I'm just going to be killing everyone on the map.
Yeah, as far as what AD carry champions, though, do you feel like any new ones have opened up, or do you feel like this is kind of closing?
I think that I was like wrong with my initial impressions with Lucian because I never thought to. Well, I did think about going Bork and a Ghost Split on him because he's like my second favorite champion, but I never thought it would be as effective as it would be on Twitch, and I was wrong because Lucian's kit is so strong. He can build something like that and just like melt people.
Yeah, seemed to work out really well for you guys. So now basically, we're 1 game away for now 2 weeks in a row. Every team going 1-1 in the week. Is this like North America like having really absolute parity, or like are people being really inconsistent?
Especially us, I think we had like the worst week of practice behind us, pretty much, and we should be really happy that every team went 1-1 because we might as well just go 0-2 this weekend and we would have dropped the rank for sure.
Wow.
I expected to go 0-2 after this week of practice, and I'm really, really, really happy that we got 1-1 and we are still tied for first place because basically nothing happened. And yeah, we just have another week to prepare for Super Week next week, and yeah, this is where all counts. And we took out like a rank 1 team right now with Dignitas. We won against them, which was really important. And yeah, I think this week was more important for us than for anyone else because we had a really rough week of practice behind us.
I think right now, out of all times, this is the worst time to be looking at standings and trying to use that to see which team is better than another team. Because like people will look at the standings, they'll say, oh, look, Complexity or EG, whatever, that's the bottom of the standings. And that means that they are worse than Curse or whoever is in the middle of the standings. And right now, especially just because of the new patch and because everyone's stepping up super hard, it's like, I think Complexity and Curse and EG and just like every team is just about the same. And then there's maybe like a, at the top, certain teams trying to claw their way up, like TSM, us, C9. And like Dig and LMQ are still in there too, but standings right now, honestly, they mean nothing. I respect Complexity the same way I respect Curse.
Well, cool. Well, guys, of course, congratulations on the win, and I guess better than you expected on the week with the win there. So, guys, thanks for your time. We'll see you for 4 more games next week, but we've got more games today. We're going to take one last break while we patch up the Nexus for our final LCS match, Curse versus Complexity. The summer split continues faster than you can say, Bob's your uncle. Don't go anywhere. What?
Yeah, it is. How do you play teamfights, guys? Win conditions. Clear calls, good plans.
They have to come in. We're going to split them down.
Clear calls, good plans.
Clear calls, good plans.
All right, good luck, guys. I'm out.
Clear calls, good plans. Yeah,
Clear calls, good plans.
A little bit dangerous. Here they come.
This is really dangerous. Link is on the way down, and Shifter went up. The fight begins under the turret. A kill from Dexter comes in, but here comes Link coming out onto Crumbs. They're about to go back. He gets a double shockwave. Link's on the outside. He tries to throw up Crumbs. Gets him down. Crumbs can't do much. There's his initiation right here. Tries to go hard. They get the shockwave down onto him. If there's enough crowd control, they can't turn onto him. But the second they can, he's obliterated. They go for Cutie Pie as well.
You guys may know that I've been on Curse before, so I know a little bit about them, but obviously they've changed a lot since I've been there. They're a good team, I'll give them that. But I think Voivo is a lot better top laner than mid laner. Like, he's a good mid laner for now. I mean, no doubt about it, but I think he's a better top laner. Aquas is a good top laner too, so you know, it's what Curse just gets all the best top laners.
I mean, they're pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty good top lane.
I mean, sometimes in mid lane, but more in the top lane, kinda. Yeah. I don't know. But we do have more LCS action coming your way with Team Curse versus Complexity. Right now, these teams are once again tied in the standings.
Yeah, Curse was starting to pull away from last place, and this week was their chance to comfortably put some space between themselves and the bottom teams. But yesterday in the game against Evil Geniuses, they once again let a mistake derail their momentum entirely. This time it came at the Baron Pit, where Evil Geniuses were able to take out 4 team members of Curse in a team fight and then grab Baron and complete control of the game. And honestly, Riv, it will be disastrous for Curse to go 0-2 this week when you consider their schedule.
And now they're up against the third team in that tie for last. And Complexity is riding high after picking up their second win against Cloud9 this split.
Yeah, and honestly, Complexity have won 4 games now, but the problem is they don't really know how they're doing it. What makes them dangerous is they're not afraid of anyone, and they're willing to make risky moves that other teams don't. They kind of operate with a different system for judging risk and reward than most teams, and then they just kind of surprise people. Robert Exley actually had a tweet yesterday that sums up this team best. He wrote, "Top teams excel at abusing your opponents by studying them. But how do you study against a team that doesn't know what they're doing?"
That's right. A prime example of not knowing what they're doing right here, but benefiting from structured chaos by West Rice's wild
He just goes in.
engagements,
That's
one
for
after
sure.
the other.
Yeah, you can see this again and again, but then there's the one that worked. And it was just mind-blowing because it completely destroyed Cloud9. It's because they kept going again and again. Eventually, shot one in.
That's structured chaos, real, and they were using it. We're going to get right into this one. Let's get to the roster rundowns. On blue side, it's Curse. That will mean it's Quas in the top lane, Dominate in the jungle, Voidboy in the mid lane, Cop at 80 carry, and Xpecial at support.
And on the red side, it is the Wild Complexity. Westrice in the top lane, Kez in the jungle, Prawley on mid lane, Robert Exley on 80 carry, and of course, Stash, Bubba Dub on support.
Complexity always having fun. A team that, if they laugh and champion select, usually has a good result in winning as well.
Yeah.
Something is just tied together there.
Got to keep having fun. That's one thing. Even when they very first came into the LCS at the start of the split, they were very much completely accepting that, you know what, we're probably going to have a lot of bumps along the way. They're coming into a very established North American LCS with really good teams that have pedigree of success in a sense, and they're trying to break into that. And the teams they've taken down are the most dominant teams in the LCS. They took down Cloud9 twice. Curse has been in the LCS since the very beginning as well, and they want to be able to take these guys down for a second time as well.
And Robert actually moving his eyebrows. We'll see Bubba Dub move the mustache. We'll see how skilled these guys really are. There you go.
Yeah, double hand warmers.
I think he may still have the fastest first blood with his Thresh play during one game. Complexity, like you said, a team that knew they were going to have bumps, and I think that helps the most during a period of growth, knowing that those will be there because you don't bite each other's head off. Something that Cloud9 would always say is, when Sneaky shifted into that one fight with Ezreal, that was kind of the blow up on social media on a lot of things for a while. But the comment from Cloud9 was, we don't need to yell at him. He knows what he did wrong. And I feel like Complexity kind of rolls with those same punches.
It seems like it. They're definitely not the team to blame. You don't see Prawley dying in mid lane, or especially, I think the biggest example of this from Complexity is if we think all the way back until the promotion tournament, where in the game in which they qualified, I think Westrice was playing Lee Sin as a split pusher and was 0-5 or something. But he continued to split push. By the end of the game, he was drawing 1 or 2 or even 3 people up to chase him in split pushing situations. Yeah. And he turned a really bad game into a Complexity victory. But the main thing was because they were staying positive the entire time. And it's very clear that Complexity doesn't let mistakes affect their attitude.
That's right. You heard Westrice also talking how he used to play for Curse, a team that's been around for quite some time. Have also had some changes of their own. You heard Westrice just talking before about Voidboy's prowess in the top lane and how he kind of made a name for himself with Akali and the rest of his assassin champions. Now that goes to Quas. We'll see how that works out. Dominate's been there forever as well, and Curse is a team that can really bring out all those old aspects that they need to.
Voidboy's Yasuo in particular has been very good this split. As well. There's a pretty good chance that that gets banned away, but if it's not, we might end up seeing another Yasuo-Tristana combo that Complexity brought out. Cop did play Tristana yesterday. Voidboy hasn't been able to get his hands on Yasuo very much in the past.
That's true.
But it would be a very good thing for them. It's kind of taking a top lane style champion. Melee is something Voidboy's excelled on in the past. Bringing it into mid lane and kind of infusing those play styles, more so than just playing a conventional mage for Voidboy.
We did see him pick up that Syndra yesterday. He was able to make some impact plays, but he also has the Orianna in that champion pool for himself. We've seen that quite a bit lately with the kind of priority on 80 carries being safe. More shields, more happy the 80 carry.
Wow, a Tristana ban. So, not letting Robert do that anymore after his unique Tristana performance yesterday. Static Shiv first rush in the mid lane, taking Wraith Camp again and again. Don't get to see it again today, though.
No, not again. The Rengar's out first. The Kassadin will follow. They're just seeing what else gets banned out. And they know with that Trist being banned out, obviously going to leave something other up in any of the positions.
Yeah, a lot of stuff's going to be up here. Kale is currently unbanned.
I'd be surprised.
It's something that Curse had a rough time against yesterday when they left it unbanned.
Kale Lee Sin. Kale Lee Sin. Who's it going to be? Yeah. That's a Kale. Easy last ban coming out. We saw even NACS. He had a bit of a hard time, but then did well. You can't let Kale through.
And I think it was a pretty cut and dry choice there for Complexity because Curse isn't the team to play Lee Sin.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's a good point.
I don't believe they've played Lee Sin this entire split. It's just not within Dominate's repertoire.
No, hasn't even been in the top lane.
They do get in the top lane, though, is that Lulu. Oh, speaking of top lane Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Something you almost never get to see nowadays.
Were you just talking about that promotion? No.
West Rice promotion. 0-6 and victory.
And victory.
For West Rice. But yeah, you never see top lane Lee Sin anymore because with there really being this tier of junglers that pretty much is just a Lee Sin, you so often have teams banning one away, picking the other, or forcing two bans. The fact that neither of them were picked or banned, and Curse decided not to go with it, great job by Complexity to snatch them both up.
Yeah, see what Dominate does. Eves, they banned it out themselves. Now he's probably wishing they didn't. Rengar is also out, so you can see the focus on Dominate. Have fun here. Jarvan's still up for him. Definitely something he has had.
No, Rengar's banned.
Yeah.
Something went back to.
And they'll leave it. He wants to see the rest of the team.
Yeah, at this point they have to. There's much higher priority picks, seeing as Complexity jumped, put all their coins in the jungler basket. Getting the Braum Lucian is a really potent combination. Getting the double shots with the passive procs is painful.
Setting up that concussive blow right away. You're right. It is a dangerous, dangerous lane to be playing in. Really be up to Curse to kind of get that match in favor of themselves, depending on what they look at. Slow picks here coming in. That Orianna still sits available to be played. Don't really know how it will be switched up. That Quas could still, or Lulu could still be going mid.
Pretty much the only thing Complexity could pick against that combo is the Morgana, because it's so easy to proc the Braum passive. Once a Q lands, the Black Shield preventing the stun is pretty much the only way to avoid death.
Bubba very strong on the skill shot champions. Always hitting the hooks, always hitting the bindings. Please, dear Lord, lock that in. Hovering on the Cannon Master. Looking to pick up something in the mid lane, something in the jungle. What are they going to be having? Pantheon is still up. The initiations from Dominate, a little lackluster on his recent Pantheon plays, can really cause that kind of initiation to be second-guessed, and they cannot be second-guessed man drops. 11 seconds left on the clock. Just the hover on to Poppy. Quas does love his Poppy.
Oh, Skarner.
We'll be getting out of the game. Does Dominate break out the Skarner and the Jax combination? Leaping in and the dive buddy composition comes out.
Skarner. He has received some generous buffs in the last patch. He now has a stun, which is an important thing. Functioning somewhat like Braum's, but only triggered by himself.
That's a good way to put it.
3 spells and the next auto attack will stun from him. He's very fast as far as jungle clear is concerned. And it is right in the style that I Will Dominate has liked to play in the past, where you can power farm your jungler and then arrive and be very powerful to just go in and fight people.
How difficult can this be for him coming up to fights, knowing he's got to dodge cocoons and bindings?
Therein lies the problem.
Yeah.
It's a melee champion that scatters up to people,
right,
and is very susceptible to line skill shots. So he's going to have to be very creative in the ways he initiates.
All right, kind of like a swipe from the side. Most likely we see coming from Eve, a playstyle that Dominate himself loves and probably does. Lock in that Orianna, a little bit of protection for the AD carry. And shields on the side of Complexity.
All right, then. So an Orianna from Prawley. Try and match up against the Lulu. Voyboy's mid Lulu is really good. He was actually pretty much the first person to play Lulu in a solo lane, all the way back in Season 2 when he played top Lulu. So he's always been really good at that. They're one of the teams that has a lot of success with Lulu mid, even though pretty much everyone runs Lulu top nowadays.
It's one of those great things about having somebody that played top and now plays mid.
Yeah. Quas plays a lot of mid lane champions. One of these days.
Oh man, we're gonna get a Swain.
We're gonna get a Swain and a Poppy.
Gonna have to. Maybe even the Aatrox sometime soon. It's been more of kind of a Europe love.
True.
Not much in North America. The players are loading onto the Rift, so let's see who you've been voting for over on LOLesports.com. No lying. The prediction's now going in favor of Curse with your votes. Maybe it'll be true.
Yeah, if you want to change that vote down the line, or just double down and say the same thing, tweet hashtag CRS win or hashtag COL win to the @LOL Esports Twitter account. Probably always has his knee up.
Yeah. It's the half hot shot sitting style. Hot shot would have both legs up, which I've actually tried before, and it's incredibly uncomfortable. He'll play solo queue for hours like it.
Probably is one of the few players that drinks coffee as well. Most players, if they're going for a caffeine boost, go for
wired when you're playing.
Go for an energy drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the diuretic properties probably enjoys. So it's good stuff.
Very good play indeed. Let's see if he can come out strong with his coffee in this game. See if he has any impacting shockwaves. I have no puns. I'm trying. Freak must think really hard on these.
I just wanted to mention that he has coffee. I mean, he's playing Orianna.
Oh, man. Coming into this game, we do have the Bruiser tops. Lee Sin on to Jax. It should be a good game. Knowing that Complexity likes to get that lead early and carry the snowball is almost a necessity because Curse can win from behind. That's something they are very good at. So coming into this game, Complexity would love to get their early game lead.
Yeah, and if they do so, the attack speed slow from Westrice's Lee Sin is actually very good against Quas's Jax late game. There used to be, when top lane Lee Sin was more prevalent, he used to be a counter pick to Jax. So if we see this 1v1 matchup between Quas and Westrice, they really did kind of pick into that counter pick.
Yeah. And it seems like we're going Flask as well to Westrice's Doran's Blade to start. He knows he can put out damage and keep it safe. See if Kaz can also get things going. Still gelling with the team 3 weeks in. I was listening to Prolly's interview yesterday with Travis, and he's saying that the team's just really been gelling together. Everything's kind of working out when they do try the strategies.
Ooh, sweet ward kill. Kaz should have probably not left that ward so close. However, one thing to keep in mind when you're doing a 5-man invade like that is it's something LMQ learned early on in the LCS. Ward your own jungle entrance that is perpendicular to the one you just went for. So they go for the enemy red buff. They needed to ward their own red buff.
Right.
Because that's the most likely place the other team invades. Because what's happened now, actually, is Complexity is in the red buff. Or rather, Curse invaded the red buff. Complexity knows they are there. But Curse actually has no knowledge of where Complexity could be, outside of not exactly where they are. So with all that maneuvering, it's actually Complexity that has more level 1 knowledge than Curse, even though Curse is the one that took the risk of the invade.
Let's see if they do anything with it. They are going to get the lane matchup. So some of the deep wards are going to tell them that around the red buff. And knowledge that the red isn't stolen, given over from Xpecial. So see if that changes anything. Knowing the standard lanes, though, Quas gets to the top lane. Westrice is going to teleport there to start off this matchup. Doesn't look like too much more invading would come with this.
One big thing about this jungle matchup is Skarner clears fast. Faster than Kez will be able to clear. So Dominate is going to be trying to zoom through this jungle. And then, especially with no wards being up, even though he doesn't have a real way of knowing that, his ganks could very well work if he comes in behind Robert above him.
It's a scary thing to see that Scorpion coming at you in lane. It's fast.
He's real fast now.
It is very fast. Nothing to be joked with. The Counter-Strike's going to come up. Westrice is still in range for that. Obviously going to take the damage. He doesn't hit the Tempest on the way out to trade.
Yeah.
Small things like that are easily going to let a lane go.
And Westrice is already 2 levels in, but hasn't leveled up his shield or his lifesteal yet. So sustain is going to be a little bit rough. Westrice might be in a bit of trouble because he's already burned his teleport too.
Still 2. Quas knows it. He hasn't seen the safeguard used back to a minion. You see a Tempest cripple. Safeguard. Just farm it up. He seems to be safe for now. There he gets it down that time. Very nicely done. Quas feeling the pressure.
Interesting that instead of warding the side, he kept the ward so that he could leap strike back. And
Quas talking over to QC.
Also has a small issue.
No discussion amongst the teams, so nobody can get any extra knowledge. Still a pretty even game to start out here. You can see the lanes are quite even, except for the AD carries. Quas going to be rejoining the game, as you can see, or here, I should say. But it's really up to Curse, making the first move to get themselves ahead. I don't say up to them, but I feel like they're going to be the first team to do it.
Yeah. The main thing you can notice just early on, we don't actually get time to touch on this often. Quas is just restarting because of a small particle bug. His client will be back fine. Is the gold differential between the Skarner and the Elise. We just had it on that screen a second ago.
Good call.
Because Elise went for the early gank and then Dominate opted for the full clear of the jungle, that's the gold difference in the cost of that gank. So what happened with Kez's Elise is he did blue buff, one camp, other buff. That gives you a 900 gold and gives you level 3. Whereas Dominate has done the full clear of the jungle, and he's a full 100 gold higher. So even though he didn't get the gank off, that is actually the cost of a jungle gank early on in the game. You're opting to give those 2 small camps away for a gank top, and it costs 100 gold.
Definitely something that could be a completed item for yourself. Back, you know how much it sucks to back when you know you need 100 gold and you didn't look at it before you left the lane with a minion wave right there? Man, that's just such a sinking feeling because you're like, I could run out and get wolves, but by that time I would have generated the gold. Do I just stand here? It's a tough decision.
We used to talk about it a lot more, how the efficiency of the jungler is one of the big things, because so many times you can take camps on the way to your ganks as long as you're doing them quickly. But then with all the deep wards nowadays, if you want to actually be creative with your ganks, you pretty much just have to abandon your jungle and sneak through weird spots.
Head right to it. See Westrice back to the top lane. Let's see how Dominate actually sticks to his jungle. He did actually go with the stone first for regen, because he can clear out real quick. It's going to be coming from his crowd control, all that power in the beginning. He also picks himself up an early pink ward for Curse to start grabbing some solid map control. Not too much of a back and forth here in the top lane. Quas keeps himself safe as we get back in after that pause. Seems like everything is right fine.
Yeah, Kez got some slick counter jungling in.
Yeah.
This will hurt Dominate's efficiency, as we were talking about, because he spent all the time to run up to that side of his jungle and the extra time to try and scout out Kez, and he missed all of it. So Kez gets right back in the game there.
Having that ward is necessary. It's dangerous going in a Skarner with that speed, especially with Quas being there as well.
All kinds of trouble with Dominate's running into. Walking through wards, dodging out Kez.
Complexity definitely put a priority on early game knowledge. They're not just okay with winning the lanes. They want to get upper hands any way that they can. Kez's first attack, but may not work the same against a Skarner. Pulling off of that one without full vision of what was over to the dark side.
Dominate got a Spiderling, though.
Yeah.
Decided to kill one of those. Still a little potent. But yeah, obviously right there, Kez actually some pretty nice moves. Pull himself ahead. Mainly the gold he stole away from Dominate is the most valuable.
I feel like Kez has really been able to open up an avenue of versatility for Complexity a bit. Pulling out the Nocturne, being able to pull out a few. Broken Shard did that as well, but they're really coming out with wins with the picks Kez is bringing.
Yeah, it's mainly the vision control that Kez brings the team. Much greater than that Broken Shard was doing. Broken Shard had his own qualities. But Kez really allowing Complexity, when they're making those really risky plays, to have a bit more knowledge about what they're jumping into.
Himself already picking up the pink wards. Won't be surprised to see wards in his inventory constantly. Some 40+ wards a game coming out of him. 5.5 minutes in, probably in the mid lane, almost level 6 between these two. Dragon's going to be that much more enticing, especially since we have the standard lane matchup going on. Voyboy's making sure to see, did he back? I think he backed.
Voy has already purchased a sweeper at the very start of the game for Lulu here. So it seems like he wants to try and shove Prawley in and then sweep the wards so he can have free roam from side to side. But it also means his own coverage is going to be diminished. Oh, they get the slow.
There's that slow.
He wants a stun.
Third hit, one more. Lock it up. Gonna be the hit on the way down. Polymorph can't get in range of Kez. Just out of mana for Voyboy and a great dissonance as well.
Big thing is the mana right there. They would have been able to burn a flash if Voyboy had enough mana for that one, but he has been so heavily focused on the laning phase.
Seeing this Lucian versus Caitlyn lane. Really, a lot of people thinking that Lucian bullies them all out. Robert actually playing very well though. Westrice putting himself in a little dangerous spot knowing he had the siege minion wave, but he still takes a good chunk of damage.
Yeah, the Crystalline Flask there for Quas, giving him a lot of good things.
Yeah.
The biggest thing hit about Jack's top lane in the 4.10 patch is the loss of early sustain, especially from Doran's Blades. Instead of it being 5 life on hit for melees, it's 3% lifesteal, which doesn't even out until about 179 AD, and that's if you don't factor in armor. So it's almost never as good for a melee top laner as the old Dorans. So he starts Flask, puts that early gold in to give himself a bit more sustain and hopefully keep pace with Westrice's Lee Sin.
Picking up that pickaxe. Voyboy looking to be going back here soon after getting the blue buff. Maybe not now. He's going to get full mana out of this. Also has both summoners up, so kill potential could possibly be there. Good guy Dominate, knocking this one down. And we're going to continue back to the mid lane. That's 61 to 56, and it looks like the Athenes is still going to be right in the hands of Prolly as soon as possible. Voyboy just hasn't really gone back second time.
Well, actually, see, Prolly has talked to me a little bit about potentially different builds for the mid lane. He'll still go Chalice, but
okay,
we'll see how he adapts that build a little bit later. He has something in store for us.
Interesting.
Leave the suspense for now.
I am suspended.
If it's Athenes, then just pretend I didn't say anything.
Okay. 8 minutes on the clock. Transfer over for Prolly. Moves could possibly be made for the Dragon now. Second buffs have been picked up. No real aggression has even been shown by either team. We've kind of seen that all day, that somebody would try to pick off second blue, go for Dragon. Very lax play here coming in for Complexity and Curse.
Yeah, typically this is probably in favor of the Skarner player who wants to farm a lot early.
That's true.
Once he's level 6, his ganks become potent. Flash ulting is oftentimes a kill. It's a little bit harder against the Morgana. They can predictably black shield the guy and you end up flashing into a face full enough.
Setting Bubba up to possibly be the MVP here if he can hit those black shields.
Black shield the target, then bind him. Everyone can just focus down Skarner.
We said that is going to be hard for Dominate. He's got a lot of binded skill shots.
That was cute. Westrice threw the Q as Boss was going to jump for a CS because he knew.
Both teams kind of afraid to get into anything here. Definitely giving each other respect, as they should. Both teams that have been able to take down top names in the LCS. Nothing to be toyed with. They know the early lead could easily cost the entire game.
Yeah, especially against Complexity. Complexity has been a team that when they get an early lead just absolutely crush people. It's because they make so many risky, bold moves. They're very experienced with it. I almost kind of liken them a bit to a college basketball team, for instance, where they have all these moves that work really, or even a player, they have all these moves that work really great in college, but when you move to a higher level of competition, they don't always work as well. Although, here comes the gang top.
Let's see if this move works. They get the crowd control sectioned off nicely, and they do get the kill down. Required, necessary.
Wow.
We start to get the game moving. One kill going over the Kez, as a little action in the bottom lane shows that Complexity seems to have the upper hand here, but Cop and Xpecial a little low on mana to be fighting.
Nowhere to run right there. But yeah, it's kind of like a college basketball team. They could play a zone defense, which is great in college because teams don't have very good outside shooting, for instance. You try to run more of a zone defense in the NBA, there's much better three-point shooters. They shoot threes on you all day, and it doesn't work nearly as well. So for Complexity, it's like these aggressive moves. You can make a bunch of aggressive moves when you have a gold lead from your laning phase, but as soon as you make it to the LCS, laners are better, you don't have gold leads, and oftentimes their aggressive moves backfire because they're fighting with gold deficits.
Well, they're driving to the key here. It's going to be Dominate with the steal. No goaltending on that one. Kez is going to be going down as well. They're going to need some subs after this one. Robert actually and Bubba both getting pushed out. Very low mana bars out there, and we couldn't even really get Prolly in for the fight.
What a game-changing moment in the game, because if Complexity actually gets that Dragon, they put themselves in a gold lead position where they could just make those aggressive plays we were talking about and maybe just cascade it into victory.
One more.
But Dominate just walks in,
saunters right in,
the smite on the leads, and then Quas with the 3-man stun into Luluwald made the rest of the Complexity team unable to support Kez.
Well, that's Curse's early game lead that they wanted. Complexity loving those early game Dragons, and actually cost them a little bit of ground there. Still up in gold by 200, still have a turret, and that first blood is definitely not going to hurt for Kez as well if he wants to keep getting those deep wards in. If you're going to be placing those deep wards, you got to have the money and safety to place them.
Yeah.
They're already getting them down, so priorities are on the line.
Yeah, the Westrice Lee Sin will be really interesting to track how long he can beat the Jax right here, because he has a level of power right now that he can really take on Jax quite well.
Yeah, he can outlast that in power smack now. You can see him trading easily with Quas. Quas's teleport is down, so he's not really going anywhere anytime soon.
And you can see Westrice has maxed his E as well.
Yeah.
Because he's really just looking for that attack speed slow. The Cripple is a 60% attack speed slow. And Jax is one of the most auto attack speed reliant champions in the game. It's why the Lee Sin pick against Jax used to be so popular.
Right.
And it's all the more surprising why Quas picked into it. They want the team fight potential, and they're hoping to be able to bypass this painful laning.
And that was a real quick pickup for them as well. When they first chose Lulu, as we see Dominate coming up top here, the ward could be there for Westrice and the shield. His safeguard, he was able to use that just a second ago. Doesn't really need it as he flashes out. But yeah, looking at kind of the champion select overall, they're not having a lot of fun. Westrice shutting down the counter there. Dominate can't get in for any more good ganks. Hopefully they can start getting their kills from more objectives, because it seems like it's still strength in the laning phase when they go back to it for Complexity.
Still an incredibly close game as well, and it's the laning strength that Complexity has right now. If we had more big team fights, it definitely feels like Curse has substantially more control and damage in those. So this will be very much an extended laning split push game for Complexity, where they're hoping to pick people off and mainly just maintain laning control without allowing people to group up.
Fine for them as well. We've seen the Caitlyn play. Once you get the Infinity Edge and the crit behind that, completely zeroing out other AD carries and champions on the map. So Robert's more than happy to keep farming as well.
Yeah, and he's doing quite a good job of it right here.
Good clip. Good lead over Cursic Special. And Cop in the bottom lane. They really can't get anything activated. Seeing how aggressive this lane can be, the passive shots, they're not even really able to get any concussive blows on to activate aggression. So far, the only thing Cop has found, along with Special, is that support or assist in the bottom lane.
Westrice is drawing a lot of attention from Curse right now and is eluding that pressure. We'll have to see if Prawley can get some mid lane turret damage based off of that. So it's kind of on Westrice right now to draw as much as possible, and more
He's still creating it, yeah.
Yeah, more importantly for the team to be able to capitalize off of that. You can't just have him running away from 2 and 3 people all game unless the rest of Complexity is making advantage of those numbers.
That was pretty sweet. Cop feels like he can trade back a bit more. Bubba just puts himself right in the front. Knows he could take one, but flashes on that. Shield is down. He makes sure he's safe.
Nice little bout of aggression right there.
Kurt's trying to gain back a little bit more. They're not afraid to put down the pressure. They do have to be careful. Robert XE Lee hits a few of those headshots. Going to be very bad news. Dominate indeed. Walking by a pink ward.
The pink ward Sai, unfortunately, right there. Very important.
Man, if I had a nickel for every time someone walked by that brush, I'd probably still be casting. 15:05. Oh man. Thought he was going to get hit up a few more times. The binding wasn't there due to the minion wave blocking it out.
Interesting here, as Dominate walked by that ward in the bottom lane to press, Kez went over to the top lane as well, and they're really trying to pressure that interior turret, specifically keep Quas down. We might actually see the beginning of lane swapping right now because they need to send Quas help. Oh, they want to kill him, but the support arrives!
Kick him away, extra little armor, magic resistance. Do they really want this? They get the lockdown from Dominate on, a few more spells, and he is locked up. They're just going to go ahead and drag him away. Dominate puts the sting down, and they put Westrice down.
This is the cost, though. X Special went to help Jax, which meant Cop gets punished for it. Robert X. Lee and Bubba will be able to take this turret on the next wave, especially with how quickly they're shoving in.
Nice little bit of damage. The Peacemaker makes it quick and easy for this turret to be going down, and then they are already hovering towards the top side. They're going to be rushing up at least to cover that ward vision. Make sure they're safe on the exit.
Trying to make the turret kill as many as possible.
Cop's like, please stop, just give him to me. He gets himself back into farm mode, but he's now 20 CS down throughout that lane, and he has the assist coming out of it as well.
So this is the important part of the game here with the Dragon Pings coming down. 3 seconds. Robert not going back to base, but Cop is. So the timing of this could not be worse, considering Chris Smite stole the last one. They are just content trying to take this one late.
Second one comes up. Complexity's perseverance pays off on this, or just positioning for that fact. Westrice finding Dominate, and it's not something he wants to mess with right away. They actually get the lockup and the wild growth at the same time, giving him time to move. Oh, the shockwave is just on the outside. Only acts as a sombrero for Westrice. Dominate on the burn. Nice ignite from Brawley to get the kill. 1-for-1.
Even so, a little bit messy as far as that fight is concerned. It means Quas has free time with this turret. Jax is the turret killer speed-wise, but this is just Westrice, understanding he's strong for sure, but then not necessarily knowing when to back. And that's one of the big things about Skarner now, is with the stun, it requires... It's so much easier for his allies to help him in the jungle, because when he does get messed up a little bit, the stun will allow his allies to help him out. And Prawley was a little late on that transition, so it ended up kind of leaving Westrice out to dry.
Westrice seems to be in a different mode of comfort here on Lee Sin. Obviously, he loves those champions he can be very mobile on, like Rengar, Lee Sin, and whatnot. But when a player is in their comfort zone, you can definitely tell. Woo. Now down to Robert X lead. A little traded damage with Curse Comp. Looks like Ace in the hole tickling a little bit more than the culling there.
Summoner spell difference, though. Flash heal burned by Robert and nothing burned by Cobb. Interesting that Robert actually finishes Vamp Scepter prior than finishing his Infinity Edge, recognizing he needs a little bit of sustain options because he will inevitably take some poke.
Move it up now to the mid lane. Special's kind of already been roaming, getting the ward coverage down, helping out, and getting sweeps. Sightstone's already been built up by the supports. Not so much seeing that on the junglers. Coming out with 4.10.
Yeah, the Sightstone is down. There was that small phase where everyone was doing the Sightstone junglers. Starting to diminish a little bit with the decreased lane swapping as well. So there's not as many turrets down early, so the really early ward coverage isn't as prevalent, and they're also just buying a lot of consumable wards now.
All right, so a big item threshold hit for Robert X Lee. I think we saw a 14-minute Infinity Edge as well today, so his coming in at 19 a little bit later, which means his second item ramp up is also plateau out a little bit, so it'll help have that headshot damage coming in on top of his crits. Dominate with the speed. Oh. He's always got to come from the fog of war, and as soon as they see him, such a tell. He's trying to put on some pressure.
Yeah, this game will... I'm not sure if it's going to break open is the thing, because Westrice is committed to this splitting game.
Yeah.
And I think that's all Complexity's game is going to be. They're trying to take down as many outer turrets and extend this game as long as possible. It's going to very much be about Kez getting deep ward control with his Elise and then trying to escape alive, and then never letting Curse group up as 5 because they need to keep their lane shoving. Times like this, when Westrice is back in base, means their mid lane is a little bit non-defense. So that's what they have to be careful of, just not giving windows for Curse to attack.
160 to 177 in the top lane. Quas is going to get big. We'll see what he can start doing to Westrice. If he can dodge out those Tempests and the after cripple, definitely have the attack speed he needs going into these fights. However, we also haven't seen really the huge 5v5 fights coming in from both teams. Kind of pick off so far.
Yep.
Dominate clearing up. Only the kills right now coming from the 3 are on him. So he's definitely made work.
Yeah,
on
he's
on
getting
Skarner.
really strong as well. 6,500 gold on Skarner and the 117 CS is, like we said, right in his wheelhouse as far as the way he likes to play on junglers.
See Quas.
Hey. How's it going, buddy?
Too bad he didn't have jump. Could have leaves right back to the minion. Looks like that is going to say, though. Lane's kind of pushed. He decides actually not to go for Wolves. Doesn't have enough time. Westrice pushing with that team at Hydra now in the top lane. Just pushes it right back to him. Westrice been drawing a lot of chaos up there. He's seen Dominic go up a few times as well. But Brawley and the rest of the team aren't really working off it too much. He's going to wait for the objective game.
As long as Westrice stays up there, he would want to be getting a bigger advantage on Quas. But with the way he's trying to pressure the lane and the fact that he's not necessarily coordinating two-man ganks too frequently, Quas has been in an equal farming clip of Westrice for quite some time. And I don't want to overblow the late game power of Jax, because oftentimes we can fall into that trap where a Jax can get controlled in a team fight, so sometimes his farm level doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Especially with a 60% attack speed slow of Westrice. But even so, Jax will scale better than Westrice. And if he's going to be isolating himself like that, they need to be making ground somewhere.
Well, looks like with 30 seconds on the clock, they foreshadow the Dragon quite hard on this. Bubba has the control with Dark Binding, and they also have the Pink Ward control, so it's up to Curse. See how well they can do a retake on this Dragon Vision. And it doesn't look like they're even going to want it. 15 seconds clear into mid. Complexity could be that extra bit of boost that they need to really carry a snowball into this late game. Usually it comes from Robert X. Lee in the bottom lane with that Infinity Edge finish. Could definitely make some impacting shots here within this, or a nice ace in the hole to carry the team through a big fight. Top lane's going to get some love here. Whatever happens could cause the Dragon to come out of this. We already see Complexity easily moving on to that, and Curse will draw themselves top just for Westrice. Really?
That's exactly what Complexity wants.
Yeah,
split
that was perfect.
And this is more so Complexity trying to make ground with what Westrice is doing. This is a much more organized type play style from Complexity, not nearly as chaotic as the game they played yesterday, but it will open them up to highly punishing mistakes when they're running this split push like this, and when they're opting into a team composition like Curse has, that even if they're close on gold, Curse will have a much better 5v5 team fight. So if Complexity forgets about that once and gets somehow caught into a 5v5 situation, it could very well lose them the game. So they have to play very risk-free in this one if they want to get a victory.
Right. Not afraid to lose a few fights. Caitlyn getting some good shots on. Robert actually with his mind on the prize. Took that turret about down to half health. They prep it nicely with the map semi-objective free. I mean, we saw the LMQ Baron going down at 24 minutes, so it's a possibility. Right now, teams still kind of feeling each other out, respecting the power that they have.
Yeah. Also, we have to consider the Lucian versus Caitlyn scaling paradigm right now, because Cop would be much stronger than the Caitlyn with Ghostblade Blade of the Rune King, even though he's down a little bit in CS.
Right.
But when Robert X. Lee gets to 3 items and beyond, the Caitlyn range combined with the Orianna and Morgana protection could actually be enough for late game Complexity to actually be stronger, as long as they maintain a gold lead like they have right now.
And they take mid down, really flexing the muscles of, didn't even think about the combination Whimsy onto Skarner. That looked scary for a second there. Had to force the flash out of Prolly in mid as they took the turret. A few options for Curse to work with here to get that Skarner into the initiation. With his flash up, it means a lot. They can definitely get a fight that they want. But as long as that flash is down, Complexity should be able to run pretty free.
It definitely seems like a lot of sieging and pushing potential to try and enable their run. The minion waves have consistently been on Curse's side of the map, so objectives become more and more difficult to contest. The breaking point of this game to see which team will, I think, come out on top will be the Baron, and how Complexity can position around that, because all things generally come together at the Baron pit. It's going to be about split pushing, enough to open up a Baron opportunity, but if Complexity doesn't open the doors wide enough, Curse will be able to just catch them inside the Baron pit.
Right. Got to create enough pressure from Complexity. Right now, Curse is doing a good job at getting most of their lanes pushed up. Very good control over Baron with Quas in the bottom lane, making it look enticing, but he'll also be able to farm this out and get pretty big. He's still 40 CS down, trying to get a Blade of the Rune King out to make his fight prowess a little bit stronger as we come up on 26 minutes. Complexity still keeping themselves at about 4,000 gold up. Not too shabby. Very low kill game for these two teams, from what we usually see.
Right, Complexity plays the highest kill games, pretty much everyone in the LCS. They average as a team about 17 deaths per game, normally. Only at 2 this time, so
there's a difference.
Keeping that number down.
Like this team said, it's taken, 6 weeks for quite a few teams, but they're definitely coming into form. Movement towards the top side of Curse's jungle. A lot of movement. The Soul Shackle onto Dominate. Pulls out Wild Growth. The special's forced to put up Unbreakable, and Cop answers back with a culling that just says, please get out of here, to give the team breathing room. A lot was used for just Complexity's presence there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, a few ultimates burned on both sides, but then we can see it's all kind of traded back and forth. Curse can still generally wave clear, and Jax can still generally fight against Lee Sin. Complexity would love to get the turret off here. Dominate's got to go.
Oh, he gets that to Cocoon, but he does get the lock-in. Back to the Shockwave. It's like ping-pong inside this fight. Special goes down. Double kill for Robert X. Lee. Getting him kills is not a good thing, and that's why Quas takes him down as fast as possible. Quas looking to jump back into this fight as the Grandmaster. One last whack to the head with an Empower. Takes down Westrice, and he picks himself up a large surge in gold.
Quas got to the fight before Westrice, so there was no answer for him jumping in. It's huge, the fact that Robert X. Lee got the double kill, because he is the late game option for Complexity if he can get there sooner. But if Quas gets too hefty, Westrice won't be able to deal with him. And he will also be the answer.
See that again. So quick. Fast on the Cocoon, but faster on the Sting.
The Cocoon stun completely stopped that. And then, yeah, it was a pretty sloppy initiation for Curse, because they were banking on the fact that Quas would get there in time. They actually went a little bit early in that case, and Quas came in a little bit late. But even later was the Westrice answer afterwards, which evened the fight.
What a counter-strike to start that one off from Quas.
Yeah, he's had a couple of those really timely counter-strikes.
We'll see what kind of money he goes back and spends. That makes him very big. Upgrade for Special to the Ruby Sightstone. Get some more HP under his belt there, just to beat Tanky Braum.
Yeah, maybe even just having a few extra wards without going back to base. A lot of times that's undervalued. People generally say, why would I ever upgrade my Sightstone? I can keep 3 wards down anyway. But having that one extra ward worth of ammo in a game such as this, where there is a lot of split pushing, and going back will forfeit your map pressure that you have worked so hard to obtain, that extra ward can allow them to stay out of base for a longer period of time.
Now wards going down at Dragon. The war to be fought once again, or I should say the battle of Vision. The War of Dragon. Clearing out one. Traps going down as well. Robert X. Lee trying to keep that Vision up. And with the bindings down, it gives him a little room.
So this could be that 5v5. Complexity is feeling like they've powered up enough, knowing that Prawley has 3 big items. But this is the danger. Curse, if they can't win a 5v5 fight, what are they going to win?
Minus 132 from Unbreakable on that headshot. Really cutting it in half, actually. Looks like they're going to be getting a few good shots onto Dragon. Enough to take it down. Enough to be grabbing themselves. 3 of 4 in the game, and now they could be able to sideswipe here. A good kick back.
Man.
That's going to be a binding. Is there a Shockwave to come in? The Shackle's going to keep him. Throws out the Glacial Fissure, but it's the ball movement commanded by Prawley to take down Xpecial.
So instead of Curse contesting the Dragon with the 5v5, they again try and chase after the Lee Sin. Don't get it, burn too many spells doing so, and get initiated upon by Complexity from the backside. Just an out-of-sync move there by Curse. The objective should be the name of the game for their team, especially with the Skarner-Braum combo.
I don't think it could have worked out better that you called out that promotion tournament, Westrice, being such a havoc wreaker in the game.
We'll just keep chasing him down.
And he's 0-3-3.
Yeah.
He's not getting a ton of kills. He's just causing chaos. And to respond to it, Curse is giving up too much.
It really seems like they are. They are over-paranoid with this Westrice Lee Sin being as annoying as possible. Because the teamfight presence of that Lee Sin, while it can be good if he lands the right combos on the squishy targets, isn't that impactful. He's just shadowing Jax in most situations, trying to slow down his attack speed, and wanting people to chase him. It's like the old top lane Nidalee.
Really throwing a wrench in the gears when the fight starts for Curse. 317 to 259, so he's even keeping that clip of CS way up there. And Curse just trying to clear out jungle, get back into the game. We see Boy picking up a blue elixir here. The answer to start from Quas. Kicked right in the face.
I mean, he had Dragon's Descent with Shyvana, and he's got Dragon's Rage with Lee Sin.
Yep.
He just uses it whenever he wants.
Either or. Westrice going crazy for Complexity. Right now, not so much going, like you said, by the tweet of Robert X. Lee. Very methodical in this one. Much more planned out for Complexity.
No more the day of the wild card, it seems, for Complexity. trying to move into sole possession of 6th, actually. Will be the halfway point through the LCS right after this game as well. Every team will have played 14 of their 28 games. Shockwave.
Shockwave, Wild Growth saved as well. That's the ace in the hold down, so a lot to try and get Voyboy out of the fight. Trying to silence that voice for just a second, but the team is there to save him. 5,000 gold lead, as it looked like they wanted something on that, but just a Glitter Lance and no follow-up. 3-3 in turrets. We're 30 minutes into this game. Both teams testing each other very well.
And how wild would it be for Complexity to be the only 2-0 team this week? And then also have...
We got all the 1-1.
Everyone else is 1-1 up until this point. Well, Curse
Crazy
is 0-1. Complexity's 1-0 coming into this final game. And then also have sole possession of 6th when they're just not really expected to do that as far as being the newest team aside from LMQ in the LCS. With all the changes they've had to go through as well, Kez replacing Broken Shard, Prawley being out for a couple weeks. Yeah. Yet here they are with a 5,000 gold lead against Curse.
Very strong play. Prawley helping to call the shots. Robert actually doing his thing at 80 carry. The 2 kills, 2 and 2 coming from Complexity, along with the 1 start off of First Blood Kez. He's been a great addition to the team, and he's really helping to get things going in the early game when Complexity really needs it. Frozen hard on Dominate. He's trying to become a big Scorpion. And we see this fight is a little back and forth.
Now Westrise is going to try and sustain back up. He sustains much faster than Quas does, which means all these little trades, even if it looks like Quas is winning, as long as he hasn't killed Westrise, Westrise is actually winning.
All right, so the Dragon's Kick, Dragon's Rage is up, but we also have Counter-Strike up as well.
Oh, man!
This means he can't get to Baron. Is Complexity going to try to force a Baron here with the teleport coming in from Westrise? There are no home guards onto Quas, so it'll take a little bit to heal up.
It's that split pushing Lee Sin. The Westrise is never really allowed to play because Lee Sin gets banned away from Kez most of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has the pressure bottom lane. And this could be that Baron breaking point of the game where we'll see if Complexity has a big enough window to get it.
What a great champion select.
No vision control.
The junglers.
Dominate's
Forcing
pretty far from home.
Onto that Skarner. And you can see how hard it is for him to even get in, to get vision, to help it out. They try to make Complexity dance to the beat of their drum as they push down middle, wards down, and it looks like they're going to go clear for defense on this one.
Special blocks and clean away.
A little scary.
There's a nice rotation there by Curse to decide to run into the mid lane instead of around the Baron pit where they didn't have much vision. Complexity kind of forced to respond because of how quickly they made it there. The dance continues.
He's hitting all these shockwaves, or sonic waves, I should say, as well. Oh, Grandmaster goes on. That means he's getting those attack speed stacks. If he gets the dodge up at the right time, Westrise goes in. He goes for the kick. That's the Tempest, but he cannot finish off on the cripple. And it looks like they are backing off on that fight. So close to activating his second E.
He flashed away just to queue back in.
It was a flashy play.
Rather flashy. Was it to dodge the Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I got a freak boo.
Congrats.
35 minutes into this game. 7,000 gold for Complexity. 4-3 in turrets, and it's really not giving anybody more movement around the map. Everything's been happening in the middle, back and forth.
Yeah, Westrise, I just had to go back and watch it again. He flashed away for fun.
Yeah, no.
There was nothing he was dodging from Quas. He just wanted to activate it. He almost got the kill nonetheless. Let's take another look at this sweet, sweet duel. There's going to be a lot of this happening. Obviously, he lands the Q, and he hasn't chopped in quite some time.
He never has a ward, too, so he doesn't really have to flash.
I guess not.
But
that's like an escape path if you really wanted it for later in the fight, I imagine. But then this one.
Whee!
Way!
Yeah.
Fake him out. Almost got the kill is the crazy
Almost.
thing. If he would have saved his flash, he might have been able to flash after and actually kill Quas.
Dude, why would you do that? That's smart thing.
And that's the
That'd be
power
crazy.
as well. A couple auto attacks onto a frozen hard eye will dominate, still taking him that low.
Yeah.
Means Robert X. Lee might be reaching that point where Curse just can't fight back anymore.
Definitely a lot of sting coming out of the hands of Robert right now. He's even looking to build up a Blade of the Rune King to get more sustain in there for himself. And with the Infinity Edge finish, those headshots are going to be hitting over 1,000 when he gets them out. Cop. Oh. Getting spit on. Very big gold lead by Complexity. It's been slow. A slow gain from them. They have not put themselves in any
people have to
scary
chase Westbrook?
positions. I don't know how many people have to chase him, but he's pretty much kicked everybody in the face at least once. He could have a ward to get out of this one. Oh, no! Somebody farmed it! That's not going to work this time.
And the Baron maneuver by Complexity fails. They're actually really low.
Whoa, Quas flashing into this one. No, teleporting right onto that ward in the middle of the fight. Brawly's in the middle. A Glacial Fissure goes across the entire team from Nick Special. All the summoners have been used. All the abilities have been used. Cooldowns are coming up and they're looking for round 2, but it's gonna be Complexity backing off.
Exactly what Complexity could not afford happening to them. Westrice does not distract for long enough, and Curse still makes it up for the Baron. And now they're trying to peel off with 2.
Curse could go down here. That's Quas going down, but they take down the damage. They ace the team with easily enough HP, I think, to take down Baron.
This was Curse's window to come back in the game. They had been getting split pushed the whole time, but we knew that if they could catch Complexity trying to pull off the Baron to close the game, that would be the way Curse makes it back into. And instead of it being Curse that makes the mistake, it's actually Complexity that makes the mistake this game that may actually end up turning it off. Quas teleported in, got another great stun. The ultimate from X Special could not have been better. And they just ran Complexity down because, let's be honest, it was a 4v5.
Did not expect Westrice to be out of that one. So you can really see now
there at the
the 4-strong, or now 5-strong with Quas's teleport. Without Westrice, they have the game. He's been able to create so much chaos solo that that's the way their power is. Going into that team fight, Complexity is not stronger than that for Curse.
Yeah.
An unfortunate battle.
404 CS. It's the way he plays that Lee Sin as well. Not necessarily trying to get the kills, but instead just create a bunch of distraction. The question will now become, all right, so we had 35 minutes and Complexity was split pushing wonderfully. Curse found the one opportunity to get a fight, and they got it. But can they get the next fight? Because they're very strong right now. Basically, they need to get wave control so Westrice isn't pressuring an inhibitor of some kind, and then Curse needs to group up as 5 people and push strong into a base with a very hefty turret dive, probably with I Will Dominate leading the way to tank the turret, knowing they're so strong in the 5v5 scenarios.
The best, once they get up to the turret, they have that wave that Dominate can kind of skirt through, try to dodge some bindings. A lot of potential on that first grab. Oh, Westrice gets found at the turret. They take the game to the teleport.
Yeah, if Westrice can't distract for Complexity to do something else, it's over. 57 seconds, 5 people with Baron for Curse. These inhibitors aren't trouble.
Fast move like that definitely means that Curse is now the leader of this game. They're just trying to get some shots on the turret. Watch how far you guys are pushing yourselves. The minion wave is still far behind. Taking out a few shots. Curse rethinks the bottom, and it looks like they're going to go head off to mid lane. Whoa. Pretty chaotic disperse here for Curse, taking a little bit more damage than they would actually like to get that second tier turret middle.
So the inhibitors live to see another day. It's just another outer turret of Complexity falls to kind of even the scale for the overall game.
Westrice is getting to be a big boy. 2,000 gold up on Quas. Actually just fit a Bloodthirster into his pocket. Looks like he's trying to do some more damage. Only has the Randuins for defense, but
funny thing is,
doing what he can to split.
He's more vulnerable now than he's ever been, even if he's ahead in gold. The scaling levels of Lee Sin don't exactly transition into 16,000 gold too well.
Yeah.
He's been getting caught out much more as well, especially because Curse is now even stronger in these 5v5s with the Baron buff. Split pushing becomes more dangerous. He needs ward control before he can do that stuff safely.
And that's what Curse has gained. Looking at the right side where they just took out Complexity, it's a line of wards, just as long as the lane is. Complexity's trying to regain a little bit of control. Curse, again, going to try to dictate this middle lane. They also have the top lane to push as well with this Baron's gone. See what they decide to do.
Yeah. Probably wait for Dragons and Barons to come back up, generally, even though their Baron buff is still on, but the Dragon will be up soon. They want to be hitting those 6-item breakpoints. Although it's interesting because Complexity is kind of there. They want the double QSS to void against the Skarner. There'll be a Scimitar and Robert X lead. That'll kind of cap him out. Probably is effectively capped out right now as QSS doesn't transition into any ability power items for him. So Complexity would kind of have to go now, but they can't because their whole game plan revolves around Westrice creating split push pressure. By the time that happens, Curse is all going to be at 6 items probably and catch themselves up with the main carries of Complexity.
Quas now back in the face of Westrice. Can't necessarily push down the turret, but Curse can now spread Complexity thin here. Boy scooting over with Whimsy flying across the screen. The rest of Complexity wants to get out of the base a little bit. You can see some forward wards being placed, but nothing that puts them into danger. Cop cleaning up the outside turrets. Now they just have the possibility to go around the horn of Complexity's base here on the inhibitors.
They're using their recently acquired map control to just get the gold back to even.
Doing a great game so far. Curse really taking advantage of the fact that Complexity wasn't trying to super push an advantage. The split push was all they had, and Curse said, if we can wait this out, then we will have the upper hand. Making a great move as Complexity went for Baron. Curse really able to put themselves back in this game, just with the waiting game on their side.
Yeah.
It wasn't looking good.
Yeah, really, the breaking point was exactly when Westrice died.
Right behind Dragon.
Yeah, and then the fact that Complexity was so committed to doing that Baron, thinking Westrice was going to distract them long enough, yet by the time they finished him off, Curse was just already on their way top.
Frozen Heart now coming in for Kez. This is definitely going to affect Quas a bit. Not so much Cop. Caster AD. Gold has been nicely closed from about 4,000 or 5,000 now. Just under $1,000. There is the skill shot crowd control that dominate faces. It's right in the hands of Kez. Making their way down the mid lane. 1 minute on Baron Jat. It's going to have to be a big fight of some summoners and ults blown for anybody to want that.
Yeah, and I'm honestly wondering if Quas is strong enough now that Westrice can't even do the dance he was doing with him before. Although Robert is at a point where he is quite threatening as well. I think Complexity wants to play more of a poke game instead of committing themselves into Baron Pit again.
Holy macaroni.
Speedy Skarner with that Whimsy.
487 he was clocked out there, and that was just on the end of it.
Yeah, wait for the Whimsy. He probably shoots up around
515.
That's without the Whimsy. That's just Skarner.
Oh, yeah, it's still him. This will be good. We'll keep it on him as he flies through, maybe for his first engage. Nobody's going to be able to catch that. Now, this is the chaos that Dominate can make, but if Complexity has the vision to cut out the wards, he almost has no entry but for that flash engage we were talking about earlier. They've left it up to Annie's in the past. They can do it with a Skarner.
Yeah, Dominate does get up around 700 move speed when he gets Whimsy, but he goes 0 when he gets hit by a Binding.
So many shields for him to take. Robert X. Lee gets real aggressive on that. Pulls the culling out of Cop. Very nice to be trading the ults back and forth. And looks like Complexity holds all of theirs in that engagement. Just missed. 44 minutes on the clock. Everybody's trying to get a grab that would just give them the upper hand here. Bubba Dub trying out, missing it, but the wards on Baron are really the priority here. Oh, Kez gets grabbed. That's a tanky Kez, though. Where's the damage from Cop to be able to finish out a tank? That's going to be a lot of return damage to Xpecial. Ace in the hole, blocked by Dominate, who also took quite a bit of damage throughout that fight. Quas on the backside, hitting up Kez, who's back almost to some good HP here.
Oh, wow.
Cop hits up Robert X. Lee, almost takes him down. He gets enough shields, and they have to be careful. Quas is still hovering around the side of their fight area.
Nobody died, which is the amazing thing at the end of this one. Even with all the teleports and flashing in, some big-time disengage coming out from the Lulu right there. I don't even really know what happened there. But honestly, because really it was showing you how powerful Robert X. Lee can be with his auto attacks, how threatening Probably can be with just his Orianna Ball combos, and how if Curse doesn't pull the right target, how they do not have the burst potential to take someone down without Jax. But they kill this Baron exceedingly quickly. This is the fight they need to force, actually.
Oh, Westrice is there. The only thing he has percentage is that Q. He does hit it on Baron. They're going to try to wait. Kez flashes forward, gets up, does not get the smite on the way down. It's going over to Dominate. Kez smites early, and it looks like they are going to be going all out in this fight. Somebody's going to a Nexus. A beautiful shockwave of 3 people. The double kill comes out for Prowley. They're trying to lock down the fight. Ace in the hole coming in. It goes over to Quas, takes him down. We're looking at 70 seconds on Death Chambers right now. Bubba Dub's almost stuck in the pit, and Cop trying to chase down, but Prowley offering too much utility for the fight to continue from the side of Curse.
Wow, what a big play right there, getting the smite secure, and then nearly dying off. Robert X. Lee was within a hit of death. Otherwise, he could have just ended the rest of Curse. But they have the extra man right now, and he is life-stealing up quickly. So Complexity pushes down mid. Voidboy trying to defend.
Basically every shot around 800 damage coming out of the muzzle of Robert X. Lee right now. The dissonance, only a few shots from Robert will be needed. Cop, you cannot be in range. Throws out the culling. It's only going to hit Robert X. Lee down to half. He'll heal that back up, and the inhibitor will be theirs as well. Complexity turns it back around.
Back and forth and back again. What kind of game is this? Complexity. Kez flashed into range so he could repel, I believe. And then Westrice safeguards into the pit right there. But then it's just pretty much watching the carries right here. Watch Robert and watch Cop right here, plus the shockwave from Prawley. Orianna will do more late game damage than Lulu, and it was a huge shockwave. And then Robert is just freely shooting right there. But the Glitterlands tagged him, so they couldn't necessarily ace. If they would have clean ace there, there's a chance they would have had enough power to just run through and end the game.
Yeah.
That's how close this game is when it's at 47 minutes.
70 seconds on the clock is so much time to move around the map freely. We even have Voidboy still coming up from the last fight. That's how long this is. Full replay. Voidboy's still considering what to do when he comes out. Everybody's near max items here. We even have Voidboy looking to build the Lich Bane for himself for some extra damage. He has the Zanyas. Not seen any Guardian Angels come out this game. Everybody's going for the defense of the Banshee's Veil, some Thornmail, and everything that'll keep you in the fight just for one chance.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that Prawley is still sitting on his Quicksilver Sash, even though it is great for him to have added insurance against a Skarner pull.
Yeah.
He should be positioned so heavily in the back and could really use some extra ability power with that last move, or even just a Banshee's Veil to save a bit more general defenses against Curse's Onslaught.
Robert actually getting to be a big boy. Zephyr put in his inventory as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting at 2.1 attack speed.
2.5 is the highest, so he's right there.
With 383 attack damage. So, I mean, he is just as big as he can get in this game. Well, once he buys a Red Elixir, then he'll be over 400.
He's the only one in the game to amass 20,000 gold for himself. Everybody's pretty close, though, as Complexity makes a move.
It's kind of that super late game we were talking about. If Robert X. Lee gets strong enough, the Caitlyn power could override the Jax power when you consider there are attack speed slows coming out of Westrice's Lee Sin in the thick of things.
You know, we saw Tabs do the same thing to a very fed Lucian over in Europe. When he got a hold of Caitlyn in the late game, he zeroed everyone out in the game. Robert actually has a very good chance of doing that here. Boss onto Westrice. This brings two of the brutes out of the fight now. Nothing's really going to happen in the top. Just still peppering that inhibitor turret as these two going back and forth. Inhibitor should be coming back up quite soon for these guys. Probably got a minute or so left on this. After that Baron, they were kind of muddling about quite a bit. So as long as Quas can hold this, Curse will still be all right.
Imagine Quas is probably going towards a GA with his last item. Maybe a Thornmail even, just because he needs so much armor to deal with Robert X. Lee. Robert X. Lee doesn't have a Bloodthirster. He's just sitting on 10% lifesteal that late in the game. So Thornmails would actually be a good way of countering his damage, because he would heal himself hitting tanks.
It hurts. You hope you can heal up that damage that's coming in, but it doesn't work as well when you're hitting harder than that. 50 minutes on the clock. Last game, or last time these teams played, the game ended 7 minutes ago with victory for Complexity. They're looking to get the same result, just a little longer. Get out the culling. That's going to relieve some pressure. Dominate down to half HP. A lot of home guards are in the hands of Curse, so they'll be able to get back and defend. But these traps, the traps are doing a great job at keeping the pressure off. They should be able to get another inhibitor coming up soon.
And their base turret was just strong enough to ward off the minions.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty big wave working down there.
That turret
Curse
down to
is
about 25%.
afraid to hard engage because they cannot get a reliable thing with Skarner, knowing the Black Shield is there and the multiple QSS options.
Gosh.
Complexity has.
Robert X. Lee almost solo dropping the inhibitor by himself with the coordination of his team's strength around him. Really being able to put fear in the eyes of Curse right now. The flash, Glacial Fisher. They grab Westrice. Is that who they want? It's going to be Robert X. Lee on the back line, shooting anybody he wants. Dominate now goes for him. A great focus by Cop. Everybody turns tide right on the correct people and priorities of Complexity. Curse, turn this one around for themselves. They can't help Prowley, but Curse needs to stay on the move.
Quas is really big and was a menace that fight. This is going to be interesting to see how much Curse can turn off of this. They Can't even defend their inhibitor. Come on.
Oh. Said it was only going to be a minute, but in that minute, they're out of their base. This could be the end of the game completely. The 70-second timers are longer than that now. Kez gets taken out. They don't have any minion waves to push. This is going to be brute force.
Yeah, it is very hard to take down turrets at this stage in the game. Right now, that turret has 250 armor. They get a backdoor bonus if there's no minions there. So Curse will not kill these super quickly, but they do have a lot of tankiness and a lot of shields. I Will Dominate is sitting on 300 armor. They're going for the inhibitors.
Here's the thing. Soul Shackle is going to be coming up, but it will be down. West Rice could be up. It looks like they're demolishing as much as possible, knowing the strength of what they just saw should be enough for a final push while letting Complexity respawn. After 2 inhibitors, another game turnaround by Curse.
What a swingy game this is. Whew. Complexity has these type of games.
Yeah.
It seems.
Holy crap. This has been awesome.
Technically, Complexity's right at home. Because this is the chaos we can come to expect from that game. 52 minutes in. Robert X. Lee can't get any stronger. Prawley can't get any stronger because he's still sitting on that Quicksilver Sash.
This is when,
could still theoretically get items. He doesn't have a late game Zhonya's on Morg. He's actually incredibly starved when you compare him to the tank support like X Special. The goal difference between supports is non-existent, but just the tank items and the survivability differential is really, really important.
It looks like Kopp has taken a page out of his old 80 carry book with the KDA. 7-0-7 in this game of chaos. Somehow he is the only person that has not fallen. Really putting out damage for his team in the same aspect. He was right on to Robert X. Lee in that last fight. A really good focus from him. Help to change it.
Well, I mean, Complexity can kill this Baron in about 5 seconds. So Quas would need to teleport in really quickly if Complexity starts forcing it. But it's also probably the most suicidal thing Robert X. Lee could do to go for that Baron right now, knowing they're down 2 inhibitors and the Jax is going for a 3rd. Complexity's got to go back to their base and forfeit this Baron to Curse.
Guardian Angel starting to come out for Quas. He's even more of a threat and will take even more power to take down. Kaz is going to try to get some vision on, and it looks like they are going to dance. They will clear it, and so far they're hesitating. Skarner's in mid, so they're holding for now.
Complexity does not have the tools to contest this Baron. There are 2 waves of super minions that require a full-time heavy attack damage defender, as well as a defender for the Jax. So the fact that Prawley and Kez are out there is just wishful thinking, but mainly a huge risk.
And this is such a hard feeling for Complexity to have, but for Curse, smiles on their faces. They have pushed themselves to get this type of advantage. Vision from just the minions inside the base of Complexity in a very hard-fought game.
Yeah.
Now Baron to come out at 54 minutes. 3 of 7 Dragons, but 3 of 3 Barons go to Curse throughout the game.
The hardest fought game at this point. And no split push pressure from West Rice happening here. The 3rd inhibitor will be pressured heavily by Curse, and you do not see, generally, comebacks come from 3 inhibitors down, but Quas gets kicked in. This could be the fight.
Kicked in, kicked out, gets the wild growth as well. They're taking quite a bit of damage from the turret. Quas isn't really getting any help from the team right now. Shockwave going out huge. That catches Voidboy and X Special. Voidboy goes down. Kez takes him out. They can't seem to get through the front door. Kez now up into the fight. That's going to be a kill. Probably moves the ball, gives the entire team the assists across the board for both kills, but they still have a base to defend.
Listen, though. Prawley knows best about keeping his Quicksilver Sash in his inventory for this long.
Guess so.
Because Dominate flashed to try and get him. He QSS'd it and then turned the fight around. They save both of their Nexus turrets. They do not lose their 3rd inhibitor, and they want more.
They're going to teleport in.
No, he was just playing.
He's just playing. And
who needs teleport?
Scared me. Dominate's going to be there to help them. They don't have a turret to worry about. They have an inhibitor they're going to be able to take down
That's
here.
An open inhibitor.
So
There's 2 open inhibitors and 37 seconds of time. I wonder if they would try to end the game here.
It would be very hard. There's way too much crowd control. Slow lockdown for them to really get this. They shouldn't mess around with this. Know that they can get the minion waves out of the inhibitors and go for the inhibitors. It will help them in the long run. If they try to finalize this, it might cost them the game. They're losing their Nexus turrets right now.
They're gonna go for it. There's only 12 seconds left on the death timers. This is it.
Complexity is headstrong on trying to defeat Curse right now with the Nexus turrets. They do finally get the inhibitor, but they have taken almost all of their HP in this engagement. They thought the win would come strong, but Curse has stopped it. Now Curse is the one that can take the forward advantage.
The
teleport back.
Quas is going
for. He's in the base. This is going to be an inhibitor knockdown. He's got minions on his side coming in as well. They might not be supers, but look at what Curse is doing. They're working together to stop Complexity. And you're right, nobody in their right mind, not even this super minion right here, can stop Quas. 56 minutes into the game, he's going to be solo dropping that next hit.
Riv, nobody on Complexity can make it back to base except for Robert.
Oh my God. Oh my God. There's one. There's two. Is he on the farm? No. Wait a minute. No way. That's going to be the damage. One last hit. They stop it. Void Boys win. Here's the rest of the team. This is absolutely incredible right now. Another minute passes and the game hasn't ended. Quas is on it. 57 minutes in. Curse takes down Complexity.
And it's only fitting that this was yet another Complexity base race. 100,000 gold from Curse by the end of that one. Comp, deathless somehow at the end of that absolutely chaotic game.
Awesome. Holy crap, that was an awesome game to watch. I need more expletive words to describe this. What an all-out knockdown battle coming from both teams. The game, they weren't even really throws.
Yeah.
They were prioritized attempts at engagements, and one team just came out stronger on each time.
I haven't seen a much bigger smile on X Special's face for a very long time. And that comes when you have a game that swingy, that was just on a razor's edge until the very, very end of the game. A lot of very close skill shot dodges, QSS uses. Honestly, the Thorn Mail on I Will Dominate, even though it's a little specific for this moment, pretty much decided the game. When they were trying to push in, Robert actually nearly killed himself hitting I Will Dominate, and that prompted the initial retreat.
Yeah.
And then because of that, when he teleported in to stop Quas, he was so much lower when all that stuff was happening.
What an amazing game. And the caliber of the LCS ups the experience you just had as well. Usually those are teams that are, floundering at the bottom, and the plays like that because they haven't cooperated. They haven't gotten together. But these are teams that are beating top teams in the league, and this is why the games are going long, because they push each other to the limit.
Exactly. Complexity is the team that beat EG yesterday. And just a few notes. 1-1 again. For every team in the LCS.
For sure.
And the reason this is so damn impressive is because it had never happened in North America before in over a year and a half of the LCS, and it's happened 2 weeks in a row.
Whew, what games. Right now, we're going to throw it down to Kobe, who's Rift side.
Thank you, Riv. All right, I'm here with Dominate, the jungler for Curse. Congratulations after your win. After a game like that, okay, you've just ensured that every team has gone 1-1 in the North American LCS. And a crazy game like that going back and forth, how do you feel overall about the landscape of the North American LCS now with all the teams so close?
I definitely think it just shows how close all the teams are in skill level. Any team can win versus any team on any given day. And the last 2 weeks you've just had a bunch of 1-1s, and it just means that going into the end of the season, all the teams are going to be fighting for those playoff spots.
All right, now let's talk about Skarner. First the one to bring it out here, Dominate. A lot of people were saying when he initially came out that he was OP, but I feel like that was an overreaction. Actually, how do you feel about the relative power of Skarner after playing him?
I think Skarner's a decent jungler. He's a level 6 jungler that is useful if all the other junglers are banned, which is kind of what they tried to do that game. They took Elise and Lee Sin on the first 2 picks, thinking that if they just took one, I would just take the other. So it was actually a really smart strategy from them. They banned out the Rengar, we banned Eve, and then they took 2 junglers. So it was kind of what was left. And I just thought that Skarner was a good pick there over something like a Nocturne or a Vi.
In late game, actually, if you use the ult for suppression, then the jungler can't smite against you. When Kez came in for it, were you just focused on Baron health? Because you didn't actually use it. You still got the smite, and you still got the Baron.
Yeah, it was actually a really confusing situation because the call was to turn off, but it was so low that we needed to kill the Baron. So I was just kind of focused on getting that clutch smite. I wanted to be able to secure the Baron because I felt like if we lost the Baron there, we'd probably lose the fight too, and it could have been game.
And ending a game like this in the late game, what does that do for a team's confidence? Because you guys have been struggling lately, but coming out in these end game scenarios, when it's so close like that, it's got to be a boost for you guys.
It's a little bit of a boost, but to be honest, we're not really happy with our play. We made a lot of mistakes that game, and even once we had 2 inhibitors and Baron, we almost threw in the last 30 seconds. So, we just have a lot to work on, so we'll be practicing hard and get ready for Super Week.
All right, well, good luck in Super Week. Thank you, Dominate. We're now going to throw it back up to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. And if we pull up the standings, we see after all the explosive games today, a new patch taking effect. The order of our standings are exactly how they were at the start of the week. And first, it's once again CLG, LMQ, and Dignitas.
And keeping pace, one game back, it's Cloud9 and TSM who are tied for 4th place, and alone in 6th, it's Curse.
That's right. Tied for last place, we have Evil Geniuses and Complexity. Once again, every team ends the week going 1-1. So we want to break down some of the key playmakers. First up, it's going to be Zion Spartan. You can count on him to be a bully in the top lane, and his Jax split pushes is too dangerous for any team to ignore.
Yeah, he really plays Jax to his full potential. Next, it is Amazing in the jungle. Now, he had a great game on Jarvan, even in the loss, and has continued to look better as he synergizes with the rest of TSM.
He does. An OP in mid, it's going to be Xiao, who played very well on Yasuo. He was able to shut down the skill shots of Team Solomid, and now LMQ end the week once again tied up for first.
And Wild Turtle showed you have to bring a whole team if you want to take him down. He outplayed 2 big LMQ members on that Lucian game, trying to salvage a victory, but he still had those 15 kills, most of an 80 carry this week.
Oh yeah, and OP as support is Crepo, who has been on point with his Dark Bindings to help his team pick up kills and objectives. But the man who stole the spotlight this week was TSM's Wild Turtle.
Yeah, and obviously it could have been anyone this week, it seems like, because everyone was so close. But there were just so many exceptional plays from Wild Turtle. The way he team-fighted were just fantastic. He's improving more and more since a rough start to the split. He's a great 80 carry right there.
Really someone who steps up when he needs to, can pull out different champions, and can also do those deathless games like Cop just had as well. Wild Turtle, definitely someone to have on your fantasy team if you don't. He's been putting up numbers lately. Don't forget the LCS returns with a super week lineup of games starting Tuesday with an all-new LCS preview show.
Then the European LCS gets underway with Roccat facing off against Fnatic. After that, SK Gaming will take on Gambit, followed by the Copenhagen Wolves versus Roccat.
Indeed. Then the North American LCS hits your browsers on Friday with LMQ versus Cloud9.
And then Complexity will face off against CLG, and as we know, anything can happen. Followed by Dignitas taking on Evil Genius.
So true. Be sure to head over to lolesports.com to get the full and complete schedule if you want. As we throw it over to Freak and Zareen for the North American Challenger Series Summer Play-In, let's take a quick look at some of today's huge moments.
Turkey.
Yeah?
Turkey.
What's turkey? How do you turkey?
Turkey.
A turkey?
Turkey. No, like here.
They're fighting
no
top?
flash. They have no flash. Videos.
Keep going. Very easy game. We can win.
Wait.
Sneaky step.
Whoa! That's what the BS sword pickaxe damage looks like from a Lucian early game. The culling comes in. Oh, it does. The piercing light all the way through. Crepo.
Full of Diet Coke and I'm on a diet. Diet's gonna be a rapper, dude.
Wild Turtle can put out big damage, but can he do 3 more numbers? Play the retake. He gets the double kill. Trying to explode. That's the combo of Tristana into Yasuo. They were ready for it that time. They wipe out Team Solomid.
Instead of going under,
There's his initiation. He tries to go hard. They get the shockwave down onto him. If there's enough crowd control, they can't turn onto him. But the second they can, he's obliterated.
I'm really looking at the camera. You're looking at the camera and you're going.
And it looks like they are going to be going all out in this fight. Somebody's going to a Nexus. A beautiful shockwave of 3 people. The double kill comes out for Prowley. They're trying to lock down the fight.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the show. We're here for the North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Victorly. With me is Aiden, Zyrene Moon, and we got some fun games coming up today.
Oh yeah, we got some fun games. Helios might be having very easy games, but today
A lot of hard ones here for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I mean, we had a 5-hour LCS show, but we got more Challenger, so it's going to be great. Stay with us through the night. On Friday, of course, we saw 3 exciting games determine which teams would get into the European Challenger Series quarterfinals. But today we're switching continents to focus on the North American talent.
Yeah, this is the place where the best in the continent battle it out with the hopes of overthrowing an LCS squad and taking their spot. Yesterday, the top 20 Challenger teams played a 1-game elimination round, and here are your winners.
Yeah, so Solo Kill and Denial Esports have already won their matchups today, meaning they will move on, but we'll find out which teams join them as Team 8 takes on Area of Effect in our first matchup. Then, also known as, goes up against Zenith Esports, and we'll end the day with Wasabi Gaming versus To Be Decided.
Just like yesterday's play-in, today's teams are once again in a best-of-1 elimination match. If they lose today, they'll have to wait for next spring to requalify for this premier opportunity.
Yeah, but meanwhile, the guys who win today are going to move on to the Challenger round of 8, where they'll have to, they will have the opportunity to compete against the 3 teams who made it to the top of Summer Series 1: Team Coast, Curse Academy, and Team LawPro.
Yeah, and they say it's lonely at the top, but do you think it's lonely up there for the top-ranked Challenger teams as well?
You know, it might be, but no matter what, no matter how lonely they get, they're always going to have friends at LOLesports.com.
That's right. Under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, they will keep all the scores, schedules, links to VODs, and everything else you would want your pals to know about your latest victory on the Rift.
But even if it is magic, no friendship will be forged in our first game, which is just about ready to start. It's the highly favorited Team 8 versus Elements' team Area of Effect.
Yeah, and Team 8 beat Complexity and Cloud9 Tempest to win Lone Star Clash a couple months back, and they were the first team to take a game off of LMQ in the Spring Series. So they've been able to take down Titans with a very aggressive play style where they use hyper early game champions and very map-wide plays.
Problem is they're ridiculously inconsistent.
Yes.
They've never made it past the top 8 so far in 3 attempts. This is their 3rd attempt, I believe, for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's weird because when they play on events that aren't the Challenger Series, they're like, we're going to take first in Black Monster Cup Spring, first in Black Monster Cup Summer. We're going to take first at Lone Star Clash. We're going to get second to LMQ in the NACL.
Yeah.
And then they show up here and it's like, we got eliminated round of 8, round of 20.
Yeah.
They don't seem to perform up to the caliber that they're known for when they actually participate in these tournaments that are not here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a difficult
This is the
for them.
big one that gets you into the LCS, and if they can't deliver here, then they're just always going to be the team that wins and gets some cash. But
yeah, sure. Yeah, they win things, but like until they make their way through, it is going to be hard for them. Of course, meanwhile, you've got Area of Effect on the other side. We talked about Team 8. They're hyped up despite just mostly having only Challenger experience. Though Elements, of course, the former LCS player, was supporting for CLG, supported for Curse. Of course, got dropped from both those rosters. He's been trying for a while to get himself back up in the pro scene.
Yeah, and there's a lot of mutual respect here between the teams because Maple Street regards AoE as the second best Challenger team behind themselves. So Maple Street has a lot of respect there. Or Lomo Street, if you know him from live.
Yep. I mean, that's great. And you kind of saw like the rivalry between Team 8 and LMQ because Lomo, of course, comes from the wonderful Vasily, and it's a great... It's a meme that doesn't get used enough, I think, in League of Legends. So guys, raise your...
owned up to it.
Yeah, but raise your Lomos, guys, because it's really... it's the way to live League of Legends here. Picks and bans coming through, though. Kale dropped away from Team 8. You know Cali Trolls would love to play that champion. Syndra and Yasuo dropped out as well. And we'll see how the rest of the bans go.
Yeah, and Area Effect is a little different than the last time we saw them because they made it all the way to the round of 8 and got 2-0'd by LawPro. Even though they lost, they still had really good scores, but since then they've replaced 2 of their members. Chump John and Pat are out, and Arenko and Mikasa are now in the top in jungle. So we're going to see a little bit of a different teammate coming out here because Pat had very aggressive calls, whereas Elements and the rest of the team likes to play a little more cautionary. So I was talking with Pat, and he was saying, I like to be very aggressive. I like to be up in their face and create a lead early, but the team is very reserved in their shot calling.
Well, it's interesting because the guys who have been best for Area of Effect is actually their AD carry, Evan RL.
Yes.
He's got like a ludicrous like 10 KDA despite his team going 2-2 in the last summer series. And so if you're like, well, it's 4.10, AD carries are big, let's play passive. You get a Tristana or a Cog mod at 6 items, you're going to win the game a lot of the time.
Oh, yeah, and he's really good at those hyper carry champions. Evan RL is known for that. Like you said, 10.6 KDA for him. Being 2 of those are losses. 2 of the games. He had more losses
2-2
than the people who were above him in KDA. He's 4th highest KDA in Challenger last series, which is a big testament to his skill. And even in losses, he doesn't die is the big thing.
He's a good AD carry player for that one. Of course, Elements will be supporting him, so we'll see how that lane matches up. Our bans come through. A lot of the mid lane, top lane bans aimed at Team 8. A lot of mages dropped out, but no jungle bans at all. So you consider those purpose pops drop the Lee Sin in there. Does he even care with the Lee still in the pool as well? Yes.
Yeah. Can probably hand that one over to Porpoise Pops. California Trolls does play that a lot. And Cali Trolls, there's a big story about him. He was a Fizz-only top laner for the longest time. Like, that's how he hit challengers. Fizz only. I'm just going to go Fizz over and over again.
Does he play Fizz?
I think he plays Fizz.
Okay.
But he's since dropped that, picked up Kale before it was popular, way before it was popular. He was a Kale top laner, played a bunch of carry tops. The Nidalee loves just carrying from the top lane, and he was the hinge on which teammate swung. And when they lost to Necrophantasia previously, he was on Malphite up against a Soraka, so they didn't have the burst that they needed.
Yeah.
So teammate, they've since gone back to the drawing board, and once again, it is a best of one, so you have to draft as best as you possibly can right now.
I'll see if they can grab that. Of course, Lee Sin already picked up. Going to hover the rest of the champions in a sec. Area of Effect do get that Jax top lane plus the Ziggs mid, so AoE already had this great fallback pattern of Jax split, Ziggs wave clear, and they can wait for late game.
Yeah, and I should have taken my previous point back because Team 8 will usually always pick California Trolls champion first. Unless they are red side, then they'll usually pick it last. They want to get him on something immediately that's top priority, top pick for them.
Interesting. Well, we got to see, of course, the AoE not picking up a jungler just yet. They could pull a complexity and just grab Elise Lee Sin. We've seen this before, but maybe they'll make it work. Heck, they grab Orianna as well. They're really just running their composition.
Yeah, they're running. Nope.
Okay,
it's okay.
I take it back.
That completely makes sense, though. Maple Street, last time we saw him up against LMQ, he played a lot of Caitlyn and Lucian. It was just back and forth between those two, so it's no surprise to see him on that champion once again.
And early game aggression, definitely the case here for these guys. Lee Sin versus Jax. We did just see Westrace win that matchup. It's one that I think you're kind of supposed to win just barely as Lee Sin, so of course Cali Trolls picking into it should be okay with this. The Lucian, one of the, I think, the premier laner right now among top tier AD carries. So you talk about teammate wanting to get out ahead early on. They've definitely got a chance for it.
They want the hyper early game champions here, and the top 3 picks that they've already gotten showcase that immediately. That's the game that they took off LMQ when they went 2-1 against them in the Challenger Series about 2 series ago.
Yeah, Spring 1.
Yeah, they ended up Spring 2. Yeah, 2 series ago. They ended up with a very hyper early game composition, and they kept LMQ down right from the get-go.
Well, it looks like they actually might be allowed to kind of keep pushing in. Looks like Area of Effect still looking for more late game champs. Their Rengar does come through. At least he can play making the mid game to keep them afloat. But Tristana, known for a very weak mid game lull. Some teams have been able to play around it, some have not. That gets picked up for Evan RL.
Yeah, and Arenko actually played Rengar back in the round of 20, and he went 7-0-7 on that. Undefined KDA or 14 if you like to go ahead and throw that in there. So he had a really great showing, and he's previously from Team Green Forest. So we've seen him before in the Challenger Series, just not on Area of Effect. And I want to see how he meshes with this team, because these are 2 new additions between Mikasa and Arenko up against Team 8, which has been together for a while now, and they've been through a lot of hardships as well as success.
Yeah, and I mean, they're hoping that this continues the success train here. They can make top 8. Basically, if they want to make it to the LCS promo tournament, they're going to have to get, almost for sure, top 4 in this tournament. They're going to have to make it to the quarterfinals and very likely have to win the round after that. So
lucky for them, though, they are first seeded on the ladder, so they will avoid one of the incumbents of the top 3 if they win this match.
Yeah, and actually, to be fair, the same thing for Area of Effect here. If Elements wants to go back into the LCS, he's only got 1 point from Series 1. So both these teams' hopes rest on this game winning it right here. The rest of the picks come through. Braum support for teammate. Orianna mid lane there for Slushie. And AoE to make their last choice.
Yeah, the Braum pickup now, really big and be able to keep Maple Street safe. And they didn't go with the Twisted Fate was banned out from them. They didn't go with the Nocturne as well. We saw them hover over that previously because they played a global comp. But now they're going with this composition that has a lot of early game pressure all throughout it. And then hoping Slushie can farm like a madman, which I've seen him do before on Orianna. Just take Wraiths, go mid. Take their Wraiths, go mid. Just keep doing that back and forth. And then have that late game presence. Now, Area of Effect, they have more scaling here, all across the board.
Oh, yeah.
So it's an early game composition for Team 8 versus a scaling composition of Area of Effect.
Yeah.
There's a timer on this for Team 8 if they don't get an early game lead. They need to crush early if they want to walk away with a victory, and Area of Effect need to play it safe, need to use their reserved shot calling, and not get over aggressive.
Well, they've got to make sure they play it right. They've also got to be able to react to the teammate aggressive plays because you know they'll look for them. I mean, you've got so much playmaking potential. It's really the battle is how fast can you break down the wall before the castle gets built there. That's what I'm going for. Actually, what? Am I seeing things correctly? Trundle just got locked in there.
Yep.
Not Nami. Please help me with this one.
I can't. It might be support Rengar. No, it's a support It looks like it's a support
I
triangle
trust there's not like a weird graphical error I've never seen before. So Elements is known for his off-tier support. Elements is known for his off-tier supports, right? It is actually Trundle. Like, yeah. I just had to be sure.
Yeah.
The guy played support Nautilus before, if you remember from back in the day.
Fiddlesticks before it was popular.
True. That was actually good, to be fair.
Yes.
Nautilus
it ended up being good. People gave him a lot of stuff for it previously.
Fiddle was good. Nautilus, no one went for, and they're like, you're just crazy.
Yeah.
Trundle, I mean, what else do you say here? It's Trundle support. He's going to be tanky.
It's a best of one. He's whipping out all of the stops.
Yeah.
You can steal stats. You can buff your Tristana in the late game with your Subjugate by using it on somebody who's tanky, make him less durable. You can steal some AD. If you get close, you can use some displacement. I mean, you can stop Relentless Pursuit with a perfect pillar, but there's a lot going in here. And Trundle's very item dependent.
Yeah.
So
21 defense,
we have to see how it ends up. Yeah, he's definitely going the defensive route right now.
He opened pillar level 1 as well. So here's the things, like my thoughts with Trundle, right? So first of all, Trundle would work with someone like Yasuo because you get a knock if you put it right on top of them. As far as stealing stats, though, like I guess it'll work against Braum, but that's kind of it. His ulti would not get blocked by it. Everything else is melee, so that doesn't matter too much. It does allow him sort of displacement and sort of movement control to allow Ziggs bombs to hit more. But it's just a very, very strange situation. I just have to see how it plays out because he has almost no lane pressure doing this. I wouldn't even be surprised to even look for a lane swap.
Yeah, and the fact that they picked these two champions that don't have any lane presence for the most part, like Tristana's early game is actually pretty good.
Her laning is fine.
Her laning is good. But when you combine it with a Trundle, and most of the pressure in the lane will come from your support, considering most AD carries are pretty on parity with each other, unless you're Caitlyn and you just outrange everybody. This is a really big boon here for Team 8, if they can push this early aggression. But at the same time, you have to be a little on guard and think, what is AoE doing? What do they want to do? It's very hard to get a read on it, and they might lane swap, but they'll give up a dragon.
That's true, unless they have some weird miracle way of stopping it. We have not seen that so far, though. Lane swaps have turned into dragon every time. Every team gets taxed 925 gold for lane swapping, and so we don't see it as frequently as before. Looks like AoE are sending the duo lane up to the top side, so that will give time for Elements to farm up a bit. And the funny thing about this as well is so many times we see supports leave the lane early, let the AD carry solo up there, get solo XP, and if you're Thresh or Morgana, that's fine. You press a Q on someone, you're useful no matter what. Trundle, you mentioned this before, Trundle is pretty heavily level and gold dependent, and so if Element's like level 3, 9 minutes in, he is not useful.
Yeah, that's a really big thing there. Using the Trundle for some vision, but that's about it. Now he's going to go top lane, and the question is, do they fast shove, or do they try to freeze it, deny? Because it's Tristana. If he's putting points in his explosive shot, he's going to shove naturally. If he avoids that, then he can go ahead and farm up.
Sure. It's a thing to watch for. I know when Kopp played Tristana yesterday, he didn't learn an explosive shot until level 5. Actually kept points out of his skills and said, okay, well, at some point, get the explosive, but he wanted to freeze for a while. So it's certainly up to the player to decide how he wants to play this. Ooh. It's like Cali Trolls will get the red buff, start there, and look at this. Wow, an aggressive play there. No, this is normal. This is where the duo lane is. I got so used to seeing 1v1s.
I know
how this works.
Wow, 1v1s back in the game, and everybody forgets how they go down. And now, Urenko and Mikasa, they need to go for this red. They're going to be a little bit behind, but at the same time, these are actually both sides have really good turret pushing top laner and junglers.
True. And yeah, AoE took kind of the slower sort of greedy path where they took a bunch of small accounts for one for the buffs. They're not going to try defending against this dragon. It is going to go to Team 8. We're going to see how well Dodo can dance the aggro there with dragon. Maybe we'll see them take more or less damage depending on their skill here. But Rengar Jack's happily just being a buddy in the jungle.
Yep, and the first dragon is worth a lot of gold now. And if they can get it, turn it into even more of an early game lead, see what they can do with it. Boom, 900 gold into their pockets.
Okay. Well, Team 8 are sitting at about a 700 to 800 gold lead right here, so what you expect from the Dragon take. Mid laners holding equal. Looks like MNRL and Elements have reached the turret here, and they're actually putting some decent damage on, putting a pretty decent amount of emphasis on this turret losing health. You see it's down to 1/3 right now. The Minion Wave doing some decent damage as well, so heck, they can answer the turret for this pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're going to get it very quickly through Tristana, and also the fact that you can chomp the turrets. We saw Element just biting away at it. Gotta have some strong teeth for that. Yeah, he's made out of stone.
He bit it so many times, and you know his mouth is still there. The bite has not lost any damage here, so Well done to him. AoE still clearing away the northern western jungle. No one's stopping them, so this push could mean the turret in the very next wave even.
Yeah, and they have to kind of answer it because they're down about 1,000 gold now, just because of the dragon and the laning just overall. So when you do lane swap, you have to take the turret as fast as possible. Try to beat the bottom lane taking your turret, since now all the turrets have damage reduction on them.
Yeah.
Beat them. Push it faster, lane swap back, so now they are down a turret top lane, and you just go ahead and be like, okay, you got dragon, we got a turret, and now we're just playing you 2-on-2 bottom, and the playing field is even, and we avoided that really, really bad early game, or the advantage that you had early game.
Absolutely. And so far, that's kind of been the case there. The 900 gold, we're going to see if that means much when this turret falls eventually, or if they set up a freeze or whatever, because there's ways to, of course, force a freeze in your lane if you manipulate the minions properly. See if that ends up being the case. Mikasa and Arenko still walking by. Pink ward is down. That's going to actually be spotted, but they do go for it. All right, so early ward punished very quickly out of teammate.
Fun fact, Rengar Q hits a ward twice.
Interesting.
Don't know if it should, but it does.
I didn't actually see that happen, so I trust you.
His savagery hits it twice. If you use a Q, it hits it twice.
All right.
And they're standing right on top of a ward.
And they get spotted, and a lot of health goes down. This poor Rengar, the dodge comes out, and the stun does go through. Arenko does dive it out. Porpoise forced to run away. Flashes out away from the pillar. He's staying safe so far. Exhausted Mikasa.
Passive on
One hit to go. Flashes in, finds the kill, but now he's in the wrong spot of the map. Calitrol's Dodo ain't showing up for this one. Can they kill him in time? Stun comes out. One more hit, and a second kill goes in. Team 8 finding the enemies in the jungle.
And a big thing about this lane swap, too, is they wanted to keep California Trolls down because he's such an aggressive player in lane. He looks to crush you and run away with the game. He is the hinge on which Team 8 swings. And when you lane swap it, he's got 9 CS at 6 minutes because he's been farming jungle. But if you give him kills like this, you completely negate the entire lane swap and what you were looking to accomplish in the top lane.
Yeah, and you can even see the turret health as well. Not even a good spot for AoE. Mikasa's turret down here, very low. A couple hundred health in this one. Of course, Team 8 did defend their own top lane turret. So just a dragon and an extra kill there, putting Team 8's required good early game in a good spot.
It looks like it's going to be a Blade of the Ruined King start here for Maple Street on 4.10.
Okay. Becoming
the standard start on Lucian. It's very, very effective. Increases culling shots, increases everything. Uses his passive twice. And with the buffed Ruined King is great. We got TP to the bottom lane. They're actually just lane swapping it so that they have their 2-on-2 in the top lane.
Interesting. Okay, so they are going to hold the 2-on-2 up here. I want to see if AoE reacts to this in any time because they are recalling Evan Rel. He's down an item right now, so I believe he could pick up BF Sword on this recall.
This is the right move after winning that fight because now you have your top laner who's a little bit better now, going with the pickaxe and the longsword.
Yeah.
Straight into a longsword Ruby Crystal.
Oh, sure.
So you have an advantage here if you're teammate.
You have a red buff
exactly.
on Lee Sin. So.
Exactly. You don't want to mess around with that.
Mikasa chooses to jungle instead because facing Lee Sin is just too much of a fright for him. Dwarf's Claw, level 7 on Ziggs, 62 CS, holding pretty equal. Slushi, interestingly enough, not going Athenes, has the components of a Morellonomicon for his first item, and as long as his team can control blue buff, that'll be fairly safe. He's going to go for more AP and less gold overall required. Arenko going to be spotted going to top lane, level 4 on him. We're going to see Maple and Dodo just running away. Should be safe. Root will miss. And now we get to actually see what support Trundle can do. He's actually in a lane now.
Yeah. I don't know what he can do. I flat out have no clue, and I'm really interested in seeing what Elements can do with this. Something he's kept very, very secret, if it is something that's efficient. Just captivated. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna buy?
Early damage coming out. California Trolls pushing the Jax away. You can see the lead at work right there. Turret does go down, and Cali Trolls 250 gold for that turret because, of course, he gets the local gold just for himself. It's going to snowball that lane even farther. You're seeing now a 2,000 gold lead. Team 8 have been making great choices early game.
Yeah, and the fact that Lee Sin has the Tempest Cripple who'd be able to slow the attack speed of Jax in the early game, he almost has twice his CS. He's approaching that little cusp. He has this wave pushing up. No, it's going to allow Mikasa to get back a little bit, but it'll still be about a 10 difference, maybe 15.
Well, everyone's looking for a fight one more time. Chomps takes a bite out of Dodo, but doesn't do all that much. Ultimately, Maple Street's still able to hold his team in a decent spot. Cutlass for both these guys means plenty of sustain. And so no real health loss for the AD carries. They're going to continue to farm with really not much difference between the two.
Yeah. In Cali Trolls, he actually went to go ahead and farm the Wraith, or the White, and he's just using his pushed up map pressure to go ahead and get camps, deny some from Rengar. Don't know how much it's going to deny though, because Renko is now level 6 and he's looking for that first gank with On the Hunt.
And that is going to be the big risk.
Went back and bot, got himself the Spirit Stone and the boots, has the red enough so that once he gets that first leap off, he'll be able to stick to somebody and blow some flashes and chase them down. But what's he going to do with it? Dragon is live, second dragon of the game. And the teammate aren't in a position to get to it just yet. They did actually call Dodo back.
Uh-oh. Renko, he sees Porpoise Pops.
Porpoise Pops sees him.
He knows he's around.
Look at that solid snake stuff going on there. He's in a
goes.
cardboard box.
Yeah, I was going to look for the same reference, but nope, doesn't need the box. This one just walks back north. Maple Street, though, getting CC'd a lot. The slows are there. 2 more hits, and there's the kill picked up. Evan RL takes him down. And support Trundle.
Yep.
Just saying.
Yep.
0-0-2.
It worked. It worked. Big thing there is Dodo abandoned top lane and said, Maple, you solo farm while we go get Dragon because we'll have a numbers advantage because it's 2 in the top on 1. Maple played it too far up and got caught and punished, blew both of his summoner spells for that as well.
Very, very well played then by Area of Effect. The Exhaust Course helped Mikasa. Nice Warthog gets away from the slow. Cocoon will land, but do they have enough damage? They're going to try for it. QE, dash comes in. Kick will be almost enough damage. One more shot. There it is. Porpoise Pops claims that one. And out they go from under the turret. So kills traded back and forth. Top lane turret went down for Dragon. Mid lane still fighting the Slushy. 300 health. Here comes Element. The Flash Pillar forced the flash out from Slushy. Still running the Flash Bomb. One more shot could do it. There's not much mana available. Shockwave pulls him back. And there's Dodo away, keeping him safe. Now in on towards Elements. The stun is available if they want it. They don't go for that just yet. Arenko pushed back. And looks like it's going to be calm for now.
And now they group up in the middle. Maple Street, after respawning, has to go up against the Tristana. And now he's in a numbers disadvantage again. Porpoise Pops on the wrong side of where he wants to be here. Now we're going to go ahead and clear out that pink. All 4 members of AoE grouped up in the mid. Slushy just backed, got himself the complete Morello Nomicon. And across the board, very exciting game so far. But this is how teammate plays. They play hyper-aggressive, but they give up some kills.
Yeah, sometimes it does backfire, but they're still holding on to that 2,000 gold lead that we saw a second ago. It's a couple things traded back and forth. The Dragon control definitely the sole reason for that gold lead, to be completely fair on this one.
And it's something we've actually seen a lot of is Dodo will abandon Maple Street for the objectives. Back when they were playing LMQ, it was always Vasily versus Maple Street bottom 1v1. Just highlight clips all day. They kept going at each other. It would be like Maple Street won that one, then Vasily, and back and forth, because Dodo is more objective-oriented as opposed to winning the lane flat out. He's like, I'll abandon you, you're fine, you're good by yourself. That time Maple wasn't.
Yeah, true.
And it's against this late game composition. The teammate needs to get a bigger lead than they have right now, or AoE's going to start running away with the game.
Now AoE so far doing pretty well. Sightstone out for Elements, tier 2 gold per 10 as well. So this Trundle is getting fairly tanky, and it's honestly a team with a large number of threats and actually a decent enough tank line with Mikasa, Arenko, and Elements all able to share that duty. So we might see this work out just well enough. Blue buff being stolen away. Looks like no one wants to stop this one, so AoE continuing to let some of these moves happen to them because they've got to wait for the timer to keep ticking out. Still 2,000 gold as Porpoise Pops clears away the blue buff. And hey, they've got Ivan Rel farming
Looking
top
for Elements. He's a little far up. And Cali actually has a decent amount of damage now.
Who goes for the hot pick? Elements back in. Shockwave as well. Big damage comes through, and down goes support Trundle. Dodo in looking for, the Q lands on the Rengar. Arenko's got to be careful. He's going to hit as well. He flashes. Ulti's going to miss there, and Dodo does not give them their second kill, but it does continue to give map control.
Yeah, Slushy knew that the flash wasn't up, communicated it to his team because Elements used Flash Pillar previously, so their flashes were basically on the same cooldown. If I don't have it, he doesn't either. Kick him right into the team. Now Arenko facing the wrong bush.
Oh, that Q missed though. Cali tries to ward hop away. Arenko heals. Porpoise Pops comes in, but
he wants to back off.
The stun though, good damage comes through, but here's the rest of AoE. They're looking to turn this one around. Cali Trolls got to be careful, has to flash away, but there's a stun in from Mikasa. Hits 2. Ziggs ulti, big damage. Cali Trolls got to be real careful. Has nowhere to go. Down he goes. Evan RL grabs the kill. Exactly what AoE wanted.
See him sleeping in the trees there. Wow. So yeah, hits it for 2 right there. Once again, the savagery straight out from Rengar. Big thing there. You could see from California Troll's body language, he didn't want to fight that.
Yeah,
he kept going back. He kept backing out, telling Porpoise Pops, I kind of don't want to go. Porpoise Pops keeps chasing. Cali Trolls actually says, all right, I guess it's time to go, but it's a little too late. Goes forward, blows his flash to try and get out, still gets stunned.
That's the rough part of it right there, is the over-aggression can burn you. AoE collapse back in their own jungle very nicely overall, and in fact, that's the team with better ward coverage over the northern jungle, so it's a safer place for them to fight in.
Yeah.
Really only ward watches the top tri-brush, which not a very high traffic area, so teammates got to be a bit more careful. Dragon up in about 2 minutes so far. That has been good for T8, but they've got to make sure they don't let things slip away. As soon as AoE holds a gold lead, I don't know if there's a way back in.
Yeah. And we talked about Team 8 being a very aggressive early game team, and you can see California Trolls 2-1-2 on Lee Sin, 100% kill participation. But then look at this. Evan RL, he's up in CS over Maple Street currently. He's very close to having the highest CS in the game right now over Slushy. He's the guy who had that 10.4 KDA when they ended up going 2-2. Fourth best KDA in the previous season, 2-0 right now. Blade of the Rune King completed on Tristana. Once Tristana hits 4 items, she becomes an absolute terror in the game. You hit level 18, another big power spike, probably the biggest power spike at level 18 of any champion in the game because of that range increase. Also the fact that she hit 6 items is just ridiculous. You can't even get to her, especially if you're Lucian.
Yeah, that's going to be the difficulty. It's going to be for the rest of the team to get down on this Tristana. Nice wave clear top lane. Wolf's Claw removes all of those. And Mikasa gets a big share of experience. Porpoise Pop's going to walk by. Aranko's going to make himself known and reveals that there's probably a ward there as well, but may or may not matter. Maple Street is going to 1v1, but it's a 1-level advantage. Evan all goes to him. Here's the teleport. Evan only has flash to get out, takes the entire culling. Slows come out. There's a jump in. Cali Troll. Ooh, nice flash by Evan, but now,
inside, though.
Yeah, he's got to be real careful. Goes through the jungle. They know which way he's gone, but only boots one. Continues to move on to the left. Orianna, cute. Oh, knocks back Cali Troll. Still not been hit. There we go. And that's going to be the assist coming through to Lee Sin for the shield as well. So Maple Street claims the kill. Aggression mistimed from Evan RL.
So Maple Street is used to being a duelist in the bottom lane. You can see it there, keeping his distance on Lucian. He's done that multiple times since we saw him, because Dodo just abandons him. Basically, he's learned to fend for himself against other AD carry players. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen more this game. Just leaving Maple Street on an island and having him try and duel as if he were a top laner.
Sure. So far, so good for these guys. Level 7 to level, I believe, 8 for elements there. So overall, AoE found some good XP in the bot lane. Mikasa's going to be careful, though. Ignite is on stun, hits Slushy, but one hit from Dead. It's going to be enough. Doesn't need the flash, but look to secure the kill anyway. Another kill comes in. Team 8, 6-3 now. And they're going to hold this mid lane, looks like, as well.
What's fun stuff about Slushy is he used to be an AD carry player, and now he plays mid lane. That's happened a while ago, actually, and then that's when Team 8 started to become such a terror and a threat of a team, when they moved him to mid and they picked up California Trolls in the top lane. Slushy, fantastic mid player, to the point that Scara even gives him praise all the time.
Yeah, and he's doing well for the team so far. 173 CS, 1-0-3 overall. Mikasa, unfortunately, having a really rough start to this game. 1-3-1, not the score he's wanted, but again, it's still the clock here for Area of Effect. They've now dropped to a 4,000 gold deficit. Of course, Element's building his handcrafted team to try to get himself back in the LCS, of course, with the rest of his teammates. And they've had moderate success overall in the challenger scene, but this is like the last test, the last big test they get this year.
Yeah, and since Team 8 regard AoE as the second best challenger team, does that mean they don't think there are any more threats after this game if they end up winning it? I don't know.
I mean, you got to keep in mind, right? Area of Effect made it to top 8, lost to Lolpro, who lost to Coast. There's obviously a lot of good teams in the challenger scene that you have to give respect to. Steel does come out nicely done by Porpoise Pops. Grabs that one. Aranko, yeah, just going to clear away these. No big deal, but it's the second blue of Steel in a row now. Wolf's Claw hasn't held on the blue for a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe at all this game.
Yeah, and he has the Athenes up against the Orianna, so he's okay, but he could be a lot better. Be a lot better situation if he had the blue.
Yeah, it's a bunch of golden XP at the very least. The buff, of course, itself. Quite nice. Mid-turret under fire. Elements looking to zone back Slushy and Dodo, but there's enough players of Team 8 to take this turret down. 6-3 now. 4,500 gold lead with mid dead, and it's a 2-1 turret score. Dodo looking to get control over the jungle. He feels pretty confident here. Puts the sweeper down. Elements can't get rid of that ward, though. Dodo protecting his children. The ward stays safe.
It's the Dodo egg.
Those are extinct. Don't be silly. Rengar wants a way in. Porpoise pops off on the side. Can't find it, though. Aranko loses his second ulti cooldown now.
for no real gain. Dodo 8's in the middle of the team, though, goes in towards Elements. Shockwave does catch the support. Elements taking so much damage. Will he die? Yes, he does. The knockouts continue to come through. Calitro's low on health. He gets, now he's gonna maybe die. Shield on himself. Mikasa now running away. That is a kill picked up for FNRL. 2-1 so far, though. Teammate are winning this fight, and they're pushing everybody out of the base. Flash Cocoon lands. The burst comes through. Poker's Pop makes it 3 kills. Now to Wolfsclaw wants to fire back. Can he find this one? There's minions in the way. Aranka now getting jumped on by Dodo. Wait, there's the kill back in the AD carry. Wolfsclaw doing a lot here. Can they find the rest? There's Aranka find another. Dodo 8 flashing the wall. He will get out, but it's 2 alive versus 2 alive. The Zig Salty, one more hit. Dodo's still running away to Wolfsclaw. Flashes. Q misses. Satchel. One more Q will do it. Can he dodge? Is the E back up? 1 second. It's almost back up. Can't quite get it. Wolfsclaw claims the kill. And actually, Area of Effect win that fight 4-3.
4-3, but they're still down 5k gold at this point. So despite that victory, they still have a little bit of climbing to do. They get the flash out of Renko. Renko doesn't have ultimate, but the Orianna Slush's ultimate only used on one person. They get elements out of the fight very early on, but Calitroll's right here. I think he could have been healed by Maple Street.
Yep, Maple had heal.
Even then, it's very close. And then Maple ends up, they actually split here between the turret, and Maple dies, just grouping up with Porpoise Pops, trying to defend him, gets picked up by the Wolf's Claw. Right here, Arenko actually still has the remaining duration on his passive, so he can jump out of the bush and close the distance once again. But fighting the Rengar in the jungle and then having that split call on the turret, not really what teammate wanted to be.
Now that was pretty unfortunate for those guys.
But AoE.
Exactly. They coordinated.
Exactly. It took great advantage of that situation despite having to blow a flash and an ultimate to start and losing elements.
Sure. And they made it all happen, of course. So AoE trying to hold themselves into this one. Bot turret taking a bunch of damage. They've got to be careful to not get ganked out of this one. Of course, there's no turret coverage at all. It's going to be a long road home. Maple Street wants this one. Can he get the damage output here? Element's going to go into the front line, take a bunch of hits for that one. Going to get FNRL out. Slushy's now in a really bad spot. Shockwave going to hit too, but he will trade his life for this one. Now, do they have the rest of this? Arenko running away. The kill does come through for Dodo. The knock-up there does not quite land. Nice escape by FNRL. Can he make his way out?
He has
2-1.
Red, but he's not able to close that distance. Calitroll's on the other side, though. He would go for this.
Oh, the flash out for FNRL, though. He's got to be pretty careful. Kicks Wolfsclaw back over the wall. The flash in from Maple Street. They claim the AD carry, but he's going to get this one. Now Mikasa comes in, does not land the stun. Dodo here to defend the team, and looks like that'll go pretty well for himself. FNRL dealing damage on the backside, but can't quite find enough. Jumps the wall. He will stay safe, but another kill now. 3-2. Teammate.
These very aggressive and decisive skirmishes from Teammate are where they excel, and AoE, they're still at that point where they need to get more items in this game on these champions that are just so potent later on. Slushy here ends up getting taken out by FNRL, and Evan saves the reset until when the ultimate from Dodo comes out. It's actually a good double buff pickup there by Dodo too. Keep himself safe. But then there's the chase down. Maple Street, they're looking for it, but California Trolls comes from the left side at the top first. And he's looking for a kick on Evan RL, but Evan flashes. So instead of using like a kickback or something like that, he decides to just go for the Wolf's Claw. Almost got the 3-man stun there. That would have been huge.
Yeah, this is silly by Mikasa, though. He's walking into a 2 versus 3. He's so willing to fight a battle that was already -1. Actually, it was 4-2 overall.
Yeah.
I actually miscounted the kills there, so teammate getting an advantage. Dragon back up now as they sit 6,500 gold ahead. This is actually now a very large lead. They have continued to make good things happen. AoE still on a fight with Maple Street. He's got to be real careful. Culling comes in, gets blown up though, 1v1, and now the battle will ensue. Dragon's still not dead. Porpoise Pop stays for it, so the rest of this fight is a 3 versus 5. Calitroll's forced to run away. Solution grabs a kill into Aranko. Dragon finally goes to T8, but Evan finds another kill now. This could be massive there. Dodges the cocoon. There comes the repel. He misses the rocket jump, and now this is a bad situation. Porpoise Pops, can he get away from elements? Looks like he will. An overall 2-4 in this fight. Porpoise, the only one alive. Great pillar. Elements. This is going to be a kill. There we go. Picked up right there. So Dragon, but +3 in that fight for AoE. They chose it, and it worked out.
Yeah, they still end up pretty much even because the Dragon got picked up, but still really big. They get a turret, so that gives them that little bit of an advantage in gold. Now, pretty funny here. We see the duel come out off on the side where FNRL just takes out Maple Street, and now the team is split again. The call from Porpoise is, I'm going to finish the Dragon. Slushy over here ends up getting a Renko, but gives up himself. And right here, I think Elements shafts his own teammate, the FNRL. He goes for the jump, and okay.
Potentially.
Elements. That's how you support. He's trying to give him a boost, but he just
Come back
get on top.
Elements. Didn't get him over the wall. Nice try though. You can't jump off the pillar. Just let him do it himself. He wanted to buy time for his friend.
It's one of the best pillars I've seen. If it was an enemy Tristana.
Nope, still best player I've seen. Definitely screwed him over.
That was amazing though.
That was pretty great.
Yeah,
I'm a fan.
If it had worked out, he would have just sectioned off the rest of the members from reaching the Tristana, and then would have had that zone of slow. So the potential for the play was there.
It definitely was, but you got to keep in mind as well, though, what's been happening in this game, because where the gold goes is, of course, very important, and what the champions are also a big deal. So yes, Team 8 have done a great job of securing 3 to 4 dragons in a row now. They're up a turret as well, but you're seeing the area of effect so willing to brawl. They've made a couple of bad choices. Mikasa went in and died the last 2 fights ago for no good reason, but I'm always like, well, you're down 6k, and then they go in for the fight, and it works out, and it's keeping the gold closer than it would have been otherwise. So I gotta say, and of course Tristana, that clock is ticking. Or the Ziggs actually is massive. Depth cap's done. Void Step soon.
5-1 and 6, and he's showing up to all the fights, living up to the name of the team, which is causing that area of effect damage. But right there, when Evan RL was able to duel Maple Street, it's approaching that late game Tristana. Typically people are like, oh, her mid game isn't that great. We're past that point now.
We are, exactly. And the thing is, the build's even one that scales a little bit better, just because Yomu's is good, but when it's not active, then it's not slightly gold inefficient.
Yeah.
And that is a risk that Maple Street will run. Because as the fight goes on a little bit longer, Rapid Fire is still going to be on for Tristana. And something to keep in mind, mid turret is going to be going down. Nicely played by AoE. They claim this one, putting it a little bit closer in gold every single time they make that good move. But now both teams have killed all 3 outer turrets. So this is where the map really opens up. And wards are now your big friend for vision. More so than your turrets being up, keeping track of the lanes. It's now how good is your ward coverage.
Oh, they see this though, and Kelly, he's going for it.
Wow, Evan RL down to half HP for this one. Kelly Troll's got to be a bit careful, but looks like he stays safe. Just forces some basic cooldowns out, and Evan gonna have to lifesteal.
There are a lot of wards here covering the map for AoE, and they're going after Maple.
Wow, big damage coming out of Arenko though. Maple Street nearly dead on him, so he's gonna have to run away from this one. Evan, actually fairly durable now. Teammate have to run away.
They have to back off, buy themselves some time, but AoE, they're approaching a lot of gold efficiency with these items, and the fact that they're on these types of champions. Jax makes a lot of use out of the Trinity Force attack speed because of his passive at 6. But look at that, Dodo caught by Arenko.
Jumps back, puts the ulti down. A lot of spells burn for this one. There's no Mega in front of him just yet, so they will stay safe. Calytros lands the Q. Does not follow. Teammate, though, they're so low on health. Dodo needs to go heal. There's nothing he can really do for his team if he stays up in front like this.
Subjugate keeps being used on Dodo during the team fights. Elements is using it strictly on him, trying to lower those resistances and make himself tankier.
Oh,
look at that!
3-man
Oh my
shockwave,
God!
Evan RL, the knockback almost takes him out. Elements forced to run away. Now, do they have the damage to make this happen? Shields himself, but it's not going to be very useful. That time's out, doing nothing. Calytros one hit from Sunny Mikasa, can't get that
Oh,
out.
he lands on Elements,
lands,
take it!
Lee Syndrome goes in, finds it. Evan RL kites it back just barely, but Arenko gets stunned. The flash Q not going to land. Ziggs ulti claims some kills back, and look at that. Teammate overstayed their welcome and go minus in the fight.
Calytros. Oh, they get the
Wolf's
Wolf's Claw!
Shocks, and down they go. Arenko.
Oh, he's looking for something though. They're all very low. There goes Rango.
Finds one, goes in for number 2, but it gets stunned up, down. He goes, trades it back. Looks like 3 for 3 overall. Bloodbath of a game.
But they're not going to be able to get anything from this because this top lane wave is pushing so far into teammates' tier 2 turret. And Mikasa is reserved to just farming this bottom lane. And that fight was absolutely crazy from start to finish. You were talking about Dodo being very low. Perfect shockwave. The ball is sitting there. Goes inside of the pit, makes it so that he can get a 3-man shockwave. Calfortros goes really hard here. And he actually uses his Dragon's Rage. And they get Mikasa very low. It's so tempting. He lands the Q actually onto Evan. Onto Elements, and his mind was telling him yes. And his body was too. And he picks it up for himself. They don't get a Arenko, so he actually loops back around, and man, the Mega Inferno Bomb coming up big onto Dodo there. Finally taking him out, despite being about 1/5 HP the entire fight long. Great cocoon over the wall from Porpoise Pops. The Wolf's Claw saw it, but he was focusing on the culling and trying to dodge the shots from it, and pretty much just being led into it by Maple Street. Arenko eventually picks up the kill for himself. But a good counterplay back and forth there between the teams.
Absolutely, man. These guys kiting back and forth. The battles are hilariously awesome. 5.7 thousand gold puts Team 8 ahead. That number has stayed pretty stagnant for a while, which can be worrisome. Normally 5,000 gold lead this early on is like, oh my gosh, they're crushing. But the problem is AoE have shown they can fight back. This gold lead, as we've said, is just from the Dragon control, and it hasn't converted into much more for Team 8. Kellytroll's now splitting the top lane with teleport is going to create some pressure, but AoE looks like this Dragon's going to be theirs completely.
Dragon's worth a little bit more at this point than that turret because of the level in the game. But what can they do?
They can control this mid lane right here. This is not an easy rotation for AoE.
Yeah, and the teleport is still available. Jax is going to come up. Mikasa's going to try to duel Calitrolls. But it's just approaching that point where Jax can do it. He can actually win that fight in a 1v1 straight up. Calitrolls trying to come in from the side.
Elements takes another slow. There's the push in mid tier 2. Gonna be falling. Shockwave does not hit anything. Sombrero there from Slushi, and there comes the fight. Arenko on the front line. Gets a shield. One hit from dead. He goes down though. And now Wolf's Claw's on the wrong side of the fight. 2 kills picked up. Maple Street flashed the way. Now Element's done as well. Uh-oh, where is the Tristana? Finds Dodo. Gets his shield. Will go down though. 2-1 plus 2 turrets. Will they keep chasing low health bars, but they can't keep going?
Calitrolls split the fight in the back, took a lot of damage from Evan RL and soaked it up for himself. And then he got out of the fight with a nice safeguard. He also ended up getting a kill on the back line onto Arenko. But now they have to defend this. And they're only going to be able to do it with just one person because there's just not enough pushing power just yet.
There's no way they've healed in time. You really can't make that kind of thing happen. So AoE, you talked about it in the pregame as well. They play a more defensive type of game plan. And again, if you just hold on 15 more minutes, the game will kind of fall into your lap. Yeah. You do have to respect, as an AD carry, you have to respect a big Orianna, and that is what Slushi has is a big Orianna. Problem is, Tristana is one of the least respect required AD carries because she's so long, because she's so safe. If you do get Shockwave, you can rock jump out of it, and it's so hard to get the ball on to someone as long range as Trist that's not necessarily that same kind of time bomb. Whereas, like, if you're Sivir, you're going to be sad a lot.
Yeah. 7, 3, and 4 on Evan RL, despite being down 7k at this point in the game. He's at 3 items. 4 is when it's just like, she's already turned on at this point. She has to like rip the switch off the wall, completely going crazy in this game. Then 6 items, you're just like, wow.
Yeah. Yep.
It's ridiculous how powerful she gets. And in Evan RL's hands, he's definitely in a spot to hyper carry. Another thing though, they do have to wait it out for the rest of the team to get behind it, make sure that they can follow this up and close the game out for AoE. That's a big thing, is they can get leads. They've been winning some fights, but can they get things off of it? You saw there, they won the fight, but they couldn't get any turret from it. And Arenko is looking for something here, but...
Oh my gosh, look at the damage he takes right there. This is the kind of the problem, is AoE don't really have a big tank line.
Ali's coming in from the side.
Added a Brutalizer. Calitrolls lands the Q.
Is going to be able... Oh,
he wants to go for Wolf's Claw. Can he kick Elements in the team? Yes, he will. Now this poor support's on the wrong side of the fight, and he will go down 1-0. Now the front line of Dodo is going to die, so these guys will trade supports. Mikasa, though, stunned up on the wrong side of this fight as well. In comes Calitrolls. Has to jump back out. They're going to trade top mid as well, but this could keep on going. So Wolf's Claw gets cocooned up. He goes down. Only Evan RL is alive. Corvus Pop wants it. Maple Street does too, forces the flash, and now it's a 3 versus 1 on the map.
In the previous fight, Slushi sombreroed his ultimate. This fight gives about 2-3 people inside of it, and it completely changes that backline damage. The flash forward just to reposition the ball was brilliant, and they get a turret for it and an inhibitor. They crack the base.
This is the big thing for teammate. Now this actually puts a much shorter timer on the game in terms of AoE. You've got to make really good choices over the next 4 minutes, or super minions and a combination of Baron pressure are going to rip this game apart. So Team 8, they finally got the battle they wanted. They got the poke down on Arenko, who was too squishy for this one.
Love that again. He completely dodges the satchel charge walking off to the side. He gets Elements into the team. Dodo completely soaks the damage for as much as he can from Evan RL to make sure it's not on the backline. Cali re-engages on Mikasa, costing his own life, but barely gets out. The shockwave onto 2 people there. Lucky for Evan RL, he is able to jump out in time. If that had been a little bit sooner, it would have completely just smothered it.
Oh yeah, I mean it could have been game. 30 minutes is pretty short on respawn time. If we all die at the same time when you're that close, it can at least mean some Nexus turrets.
Needs to be a challenger fantasy, because look at all those assists.
Oh man,
throughout teammate and AoE.
Oh sure, I mean this game is entirely team fights. Like they just keep grouping up and looking for ways to make plays. I mean teammate, they know they have to play aggressively. AoE realizes that, but they're so willing to fight that occasionally they give too big of advantages.
Yeah.
Something to keep in mind, 8,000 to 9,000 gold now the lead for Teammate. Again, still a 15% lead roughly is a pretty significant margin here. Looking to control the mid lane. Of course, Evan are all still wave clearing, but you've still got that Lee Sin split push.
Yeah, and we talked about Teammate and AoE's objectives and their win conditions. Teammate, they needed to get an early game lead. They've accomplished that. They're almost 10K up at this point. They have this big investment that they've made from the early game. And now, I would say that in terms of team fights, it's really who lands those ultimates on how many people. Because AoE's composition just through and through is very good. They have the gold on the right people, and despite being 9K gold down, they're still able to win a team fight depending on how many people get hit by Ziggs, how many people get hit by Orianna.
Well, right now, no get hit by that. Ziggs ultimate's down. They had to use that to check on Baron, and they realized, oh, no one's on it right now.
Or if you can get Evan, that's another one too.
Oh, sure.
You can get to Evan
Then
or
it's
zone him off for long enough that your front line goes down, then boom, it's fine.
We'll see if they can do it. The problem is he's been pretty good about positioning. Only 3 deaths, lowest on his team, second lowest in the game overall. Blue buff contest going to come out. Nice smite there, goes to a Renko. The Wolves plop.
He has a lot of
real
damage.
careful, jumps back in, gets the kick. Nicely done. Porpoise pops, claims the kill, and that is Teammate, creating a lot of pressure on them out.
Kicked it right into Elise's mouth.
Yep. Done. Eats the Yordles, apparently. Didn't know.
But spiders, eats anything that's caught in its web. Doesn't even care. Eats it raw. Doesn't even have to wrap it up.
Nope, that's fine. Things didn't happen. And now Team 8 are clearing away all the wards around Baron. It's a 5-on-4. 28 seconds until the things comes back up. Dodo gonna play the buffer in the middle. There is a flash for Aranko. He could look for the steal. He will not be there in time.
The ward is down.
It's gonna be picked up. Nicely done there. That is Baron plus the kill. The flash away from Aranko. He's got to run.
Yep. And Cali Trolls, he's still pushing the bottom lane. Completely his style. He wants a solo push. He wants to be able to duel his lane opponent, which he can. He's level 18. Mikasa, 15. Has a huge advantage over him. 100 CS up.
That is so substantial right there, and you're seeing Mikasa trying to catch up in items. Triforce, almost a Randuin's, hasn't even tried starting on Ruin King, whereas you've got Last Whisper and Randuin's and Ravenous Hydra, and he's about to have either like a GA or a Banshee's Veil whenever he backs up next. Dragon picked up now as well, and this is now the gigantic lead for Teammate, where it doesn't matter if you are Tristana, everybody's so big on Teammate, they're just bigger than anyone.
Yeah, and Teammate kind of don't want a team fight just yet. They've been losing or going even in some team fights. They win some of them, but the advantages that AoE ends up getting are based off of these team fights because they just have flat out a better team fight composition at this point in the game. Now there's a lot of levels on Cali Trolls, just split push it, and you're perfectly fine. You can cause a lot of pressure, then you group up for the team fight later once you've gotten some objectives, or you put them in a catch-22 situation where they have to give up an inhibitor or a turret to you, but you'll lose the team fight or you kite backwards. There's a lot of things here that Teammate can do and execute because they put themselves in a great position to do so. And AoE have to play reactive still at the 37-minute mark.
I mean, I feel like Teammate could even just dive right now. They've got 3 Randuin's Omens and a Zhonya's Hourglass.
I don't know how much they could do that against a Trundle who will zone part of your team and then have the Tristana kiting backwards.
I suppose. That's true. They are only 2 ranged champions, so
and the
getting
Ziggs has
through
some
is
zone
difficult.
control, too.
It's
hard. It's hard to do. It's risky, and I don't know if they will do it unless they get a perfect shockwave. That would be the thing for me.
We'll see how they find their way in. Right now, the team largely grouped up in the mid lane with Lee Sin splitting towards the top. They've got some pink wards down to get rid of ward control. Kelly Troll's not looking to push in too heavily. No, he does. Oh, and jumps back out. Okay.
Baits it.
He's
got
messed
the
with
E.
me. Definitely is.
Now.
Of course, mid inhibitor had died a while ago, so there's no turret defending it, and Team 8 look to continue their way in. You notice they're pretty heavy pink ward control to watch for Rengar flanks. They will see him coming before he reaches leap range, and T8 could play around that. Dodo blocks something out, and in comes some damage from Maple Street. This inhibitor is slowly dying.
And at the same time, California Troll's up top. He gets some damage on that turret. He'll eat the stun. He's pulling a Zion Spartan here.
Yep, he is trying to ignore Mikasa, but there's some real damage coming through slowly but surely. Inhibitor down at half HP. Looks like Teammate will be given this one, so that is the first inhibitor down. Big wave towards the bottom side if they want to deal with that one, or they could switch back to the top lane. 2/3 health on this turret here.
It's the catch-22. You either lose top turret or you lose the inhibitor, and they lose the inhibitor, but now at the same time, they're going to start rotating up towards the top lane or push the middle lane out, back off a little bit, and see what they can get. They're going to just actually cut this wave. There's a huge wave down bottom, though.
But they've done such a good job of controlling the ward coverage. They didn't get spotted as they made their way down towards this turret. Zig's ulti is going to stop them, though. Slushie only half health. Have to regen off Baron for a while. Wards go down. Rengar ulti goes to nothing. Aranko lands a root. That's all. He'll back off. It's okay. But yeah, as you mentioned, there's a giant wave bottom lane. There's a bunch of gold available to teammate if they want it.
Yeah. Okay, so California Troll is going to go back. He's going to go ahead and clear that wave out, get all that gold for himself. He's almost at 6 items here. Once he clears that wave, he might actually be at that point. And then he has teleport available too. So that's the right person to send back. And all of the team is actually just sieging up, making sure nothing else passes.
And they're just trying for it right now. Of course, Cali Trolls with teleport can join them. And teammate knows to play just a little bit safely here. 30 seconds left on Baron buff. Elixir's timing out soon as well. So this happy time of the siege will be over soon. But they've gotten a 14,000 gold as a result of everything either way. And here they do back off. No objectives coming up just yet. I mean, maybe they're on red buff, but not big objectives. And they have just the inhibitor to show for it.
And Evan RL, they've basically been avoiding his team fight presence for a long time now. And they're going to see what they can do right now.
Well, some decent damage goes through to Aranko. The Wolf's Claw actually dangerously low. That culling kind of snuck up on him there. Aranko's already popped his ulti one more time. Still has not found an easy way in. Does root up Porpoise Pops, but the team goes back to the top lane there. Look to factor this one. Lee's still not part of the fight. Dodo 8 in the front lines. This turret will be going down rapidly. Maple Street does claim that one, but here comes the fight.
Here comes Cali.
This is the one. This means everything. Cali Show's going to kick Evan RL. Exhaust out as well. Forced to jump out of the fight, but Maple Street chases down. Gets the kill after the stun. Slushie out of the fight as well. 1-0 so far. Mikasa, one hit from Dead, has to run. Also, now Elements, the frontline Trundle, forced to flash away from this one. One hit from Dead does go down to Q from Cali Trolls. Also the Rengar. This is going to be game. Teammate finally claw their way through. 40 minutes in.
And they're going after this kill right now. Porpoise Pops and California Trolls, they have in that little bit of back and forth. Are we going to do it or are we not going to do it? And California Trolls makes the executive decision that the Wolf's Claw is his if he can get to him and finish him off. Finally gets it. There we go. Teammate. They're going to make it to the round of 8 for the second time. They lost there previously. Will the team lose at 8 or win at 8?
Well, it looks like they made it to the round of 8. That's the important thing here for themselves. 41-minute game. Early game. Well, at least more early game focused composition there. Had to make the plays early on. Lee Sin, Elise grabbed up quickly to try to remove power from Aranko. That seemed to work, to be honest. The Rengar didn't build an armor item almost all game against a Lee Sin and a Lucian who were both very big, and you saw how squishy that poor guy was.
Yeah, and the Dragon kept going over to teammate. They kept using that early game advantage and turning it into more and more Dragons. Aranko is on the hunt. Wasn't used very efficiently. He hit 6, and we never really saw a very efficient gank. The best time he used it was when he wrapped around and jumped into 3 people and got himself a kill after the whole thing had just been completely team fight back and forth.
And it was just a very brawly game in general. I mean, team fight back and forth is really the way to describe this game. 30 kills on one side, 21 on the other. So a 51 kill game in 41 minutes is a pretty large clip there. Teammate really held their lead because of Dragon Control. We pointed out a few times, but it's still worth repeating over and over again because this is the team that was like hyped up. You figured, you know, this is the team like needs to show up finally in the last possible attempt to do this. And, you know, Elements of Team AoE, they made it close for a while. Evan RL was really big, but too many things went wrong for them.
Yeah, a lot of things went wrong for them. The Trundle pick actually was very surprising because it did do pretty damn well. He did have some good plays there. You know, granted, there could have been some things. Maybe if it was a different pick, what would happen? But I'm not going to say that that's the reason that this game went the way it did.
Sure.
Like, if you look at what they had, they did a really good job with Evan RL, and the rest of their team, DeWolf's Claw came up big too. He actually ended up getting 5 more deaths by the time he got 2 more kills. So, the end of the game, they just kept focusing him down, kept focusing Evan RL. They knew their targets from teammate standpoint. And somebody here that we actually didn't touch a lot on is kind of under the radar as a fantastic member of teammate is Porpoise Pops.
Yeah.
Highest kill participation. There was only 3 kills he was not a part of, going 6-2 and 21 in the assist department. He's also the reason they have so much control over objectives. California Trolls is the aggression. The mid lane Slushie is the playmaker in the mid-late game. Also, Maple Street is their rock. Dodo roams and gets people ahead, but Porpoise Pops is completely objective-focused in his play. And you could see at some points he's on a different page than California Trolls.
Yeah.
I would assume there's a back and forth there between objective and aggression and how much they want.
I mean, Porpoise Pops is the new guy to the roster as well. He's been there for a few months now, so you figure they've gelled to a certain extent there, but that is, I think, the bond that has the most room to grow, and you'll see if their coordination gets...
Replaced Guess.
Yeah, he replaced Guess a little while back. I think Guess was playing back in spring too. So when they took the game off of LMQ, if I remember properly, anyway.
I believe so.
I remember seeing the name back then. So just a few months ago. But Teammate now making it to the top 8 there. They've gotten 2 points so far in the summer series, which will put them on the standings. But if I remember what happened in the North American and European Challenger Series in spring, I don't believe any 8th place teams made it. So that is a possibility if the same top 4 take top 4, because then you'll just do, they'll stay top 4 and then getting 8th place will be enough points to put you in a tiebreaker for top 6. But you don't really want to count on that one. So I think it's definitely still a thing to keep in mind for the Teammate fans out there. They're going to have to look forward to the next round as well, because they're in a way they're kind of like the LMQ of spring, where it's like this is the team everyone looks out for, and they've made so many good waves. You hope they actually kind of make it for once, because inconsistency is an issue.
Yeah, they also have a gaming house though, so they can go ahead and watch this game over again, and have a little powwow around each other, put the computers together, and cuddle up and be like, "This is what we did wrong. This is what we did right." And just
I feel like
get
minus
that
the
done.
cuddling.
No.
I have no idea. To be fair, actually,
Hey.
I have no standing to know.
I don't know. Maple Street's pretty small. You can hop right in your lap and you'd be fine.
He's a friendly dude.
Yeah, he's really cool.
Anyway, we're going to move on. We got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's time for our second elimination match of the day, when also known as takes on Zenith Esports. You don't want to miss it. What I'm going for, actually, what? Am I seeing things correctly? Trundle just got locked in there.
Yep.
Not Nami. Please help me with this one.
I can't.
Jonah waits in the middle of the team, though, goes in towards Elements. Shockwave does catch the support. Elements taking so much damage. Will he die? Yes, he does. The knockup's continue to come through. Calitro's low on health. He gets, now he's gonna maybe die. Shield on himself. Mikasa now running away. That is a kill picked up for Evan Orel. Calitro's one hit from stunning Mikasa. Can't get that
Oh, he
now.
lands on Elements.
You land.
Take it.
Lee Syndrome goes in, finds it. Evan Orel kites it back just barely. He is going to die, so these guys will trade supports. Mikasa, though, stunned up on the wrong side of this fight as well. In comes Calitros. Has to jump back out. They're going to trade top it as well. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. It's time for our second elimination game between a team called Also Known As and Zenith Esports. Now, Also Known As came in with a forfeit win in the round of 20. Zenith Esports, though, got a big upset victory over the second-seeded team there. They come in seed 19.
Yeah, they beat Gamester Gear straight up. Gamester Gear's actually had a pretty bad history of not making it to the round of 10 or round of 8. They've never been up there. Nope. Even though they've been really high on the ladder, they just don't deliver.
No, they don't, unfortunately. But let's talk about the teams we do have here. Of course, AKA, it's going to be fun trolling us for this one, but they've got their own fun rosters and a couple of interesting champ picks as well for themselves.
Well, we got to be decided later, so we're getting trolled all over by these challenger teams. Yeah, there's Potato Zero for AKA. He loves top lane Jace. It's their most played in their 5v5 ladder, and he also averages the most kills per game. JD was saying they have about 10 plus kills a game. His actual average is about 7.6.
Lied to us.
Which is still pretty high.
10.
It's pretty high.
Yeah, it is. And so that's going to be a whole bunch of fun to watch for as well. And, of course, a bunch of great talents in their team. Their junglers top 100 on ladder. Here's the fun thing about the challenger scene is players you guys typically don't hear about but are actually all plenty good themselves. So Stan007, 007, should have just said that. Yeah, again, top 100 on ladder, right? Big Evelyn player as well. Pretty much all he plays for what it's worth. It's kind of thing with AKAs. They have a lot of single champion mates.
Yeah, they do. I like the Evelyn, and then he's like, oh, I got the Jace top lane. Jace top lane is actually very potent right now. And you see, boom, banned away. But we talked a lot about AKA. Just finish up a little bit about Zenith Sports right now. So Acadian, he was on Everfrag in Summer Series 1, and we've seen him before. We lost the round of 10 to Team LOLPro. What's up with that? Now he's back. I love that. I love that people come back even after getting defeated. They're like, we can try again. Even if it's not with the same team, I still want to be in the challenger scene. I want to compete.
I mean, again, it's about as much as getting a good team together and being awesome. It's also just getting your name out there, right? Seraph was a sub, right? Barely got to get any face time, but you kind of saw him enough, and he put the effort out there. Said, "Hey, I'm gonna try it for CLG." Did so. Was in the LCS.
Yeah.
You've got what 4/5 or 3/5 of Cloud9 Tempest got their names out there, and people realized that they were really good.
Out of the top 3 challenger teams from spring, there are only 2 players who haven't been in the LCS since. It's Vishu and Yuzuki.
Yep. And the rest of them either qualified outright as teams, which is Complexity LMQ, or the rest of C9P. Of course, we saw them. So all kinds of good stuff there. We're seeing the picks and bans coming through, though. Jace, Evelyn, Lulu, not surprised by any of those bans whatsoever. Rengar, Cassidy, and Braum dropped away by AKA. First pick, Ziggs comes out. Interestingly, though, Kale still available, and no one's grabbed it.
Yeah. And the Anivia picked up now for easy. He played Anivia in the round of 20, went 4-2-5 on that. It's also a very good counter to mid lane Kale, but it's going to be Ziggs in the mid lane. And you can actually do a little bit with that. You can kind of path him, see what you can do in the late game with the burst. So it's going to be very interesting to see what comes out here. No Yasuo ban, no Kale ban. One of these teams is going to swap, pick it up for themselves for top lane.
Well, that's the thing. It's the champion roster, right? It's what these guys play, and these guys are big Kale players. So when the champions are like that, I think Lee Sin also about to go unpicked as well, as we can tell. Jarvan plus the Elise grabbed up. Morgana insta-locked here. So Zenith Esports running a very similar team to what they ran in the round of 20. Heavy peel with a Kog'Maw in there to carry.
Yeah, the fact that Braum was banned out, though, they have to go with the Morgana. Genshu, 8-1-1 on Kog'Maw that game over Gamester Gear, where they ended up winning. It's a lot of protect the Kog'Maw. They had an Elise, they had an Anivia, they had a Trundle in the top lane. But this time, they're going to go with the Jax.
Jax does get locked up, and we do finally have the kill top lane that does come through for Potato Zero, who doesn't play a ton of it. The thing I'm looking forward to, though, is Sleeping Dog playing Varus. It's like his second most played overall in solo queue. He's been spamming that in ranked 5s. They're happy to play the champion. It's just a champ they like to run. I think Varus is great this patch. The Mikhail's being more expensive means it doesn't come into anyone's inventory for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes or so for a support player, which means all these crowd control AD carries get to use their CC throughout the mid game and push big leads out of it. I have high hopes for this champ.
Yeah, also if you're up against somebody like Morgana, you always want to buy the Zhonya's Hourglass. So you're kind of like, oh, I want to go Zhonya's, but I have to get Mikhail's.
Yeah.
So it kind of delays that power spike as well.
True.
And Papa Chow, fun fact about him, he loves playing mage supports and pretty much going full mage.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to go ahead and be one of those people who are Zyra, max damage at the end of the game. I have the highest damage on the team. Just solo queue heroes through and through. See if you can carry the game from there. Exactly. Leandri's Burning Bush Zyra.
It's a fun way to play, man. It's how non-supports play support, is like, I'm just going to play LeBlanc support and deal damage to things. I'm glad that now that I can upgrade my Spell Thieves, it doesn't turn off when I get CS anymore. So I just always acquire all the gold. It's trolly, but it's fun. Okay. Champ Select, of course, went very, very quickly. Of course, it was kind of hard to touch on throughout the entire time, but the big thing for me is Ziggs, Varus, Zyra, big area of effect sort of magic damage setup here. And, of course, Kale, right? Massive damage, and your tank line is crowd control. It's like, well, you're in the air or dead, so comp works. It's basically the goal here for AKA.
Sometimes both.
Sometimes both, yeah. You can die while flying. In the case of Kale, that's actually the only time she dies, because she's always flying. Same for Anivia, I suppose. Half the time, she's not an egg. Meanwhile, Zenith, of course, very much peel for the Kog'Maw. Anivia and Morgana to help make that happen.
You kind of don't want to fight either of these teams in the jungle. It's like a dark alley. You don't want to fight them in a dark jungle. Because Anivia can go ahead and section off a portion of the jungle. Easy can set that up and just keep Genshu safe, split the team. Not a lot of the members of AKA can actually get over walls or on the other side of one. So they can get sectioned off completely from the team, have to blow their flash. And if they don't have it available, then they pretty much have to soak up all the damage.
Something to keep in mind then. All right.
Yeah, there's just a lot of peel here for Zen. It's pretty much protect Genshu, and AKAs is we have all of these threats. What are you going to do about us in the late game? And Papa Chow, you know he's going to be a threat later, too.
Yes, he will. He will be farming up, and he'll be a scary dude. So, Stan 007, how tanky can you get on Jarvan? Because you are really the only melee champion on your team. Early invade, just get some wards down from Zenith. A slightly later invade for AKA, going to do similar stuff there. Both teams want to get wards down to spot the lane assignments. Looks like AKA gets the better of this one. They know the dual lane is top side. They can pick their matchup.
That's all the lanes right there.
Yep. They know exactly what's happening here.
They see everybody.
Sleeping Dog, Q's a couple of them, walks out. So now actually they give away a position that both these guys are dual laning top side, but
yep.
2v2 matchup is the case here, which to me is a good thing for Varus Zyra, to be honest. You look for that matchup, I think, and you should have a good time in that fight.
Yeah, both of these AD carries have to dodge a lot of bindings, a lot of roots that come their ways. Otherwise, they're going to take a lot of unanswered damage. And it could cost them the lane.
It could, and actually keep in mind, oh,
like that.
Nice dodge. Yeah. Damage comes through, more money for the Zyra, and look at that, Genshu, half HP starting out on the lane. Really no reason to even check that brush, though, is the issue. So just losing health for not much gain, and already AKA holding a lead in this 2-on-2 lane, the one they sought out.
Yeah, AKA wanted to answer this, wanted to have that advantage in the top lane. You talked about it's Varus and Zyra's lane early on. Kog'Maw has 500 range when he doesn't have his W up.
Yeah.
And Varus, 575. He can easily poke back and forth, and Papa Chow has a lot of harassment that goes through minions.
Pretty much all of it. Zyra never has to respect minions at all.
Exactly, the plants too. Whereas Morgana at the same time, not so much.
At least you can W things.
Yeah, that's about it.
Get your gold in.
You don't really put any points into that.
No, it's just a practical passive. It's really not a big damage threat outside of very extreme cases.
All right, both buffs have been completed by both junglers. Where's the first gank coming? It looks like Stan wants to force something bottom despite the lane being pushed up.
I think this is a counter gank. This is him understanding the gank, or the jungle path of Elise puts her at the bottom side. And Kale's pushed up with a Jax lane. As soon as he's level 2, you can stun and go for the kill there. I think this is defensive for Jarvan. It's saying, if you're there, I'll turn it.
Yeah, if it was offensive, he'd be diving a turret right now trying to deny CS. And I don't think that's what's going to happen. But the question is, does he back off too soon? Or
he knows until this lane resets, there's no reason to back off. You're at risk of getting dived up until... Actually, the more minions that die, the better it is for Zenith, because less counterattack damage, higher XP. There's the gank come in and put it to
Jarvan's
0.
right here.
Does get stunned. There's the knockup. Acadian's going to go and try to run away from this one, but it'll 0. Very low on health. They're going to trade back and forth. First blood goes through. Mimo. Flash. Cocoon's going to land, but now he has no way out. The 1v1 fight, who looks like it's going to be pretty good for Jarvan. EQ's going to land. Knocked into the air. More damage comes through for Elise, but it is the kill, so 2 go over to AKA.
Despite having a level advantage from the jungle, Jarvan ends up with that kill because of the cooldowns and having to use the cocoon and the remainder of her spells onto finishing Potato Zero.
And that's the problem, though, is that now it means a refresh in the double buffs. Sure, okay, both top laners have assists now, so the gold deficit isn't as bad, but it's still a real advantage here for AKA. Jarvan's going to scale up. Papa Chow's got to be a bit careful. Oh, almost. You can flash Q that on Varus, but don't always need to. Didn't quite land that, but hey. Lane's still going nicely. 6 CS lead for Varus.
A lot of damage back and forth in this bottom lane, which is now the top lane. The duo lanes called
Duo
that.
lanes.
Boom. Sleeping Dog. He's actually really good on Varus. So far, I'm really impressed with his play and the way he's able to play this matchup very well.
You can see if he can put any more down on these guys. Genshu out of mana. Thankfully, W is free, but he's got no other real ways to wave clear. Hakuho out of potions right now. Actually, both these supports are, so they're fairly killable on either side. Problem is, AKA has a summoner spell lead of 1 flash. And they're getting more harassed down.
He's wild.
Good.
He's coming back down bottom. He knows that this wave is going to get pushed.
I don't believe the outside particle reveals. Ooh, look at that poke. Black Shield, not very effective against Varus Qs, but did want to block plant damage. And this bot lane is going to push out, so Wild Mimo is in the right place at the right time. Question is, oh, there it is. Nice trinket.
And no sweeper available either. Now Stan up top, he knows there's no chance of a counter gank just yet. And actually Genshu backs.
This is greedy from Hakuho. Holding this lane by himself just exposes him to so much threat right here. And once his plant dies out, Papa Chow, he's got to be careful, he pulled aggro.
Shot.
Yeah. That was a little bit silly. That's like Zyra 101. If you got plants, don't walk under a turret.
Stan went ahead and put some wards all throughout the jungle. Put the pink ward in that bush that almost nobody checks. It's not in your typical jungle route. When you go to golems, you don't run there, run through that bush. Yep. Spies on you the entire time.
Oh gosh, look at this minion deficit though in the solo lane, in the bot lane. 36 to 13. Of course, yes, Acadian did give up a very early death there, and he had to be pushed out of the lane for a while. But even on the way back, pushing a wave out, 15 minions is a really, really low score.
Yeah.
Potato Zero's Kale is going to vastly outscale him.
Well, his level advantage too. Acadian just hit 5. There's a whole level up here for Potato Zero, who's already 6 and has the ultimate available. Look at Stan, he's actually going to get stunned up.
Will not be any follow-up, though. They're going to stay safe. Pink ward control a little bit there for Easy, the mid laner here of Zenith Esports. And he's holding pretty equal in this lane. Right now, JL versus Easy is holding equal. It's really the side lanes that have all the action, and it's really both of them going AKA's favor.
Yeah, and there's already a back that already came out from Easy. Look at that, Stan making a return for the ward.
Got it.
Got it. Yep. Looks like he did 1.5 shots of its HP on the first one.
Yeah, the passive works on
martial
boards.
cadence.
Yep.
Takes some percent HP.
0.5 HP, man. So effective when it goes down to half a health bar and doesn't mean very much. So right now, Acadian definitely... Acadian what? Sorry, I just see AKA and I just blank on everything right there. Quick pause in this game for what it's worth. We'll be back into that one before too long. But also known as, of course, in the lead in this one. And honestly, I feel like both comps, for what it's worth, they scale similarly. That's not something we talk about all the time, is who scales better, because it often doesn't mean very much. But we saw last game, it was a race against the clock when the teammate
it was
won.
the win conditions of the two compositions.
Sure.
This one, it's kind of like we have Varus, who does really well late game. We have Kog'Maw, who does extremely well late game. Then you're like, oh, we'll look middle, look bottom, look top. We have Kale, and we have Jax. Just they both scale side by side.
And that's actually kind of the interesting thing as well, is that on the one side, and we talked about this a little bit, blue side, AKA, they've got just so many damage threats. Jarvan, of course, yes, he's going to be tanky. We talked about this a little bit, but yes, Kale, Zyra, Varus, and is all going to be putting out a bunch of damage. What I like, though, suddenly you really, really threaten the backline without threatening Cog in any way. Like level 11, level 16, your ulti's got pretty decent range. But a really good player can make crazy things happen, and it could really ruin the day for people.
Yeah, I remember watching a Kog'Maw stream. It was a attack. I think it's like ATD God JJ.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. He played with 200 ping. Got #1 on North American servers, playing AD carry with 200 ping from, I think, Taiwan.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
GPL player.
Ridiculous player back.
Pretty strong player.
Oh, I think he was a sub for TPA.
Yeah.
I think he plays now on one of those teams somewhere around there. But, God, he was amazing to watch. And to do exactly that back when it wasn't a thing that people would do.
Sure.
Just throwing his Bioarcane Barrage at the back, or the Living Artillery at the back, using Bioarcane Barrage on the front line, shredding them down, just mixing up the damage. But I want to see what ends up happening here for Genshu on that Kog'Maw, because he's made a resurgence and people are still kind of relearning him for the most part.
Yeah. It's interesting. So 4.10 definitely changed up the landscape for a while. And by the way, guys, if you're tuning into the stream, we are paused for what's going to be a fairly long pause. So we're going to talk about stuff about League of Legends. We're going to tune back from the game for a little bit, talk about 4.10 stuff. Because, yeah, you're mentioning Kog'Maw's kind of back in. And I think the thing about picks is it comes and goes in different sort of ways. So to take a step back one more time, sometimes you got like tier lists, and we've talked about this a little bit, right? We did hear us say S tier. S tier is like if this champion wasn't picked in the game, you would wonder why.
Like
right? Right. Like if Kayle doesn't show up in picks and bans, you're like,
or Kassadin.
Does neither team just play Kayle? Like, and we talked about it in champs like this time. Where it's like, how did this get to 8th pick? And if it's not prioritized,
and Kassadin's a big one of those too. Just
exactly.
to give you guys more examples.
Right. Kassadin, Kayle, Lee Sin in the jungle is a big one. In this case, neither jungler plays Lee Sin. On the blue side, Stan 007's an Evelynn main, and Lee Sin's the kind of champ where you play it a lot or you don't play it at all. Similar for Wild Mimo, Elise. Actually, interestingly, just didn't go for it. Just went for the Elise, wanted that one first, and said that was just more important, even though he does play some Lee Sin. So that was a prioritization thing, and that was a champ select gimmick. But yeah, typically there's like these champs where you're like, if you don't play it, why? Lucian, I think, is another kind of key example there in the AD carry role. But I think he's the only one. I think we have few S tiers.
I think there's more variance now. I think he was definitely hardcore, like double S tier last patch.
Yeah, like 4.9 was like, if there's not a Twitch and a Lucian picked in banned, you're wondering why.
Yeah.
So I think Lucian's still there this patch, and okay, people figured out how to like move that around, even though like BT got nerfed, or at least it lost its early game damage and it lost its power spike, and as a result, Triforce got less sought after. So Lucian's still good. They've had a new build. That's fine. Yeah. I think the next tier of really good and you'd like to play it got really big. And I think it's really up to which players decided to play those types of champions. And does it fit into your style? Varus, I think, is actually one of them. Varus and Ashe both, I think, are these, I guess, brother and sister pair of, like, they are the really, really good, safe laning because they're 575 or 600 range, long-range utility AD carries. That's really good. By the end of Season 3, you saw top teams like Fnatic, Cloud9 running Ashe Varus all the time because you can play around that as your way of playing the game.
And they do something that most AD carries don't, is they force an engage.
Right.
They're an engagement tool, and that's something that almost every AD carry besides them lacks. They are the hard engage attack damage carries. And the fact that we increase the cost of Mikhails means they aren't shut down unless you get that item, which is much more expensive now.
Right.
We talked about earlier.
Yeah, it forces a bunch of item buys and whatnot. And now that, especially because, and there's so many things that happen because of this as well, right? So like Ashe and Varus, I think, are back. Sivir, I think, is back as well. I think you can actually go BT first on Sivir and get away with it because the shield is actually useful for her. So you get what you pay for, and I think that's worthwhile. I think Sivir's back. Partially, I think Sivir's back because of Skarner also being in. Sometimes there's enough champion synergies that you come up just because of another pick. Another example of that was like the old Soraka Urgot lanes, if you remember those from back in the day. And then the counter pick was like you would all in with Leona and you'd like try to burst through the healing, and like there's all these weird mind games around picks and whatnot. And so I think there's a really wide, basically to go back to the point, I think there's a really wide A tier of AD carries. Kog'Maw, as you initially said, among them as well. And I think he's actually the premier, I want to play late game AD carry. The damage potential on Kog, I think, is so much higher than Trist. Just overall, the Q passive, the shreds, the W, everything from there, that even though Trist is safer, I would still be like, if I have a Kog in my team, I feel really good about myself. And so then I was surprised then in the LCS to see all these Tristana picks. Because she is good because she brings something unique. She and Draven and Quinn and Vayne, I think, are the four that have knockbacks for Yasuo. And like, I understand why Quinn and Vayne are very situational. Tristana's fairly safe, but even still, like, should be a relatively situational pick. And I was like, great, Complexity and LMQ brought them with the Yasuo. Cool. Then a bunch of teams brought them without, and I was like, I don't know why. And I'm like wondering like who's basically learning the champion pools in time.
Just trying to go for the late game scaling. We saw Robert pick it.
But that was with Yasuo.
That was with Yasuo, but he had a really good showing himself too. Like just the fact that she's a late game hyper carry that has range and is pretty safe in comparison to the other hyper carries. Because the other hyper carries are Vayne. Your range is very short, and you kind of have to play around all of that.
Sure.
Kog'Maw, he has the range, but he doesn't have the mobility. Tristana kind of brings all of those, but knocks herself down like one little notch.
You lose all of your mid game for it, but if you can play around it, then fine. And then we even see teams try to play around that, and this is what gets even more fun is that. It's weird. It's why I'm going to rag on Tristana a little bit longer. Is because The ideal item curve on an AD carry, if nothing happened except you got to buy 3 items, it would be Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and then either Last Whisper or Ruin King. And they're pretty equal, to be fair, between those 2 items, depending on the type of champion you are. And with very few exceptions, no one goes for that item build. Because they're like, I want to hedge my bets. I want to get like the mid-game power spikes. It's like, I'll go Static Shift first so I can farm a little bit longer. I'll go Ruin King first so that I'm useful as a 1-item AD carry. And it's like, that's fine, but if you cared about your 1-item or 2-item power spike, why even pick Trist? Like, why not pick Cog, who's actually good on 2 items? Because Max Rank W does so much base damage, you're great on Ruin King W. Like, that's a standard build for you, and it's actually really powerful power spike. And these are the kind of things I think teams will learn to do better. Like, I rag on it, but it's because it's new. And this is the thing with League of Legends, is it requires so much adaptation. You've got to learn new champions, get up with the champion pools. Whether it's because something else is now strong and it's the normal thing and you want to like contest popular picks, or because your team wants to learn a new style and be like, hey, let's go back to the old hard engage style. Let me learn how to play Ashe well again. Like, these all take time. I understand these are professionals who can only play so many hours per day, right? They've got a lot of prep work to do, and it's like, look, if you can only play 8 scrims, how are you going to spend those 8 scrims? Is it learning a new champ? Is it playing an old champ? I understand all that, but as time goes on, you're just going to see more picks because people have time to prepare them.
Yeah, and also a really big thing too about being a professional player is you have to mesh with the meta at the time. We see it happen when, just take Double Lift for example, where he didn't want to play Draven for the longest time.
Oh,
He's
sure.
like, I hate that champion. I hate that champion. Then he picked it up and he's like, wow, this champion's so broken.
Yeah, sure.
And he just goes crazy with it. Like, that happens a lot where you just don't want to adapt. So you're kind of crutching yourself. You're kind of giving yourself a crutch you don't need. And you're like, wow, I could actually just destroy with this and run the full race.
Yeah.
And be amazing on those champions.
Absolutely.
And so when Kayle comes up as like a top laner, you're like, I have to play Kayle if I'm playing top as a professional player, or else the other team doesn't have to ban it, and we do, even if we're blue side.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing you don't want on a team. So you're forced to learn new champions. You're forced to learn the best champions, the most highly contested champions at the time in the meta for what they do or what the strategy is. Like if Nunu and everybody got really objective control based, it'd be like, oh, we had to ban Nunu or learn Nunu. So there's a lot of things here that go into this. And you only get 3 bans.
Sure.
So you have to make sure you have the right champion pools for this type of game.
Yeah, and it is something that I've been thinking about as well for a while. And in general, I agree with you that like the popular picks tend to be just really powerful ones that are obviously worth learning to play around as well. I think there's a certain element of people will have their own styles. Now, certainly, right, if you think old CLG, like old Season 1 CLG where they're like poke comps, it was like they're the only team you cared about banning Trundle for. You didn't need to run poke comps yourself. You didn't need to necessarily contest Nidalee, but you did need to respect the comp that they could run and say, we'll throw a ban at it or we'll be ready to play a counter pick.
Yeah.
I think that element of the game has fallen off a little bit actually in the pro scene, where I think there's been a lot of teams, and this is fine, it's okay to do this, who seek to imitate popular strategies and perfect them. Right? Instead of going out and being like, let me just think of like a random comp and making it work, it's like, let me look at the comps that are popular, tweak them in the way that works for my team, and make them better. And that, again, that's the way many teams seem to play the game, and that's fine. But again, for champs like Kayle, I agree with you. Where like they're so strong, you should be learning them. I 100% agree with you. And like,
but having signature champions is really good,
right? But it's like if a champion like Varus is like the AD carry, like Varus is good. Varus is not mandatory. Varus is a style choice. And like, okay, maybe you ban it against a team, and maybe if you can play it, you go for it. But like, it is not a champion, I think, that defines a patch or defines a play style. And again, like, you know, if Samsung Blue comes out and crushes Worlds and like, oh, we're playing Ashe Varus every game, you bet your ass everyone's going to learn Ashe and Varus. Doesn't mean they're overpowered. Just means everyone's able to learn the style off a really good example.
Yes.
But again, other styles exist.
A great example of that is Tabe.
Yeah.
When he brought Support Annie. And
True.
everybody's like, oh, Support Annie's ridiculous pressure in lane. Her range is 625. She absolutely decimates people.
Sure.
It's like, oh, stun, stun, stun. And it's like, okay. To the point that, you know, Riot has to go, okay, we need to turn this down a little bit because it's absolutely crazy early game.
Sure, and some of them are crazy, and some of them are absolutely crazy, and that's fine. But you look at other examples. A big one for me is the fact that, like, again, Samsung Blue, actually, they're insta-locking TF like every game. Like TF and Yasuo are like their jams, and it's like Dade's going to play these champs and be good at them, you know, and that's all kinds of wonderful for them. But again, you're not seeing every team rush pick the TF and Yasuo because people identify that these sought-after picks are sought after for that team, not the game overall. And that makes it so much richer to look at and be like, oh, interesting.
I think
these guys run.
mid lane's one of those ones where you have a lot more wiggle room.
Yeah.
And AD carry, it's kind of like
I think it's right there.
Yeah, and we're going to accomplish pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Jungle, though, it's like if you don't know Lee Sin or you don't know Elise,
yeah,
you're kind of like, okay, we got to play the Evelynn, but there's a lot of counterplay to that in the jungle. Top lane, it's like I don't know Kayle, so we're gonna have to spend a ban on it. And then it's like, okay, then what do we fall back on? We got to play Lulu into that, and there's just all these things that make you very readable in champion select. So the wider, basically, what it comes down to is the wider your champion pool is, and the more it has that cream that's currently in the game, then you're good.
Yeah, I think that makes a whole bunch of sense. Well, guys, hold on. Unfortunately, also known as has run out of pause time and has forfeited the match. So Zenith Esports will advance to the round of 8. Unfortunately, that's happened here, but we're going to take a break. We still have one more game to go. So when we come back, the newly formed Wasabi Gaming takes on an underdog named to be determined. We'll be right back.
Decided.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. We're here for the round of 10 play-in, and we're seeking our final team now to advance to the quarterfinals. Now, is it going to be the newly formed Wasabi Gaming or the Underdogs, who named their squad to be decided? They're Trolley. I'm glad I mispronounced the name then because they deserve it, to be honest. But the cool thing is, we've actually seen some of these guys around before. So Wasabi Gaming has a lot of elements of the old Frank Fang Gaming, Nian Tanso's old squad. Nian is off this team, although they do inherit the points they earned.
Yes, they do get that 4 points that they made from getting 4th last time. So Baby Zeus, Latman, and Baby Eater are on this team still. Their new members are ICanEU in the top lane, who's very known for his carry top lane style. So he's very reminiscent of Nian Tanso's new style. And he's also from the University of Washington squad that took the North American Collegiate Championship first place.
Right. So pretty impressive player there as well. He's number 11 in Challenger Solo Queue, 2 accounts in top 100. Good player overall. I've known the guy a little bit for a while, so definitely a good player. The other new guy is a jungler by the name of Hax Defender. He's been on the Challenger scene as well for a while.
Yeah, he has. He also has some guides out there for his Jarvan, which he loved in Season 3, and has a lot of picks around. So I want to see what he does with that. Being a Jarvan enthusiast myself, see what comes out there. But Wasabi Gaming, also, for their round of 20 opponent was Stormtrooper Galaxy Quest. It was that team on Reddit that just ground away for like a day.
Like 14 hours straight
to
get like 19th seed or whatever.
And then they lost.
But at least they got to make it all the way there. And that was cool. So maybe we'll see those guys in spring, but we're of course seeing Wasabi Gaming right now. 3rd seed overall in the tournament so far, looking pretty sharp. They won their game in 38 minutes. So it was actually at least hard fought. The Stormtroopers did what they could, but the Rebels clearly too powerful for them. We know Baby Zeus as an incredibly strong player overall. We've seen him excel constantly throughout the summer series. Latman, we talked about him putting the team on his back. He's still consistently strong as well. So it's definitely, I think, the favorite here in this match.
Yeah, TBD are definitely underdogs coming into this, considering that Frank Fang Gaming got 4th in Summer Series 1, have 4 points under the belt, looking to expand upon that. And Baby Zeus, he said he's really strong, had the highest KDA on his team for Summer Series 1 at 6.6. Can he do it again? He gets things kind of handed to him, too, because he plays Kale mid, he plays Kassadin, so you kind of have to ban both of those against him. He's willing to whip those out at any moment, and then he plays things like Ziggs on top of that. So if you want to ban anything against this team, you pretty much have to be like, all right, I'm going to ban those 3, but then you leave Kenny with Yasuo, you leave him with Aurelia, leave him with all these different champions that he's really good at carrying with.
Yeah.
So coming into this TBD, they have to go ahead and be like, what are we doing at Champ Select? Know what they're going to do from the get-go, what their plan is.
And the cool thing is TBD does actually match up fairly well. So going through their players real quick, top laner, the Solo King, top 200 on Challenger, so you know he should be reasonably able to match up against ICanEU, hold on to that matchup decently. ROA, their jungler, also top 100, so he'll be able to sort of match wits as well. Popper's OP, their mid laner, Bullet Safety, and Execution, their dual lane down there. Low D1 for them, but of course still strong players in their own right. So this is a team that we've really seen actually do very well, both their top laner and AD carry, actually. I know round of 20 wasn't streamed, so we can kind of just list scores to you guys, but Solo King Shyvana went 6-1-8 that time. High impact player, obviously a lot of skill on him, and was a big playmaker there. And that's always something to watch for, too, is if you've got, I feel like in general, like a fighter tends to beat an assassin 1v1. Like I feel like it's hard for like a Kha'Zix to beat up a Shyvana in a one-on-one battle. Like it's generally not a fight that goes very well.
Be very confident, mechanically sound on that assassin.
Yeah, like you better get rid of. Yeah, you better outplay the crap out of them, and you know you've got to try to outplay a big ball of stats, usually without very many skill shots. So. A difficult task, I think, in general ahead of ICanEU. He had an Aurelia game. Really, you know, pretty strong. Of course, Europe plays it a lot more, but if he can get his way in. But, you know, if you have this really consistent, really strong top laner who can just shove waves, hold pressure, and then TP across the map, like, that's a plus for you. Yeah. You hold down a playmaker to just be stuck in a lane, and you're just like, well, we'll match what's later on.
Yeah, I'm really concerned in terms of this matchup for to be decided when it comes to the bottom lane. It's Bullet Safety versus Execution, and they're both kind of low diamond, but then they're up against Latman, and they're up against Baby Eater, who are both really high up there in terms of solo queue rating. They've played together for an entire summer series. They got to 4th place. They've been through trials and tribulations all the way through a Challenger Series already. What's their synergy like? Are they able to take down these guys? Latman, fantastic player. We've seen him flex his laticerals. His Dorseys. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, his lats. That's what I think it is. But it's not. It's actual. I think it's part of his last.
I mean, to be fair, we're really the ones who tell the story. You guys trust us, all of you, implicitly, because we would never lie to you. And don't worry about the fact that it's his last name. It's really all about what we say. And you guys will believe us because we have trustworthy faces.
He's got enormous lats. He's like a bat.
Yes. Batman.
Latman.
Why not? We are Pixie fans, of course, though. Orianna, yep, the Shyvana dropped away as well. Kassadin and Lee Sin also removed. Remember, Wasabi Gaming did play Kale yesterday, so we talked about that. The S tier champions expected ban here unless they really think they can outplay it.
I would expect a Kale ban here because they will first pick it for Baby Zeus, but they just banned the Ziggs, which means they aren't going to first pick their mid laner. They'll most likely pick something that's safe or go for a top lane that's really powerful.
Yeah, well, there you go. They've got kind of both those right here with Lulu. It's a safe mid laner or a great top laner. They're kind of the one you look for if Kale's gone, and that could easily be the case. Kenny hasn't played it a lot recently, but you never know. I mean, top laner is going to learn that champion at some point.
It's not really that big in his champion pool, but at the same time, this may force 2B Decided to pick up the Yasuo, because they may go for a Yasuo composition with Baby Zeus playing Lulu, and then Kenny playing Yasuo.
And you think about there's so many synergies available still in the pool as well, right? Tristana, a popular AD carry. The Nami actually was going to mention, but that gets stolen away in case Wasabi Gaming wanted it. Of course, Braum's still there, or Thresh if they want other knockup potentials. I mean, this is a real possibility as they hover over champs like this to grab Yasuo on this round. The thing is, Poppers does play the champ, so there's a real risk of it getting stolen out.
It could be stolen away here, and they could synergize it with the Nami, but at the same time, I mean, it's all just theory crafting. Maybe they have a different thing up their sleeve right now, and that's Kenny just being really comfortable on Lulu, and they'll get Baby Zeus something else.
Yeah, we'll see. That's the beauty of picks and bans, and I like contested picks for that reason because you have these fun games around it. I also love what Yasuo does to champ select, where you're like, hold on, guys, we know they can play Yasuo. When EG played the game against Cursed yesterday, they grabbed Ryze blind pick because they're like, they're going to play Yasuo here, grab Ryze for the matchup, and they forced a different pick, and they actually put Ryze in a bad matchup, but it blocked the team comp, and that's honestly, like, I don't think enough teams sack a bad lane pick to get a team comp victory. And again, you saw it work for them last time around. We're going to look at the Caitlyn and the Evelynn grab now for to be decided. Their mid laner still to be shown.
So right now, to be decided, they just need that mid lane. They know that they might be facing a Lulu, but yeah, okay. The Aurelia is what we saw iKennyU play previously, if he does lock that in for himself. And he did play a lot of that in previous seasons. He's really potent on that champion. He's actually one of the best Aurelias in North America. I mean, if you throw him in EU, he's going to have a lot of people to take that title from.
Sure.
But
Wicked would be the gatekeeper in this case. But we get to see the comps come together in this one. Support pick still to be shown. We have seen support Lulu before, but it looks like not the case. Morgana. Nope. Zyra. I'm just going to wait to see.
Wow. Okay.
High damage team once again.
If they go for a Zyra and he doesn't swap to a Yasuo, okay. So there's a lot of possibility and potential here. But instead he's going to go with the Aurelia. He likes that champion. He went 3-2-7 on that with a 5 KDA in the round of 20. What can he do with it this game? They have a lot of peel and disengage for Tristana. So if Latman gets big, and they have a lot of peel for Kenny if he goes in. They have a lot of dive assistance and pretty much will stop you from getting to the back line while they're diving into your back line.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a mixture here for this composition of Wasabi.
I feel like their general game composition is they give Kenny a champion he thinks he can win the 1v1 on with the Aurelia. And then says the rest of us can just wave clear and hold and wait for Tristana to come online.
That's the thing. They're going to look for the one-on-one. If Kenny ends up winning that, they'll do a 1-4 split push. And if you try to engage on the 4, it's just nope. You Nami waved, and you tried to get with an Evelynn flank. We're going to go ahead and throw our Stranglethorns here, and then we'll just kill Evelynn in the backline while you can't get through this area.
Sure.
And then try to turn around afterwards.
But here's what TBD grabbed. They grabbed, I think, their best available engage mid laner. And I think actually Cinder's a better engage mid laner than Orianna in this case, because it's a way to get a stun from 1,000 or so range away, get away out of the fight, and just pick somebody off. And of course, no black shield. There's no ways to stop that stun from coming out, really. And so TBD can actually force engages reasonably well off of basically a Cinder stun and a tidal wave.
Yeah, and we saw back in at Worlds where it was people stopped playing Zyra because like Zed's in the meta. All of these middle lane assassins, Ahri's in the meta, are just going to keep killing Zyra over and over and over again. Cinder's kind of in that same boat.
Sure, if you find her, she's dead.
Yeah. As soon as you see her out, just complete combo her and she's gone. Extra gold for you, and then you can start snowballing more and more. So I wouldn't be surprised to see visits from Popper's OP down to that bottom lane, which already does need help just on paper based on like solo queue rating.
Oh gosh.
And the fact that it's a veteran team.
Yeah, but also keep in mind, Kate Nami is like a ludicrously brutal lane.
Oh yeah,
it is freaking tough. And
as
there's
a Tristana early, yes.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of axes to think about this on. So one is there's a general rock paper scissors in bot lane around poke versus sustain versus all in. And so you can get a lot of gold by being a Zyra and poking out for a while, but your damage typically won't stick because of the heals available for execution. Meanwhile, they've got ways of poking back because Nami Caitlyn is a really brutal lane, and that's even though solo queue rated is better for Wasabi Gaming, matchup-wise better to be decided.
Definitely.
Which can put you at a point where you get the health lead to make an Evelynn Syndra dive really easy. And it's something to really keep in mind here is that TBD can snowball the lanes based on their champions, and I think it's something to look for here.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to snowball and get ahead in this early game. Actually, Ro was not seen there, but he saw Latman, so he knows there's an advantage here if they start and engage on somebody because they would have to get pinched in from the side.
One Spider down. 5 gold. I could have pressed R.
Didn't want to have that going over. He's going to be able to back earlier when he's like 5 gold away from an item. It's like, yeah, didn't have to wait.
Cool thing is Wasabi Gaming managed to sneak a ward into the red buff brush from across the wall thanks to Baby Eater. I don't believe that got seen. But already a whole bunch of aggressive wards did come out from to be decided. They're going to see the bottom jungle very easily and make their way back to their own blue buff. Wasabi Gaming did get 1 blue on opponent red, and the sweeper removes some more vision.
Yeah. But there's all these wards around here. Despite sweeping that vision out, they are going to know what's going on. But here's the thing. We talked about the Caitlyn Nami lane. Big thing there is Tidecaller's Blessing will apply mid-shot. Caitlyn has such long range that you're going to be making those trades very early on. So they have a combination here of poke alongside the sustain. Yes. Only real caveat here, exception for Wasabi Gaming, is they can kind of stop the sustain a tiny bit with explosive shot, but it's not really that big a deal.
Yeah, it will come into effect occasionally, and yes, it definitely does matter. The real bar to watch there is Execution's mana bar.
Yes.
It is very easy to yourself on Nami. If you take too many bad trades, her healing is not incredibly mana efficient, so it's just how much he's really going to have to spend here in this one. It's something to watch out for. Hack Spinner grabs red buff, blue buff goes over to ROA, and we have standard lanes here. Both guys opting in, sending dual lanes bottom. Bubble lands, auto attacks come through.
They're just rushing these minions, trying to get level 2 first.
Oh yeah, if you get pushed in against Kate Nami, you lose lane.
So the big thing here in this top lane too, is this is kind of who uses their ability first between Jax and Aurelia. If you use Counter-Strike first, you're going to lose the trade. If you use your He-10 style first, you're going to lose that trade. So,
oh my gosh, double bubble, and there's the attacks coming through. Nicely done by Execution. He's making this lane pretty nice. Level 2 comes in first for bullet safety and co, and look at that. Immediately force them away. Harass comes through, but these minions will get picked up fairly easily.
At the same time, though, IKennyU is pulling some aggro to the top lane from Roa.
I gotta see how available this gank is. Hack's
It's actually pretty available.
Yeah, he's not around right here. KennyU does have dash and stun available. Jax would not get stunned right now. He's gonna land the first little bit onto KennyU. He comes back for this one. Loses his flash for it, but hey, bought some time.
Immediately flashes away. Hack's Defender is going to come up here to see if there's a repeat gank. Because once you get a flash like that, you're pretty baited into, I want to revisit this area very soon. Leaving the bottom lane, though, on an island.
Now the Solo King is level 3 right here. His jungler's staying towards the top lane, TBD. They're going to put that trinket down and Tribush. Watch for this one. There is going to be a bit of a fight here. Here comes Hack Defender. Stun's going to land. Solo King going to take a whole bunch of damage, but here comes ROA. Are they going to chase? Yes, they will. But suddenly an Evelynn shows up. Can't stay in the fight, though. Loses a lot of health. And you know what? Wasabi Gaming got the better of that trade.
Yep. Really big victory there. But at the same time, Solo King, he brought Flask to the lane. So he's going to be able to sustain himself up just a bit. Hack Defender actually still sticking around.
Sweeps the Tribush out, makes sure he's still safe. They think they can make this kill happen. Kenny will not get a stun for this one, but the slow could be enough. Not going to find anything. Cocoon misses. Applies some red buff damage. Why not? Wants to turn the lane ahead. But, I mean, a matchup like this is so heavily dependent on levels and items.
Yeah.
One small lead flips the entire thing.
Yeah. Once, like, if you get that level advantage or that one little bit of combination item gold advantage over your opponent in this matchup, you'll continually cause jungle pressure to be up in that top lane, or you're forced to just sacrifice the lane. Very item dependent, very snowbally. And Kenny, he doesn't have his flash still, and Roa uses his.
For Roa, stuns comes out just in time, but not going to be enough. First blood thanks to the red buff. Goes over to ROA, and look at that. TBD have finally snowballed this top lane.
Yep. Just opened it up a tiny bit there, and the Solo King's going to be able to back. Granted, he did buy Chalice first. Or sorry, Flask first. You drink out of both.
True.
So he might just end up with some type of, yeah, he's just going to get the double Dorans on top of it. So he's basically equaled Kenny's aggression in terms of items.
Well, let's see what they can get for this one, because...
I guess the point I'm making is Flask gives you no in-combat stats. Gives
True.
You regen.
Yeah, it gives you a bunch of regen. That is worth
trading power.
So watch that fight again. Kenny really trying to win, but he has no jungler around, with no vision of the jungler.
You can see there he used his 10 style first, and the stun came out afterwards, so he was baited into it. Because once you go hit 10, it's basically a signal I'm going aggressive on you. And then the counter-strike can be used for full potential and actually get the stun off. Whereas if you use it beforehand, it just makes somebody run away from you.
And unfortunately, he just ran away and found the gank. Oh, but the root lands on execution. This could be bad. Cocoon will land on a Caitlyn, but they can't convert these ganks into much more than just a bit of damage. So TBD still holding pretty nicely on this, and they just back out. Ooh, in turret range, not good. Baby Zeus burns all his summoners. Chased down by ROA. One more Q will claim it, and that is the second kill now picked up for the jungler. TBD looking good.
Yeah, Roa is doing some really good work for his team right now. Immediately goes to complete the Spirit Stone item so that he can jungle a little better, but it's allowing him to clear and then get to the lanes.
And it's looking really, really good right here. So this is a happy place to be if you're ROA. Single Elim. You want to make yourselves, get yourself to the round of 8, of course. Get that final spot, and so far that's happening. The bot lane holding up. Of course, you'd expect it as Kate Nami to win this matchup. Flatman only within a few minions. The root's going to land as well. Nicely done there by Baby Eater. Bubble's going to hit, though. Q actually doesn't land, and a lot of health gets lost. Execution also very low on mana. I mean, these guys are forced to recall soon for TBD.
Yeah, very aggressive plays coming out there from that bottom lane of Latman and Baby Eater. But at the same time, like, what are you going to be able to do about that is bullet safety and execution. But it was Roa, too. Because Roa's been pulled top. There's a CS advantage still for iKennyU by about 12. You go down to the bottom lane. It's like where they're getting pushed in now. Tristana, Latman and Baby Eater are actually winning it a little bit.
Yeah, they finally found a way in. That's the thing. Is I said, the thing to watch for is the mana bar of Nami, because that's the ultimate sort of equalizer there is... You know, Kate and Nami are going to push you in. And the thing about Kate and Nami is they just do damage in short spurts. Like, Nami is very... Basically, there's a lot of small windows where it's like, okay, her spells all have like 10-ish second cooldowns. Bubble lands into some follow-up. But Caitlyn, she just kind of lands 2 autos in a queue, and like that's the extent of her trade.
Yeah.
Like, her follow-up's not all that great until she's level 6. Her overall DPS is not very high because her base attack speed is really low, actually. She's on the very low end for AD carries. So TBD are looking for these short bursts of like, deal some damage. Whenever you last hit, would deal some damage. Wasabi Gaming managed to actually completely survive that round. Push into their turret, whatever, we'll see us in a turret for a while. They didn't take too much free damage at all, and they kept looking for ways in to deal damage. And we're at a state now where bullet safety's at half health, execution's at half health with no mana bar, Latman's full HP, full mana, and Baby Eater's full HP, full mana. And they've weathered that storm and now flipped it. And so execution being, means he can't salvage the lane anymore. They're going to have to recall. Problem is, Triss Zyra pushes so well, it's going to actually deny even more CS when they do recall, and suddenly the lane is entirely flipped.
Yeah, and speaking of recalling and all of that, iKennyU is actually backed right now. He's given some CS up to the Solo King, but he went to go get himself a little extra items, got himself a Ruby Crystal, so that when he does get back up there, despite giving up that assist and a little bit of pressure, he's right back in it.
Yep. And he's going to keep trying to bully that lane. And then it's really the test of, okay, ROA, you've done good. You actually have the kills now. And guys, we are pausing the game. We'll be back into it as soon as we can be, of course. But ROA, basically, he's been salvaging as many lanes as possible. Turned around the top lane when iKennyU went aggressive at the wrong time. Got the kill on Baby just when he turned aggressive under the turret. But now he's got to salvage the bottom lane as well. Because I don't think this will turn better for TBD's bottom lane unless something happens.
Also, Roa, he has 2 longswords in his inventory, whereas Hax Defender hasn't backed yet. He's backing now for the first time, and Roa doesn't see the pink ward. He's actually spotted by it off on the side. Now, Hax Defender's going to be able to back and give himself some combat stats. Because right there, if Roa had found Hax Defender to 1-on-1, it would have been brutal.
Absolutely. I mean,
Hax is also 6. Roa's 6 and Hax Defender's not.
It's okay. He still has his ultimate.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. So at least, that is kind of the test for these guys. So let's see. ROA definitely looking on his way mid lane.
ROA looking for something now. The jungle rot from Hax Defender is going to be started up here, though. He's going to go for the red.
Baby Zeus is no summoner. This is a very available kill. Stun's
Going
going to
for the
land.
stun.
There's the burst coming out. Baby Zeus pops the ulti immediately and says, well, I've seen this story before. Does get out. Nothing major burned by TBD.
Yeah, they didn't use the ultimate from Syndra or the ultimate from Evelynn. So Roa and Poppers, they go ahead and hold on to those.
That's going to hold on, of course, now with them knowing where Evelynn was. Look at that Solo King. Kenny, you going in a bit of a trade right here. Kenny really wanted to just take this fight right there, but Solo King goes back in. The stun, no! He queued in after Counter-Strike was popped. Solo King wins the duel despite being a Ruby Crystal down, and that is not good for Wasabi.
Not at all. They're going to be able to get themselves a pink ward here too. But that duel, just going back to it right now, the minion damage, a lot of them were focused onto iKennyU over the Solo King because he was right inside of that minion wave being aggressive and up in his face. Might have been actually having some flash ticks going at the same time.
Oh, sure.
Solo King having the regen may have saved him there.
The thing is, now he's got a Sheen.
Yeah.
So Sheen, Jax. Here's the great thing about Sheen first on Jax, and that's actually really good on Aurelia as well, is basically it provides you so many more sort of ways of fighting. Because both those champions can if they try to fight too often, and so the mana pool helps. But the problem is, or the cool thing is, both of them have such good persistent damage that when you add Sheen Burst, there's no good way to fight against them anymore. Short-term trades, Sheen 80 damage.
Yes.
Long-term trades, bunch of attack speed, and it's just like your life is pain at all times.
Yeah. You're going to have to back very often. Great thing that iKennyU has teleport, also has the Transcendent Blades, which he only used on the Solo King there. He didn't hit any minions with them. Whereas with that ability, you want to get as much out of it as you possibly can with the regen.
There's no falloff. You just get more health back.
Yes. Just throw it through them. Throw it through the champion, hopefully, too, to get even more.
Absolutely.
Now, Hax Defender, like we said, if this matchup goes anybody's way, you're going to need jungle attention. Look at that. iKennyU 2 levels down, just levels up now, so it's an entire level down over the Solo King. But because Hax Defender showed top, TBD, they're going to get themselves a dragon.
And look at that. Great play by these guys. Dragon comes down, 1,600 gold lead. Bullet safety and execution. We're winning the lane long enough that once they were forced back, Caitlyn had enough for a BF sword. Nami's level 5. Actually, Kate's level 6 as well now at this point. So even though Latman and Baby Eater finally found themselves a CS lead, the item spikes are pretty comparable. In fact, I would say they're probably in Bullet Safety's favor just because he's already got Sustain, so it's just more AD here. And they've even got the ability for Evelynn at any time to turn things around, so those aggressive Tristana plays, heavily risky.
Yeah, he's actually going to get flanked here by Roa, but Hax Defender is also here. They're acing the hole for the distraction. There's the TP coming in.
Comes in. Eve ulti will hit on the 2. Now, can they chase on this one? Good flash to get away for this one. No tidal wave available. And so it's going to be everyone backing out on this
TP'd in too.
He's going to look for Solo King. There lands a slow flash, forced away by Jax. Jumps to
gets
ward.
2 with the
ROA definitely not in the right spot there. Forced to flash himself out, but takes an exhaust for it.
Poppers is trying to come down too. All 5 members of TBD were on this side, and they left Baby Zeus in the mid lane to continue farming and pushing. But man, that's a lot of aggression. The TP plays coming out there from both top laners, getting nothing for it.
True, they just kind of made everyone else turn around. A couple of flashes lost back and forth, but nothing otherwise picked up. The mid lane, though, I do want to point out, because Baby Zeus, despite getting ganked early on, getting killed by Roa, he's up 24 minions in the matchup. It basically heads up one-on-one. He's had almost no help at all from Hax Defender. And I got to commend a really good performance there.
Kenny, he had to head extremely quickly up top to get this minion wave, because he's down an entire Sheen at this point. He's down an entire Sheen in terms of buying and item power.
Yep.
He has boots, just a tiny bit of a...
Boots burst flash, but down a Sheen.
Yeah, that's...
I'd rather be Jax in this case.
Yes, there we go. There, raise your hand if you'd like to be Jax.
Me.
Oh.
Pick me.
Congratulations, this is you, freak.
Yes, I'm Jax in this case. Great. Never keep him down.
Poor Aurelia. But Kenny, if anybody can come out of a situation like this, it's him. But Hax Defender, the newest guy on the team alongside him, they have to synergize well to make this happen. And at the same time, when we saw Hax Defender visit top, Roa took complete advantage of that and got his team a dragon. So Roa's movements across this map have been phenomenal.
Absolutely, man. I got to commend Roa for some good plays in this one. Looking for another fight right here. Just Solomid really wants Kenny to fight him, and Kenny says, I've seen this one before.
Yeah, well,
I lose when I fight you.
Look at that. Said the poke trade, and the sustain fight trade already goes in favor of the Solo King now. So this is going to cause Hax Defender to come up top. But Evelyn is already there sitting around. Roa is ready for this.
All right, well, let's see what they can get. Kenny's got to be waiting around. Hax Defender is nearby. Kenny goes in for a CS. The stun's going, ooh, good flash. Stun's not going to land. But hey, he lost a flash to reveal where Eve was.
Yeah, and Hax Defender is there as well. So he's going to start defending this down bottom, though. Still trading.
But I like how the CS lead is actually growing farther and farther. Latman and Baby Eater are extremely, extremely strong, and you're seeing them kind of push their weight around. They're up 30 CS now against Caitlyn. That is ludicrous. I actually thought when the recalls came in, the item lead went for Caitlyn, but they just don't get the harass down that they need. Latman and Baby Eater just pushing under the turret, not missing any CS. You can see the harass coming through, dodges the Caitlyn Qs. Like, this is perfect play.
Yeah, Sleeper OP here in this bottom lane. See Baby Eater on the Zyra. Ready to poke down, get rid of all of that mana, which you said was the bar to watch. So execution, it's very low already.
Yeah, and you think about it, execution rushed for the Sight Stone, which of course I understand Sight Stone's great, but it means that the mana regen is actually less than what Baby Eater has by going for Frostwing here.
Well, he also went for boots on Baby Eater's side. So he's looking to close the distance, get more harassment out.
Dodge bubbles.
Yeah, dodge the bubbles, also just get closer and make it so that you can land your abilities.
Yeah, absolutely true. The movement speed actually does have a pretty big impact in terms of your ability to harass in a lane sometimes, and so it is something that these guys have. And again, Sightstone doesn't help very much against an Evelyn on the enemy team, so there's no real rush in investing in that right away. So I do like these choices here. 40 minion difference in the bot lane. I think that actually number is growing right here.
A big part of it as well is some of the CS that Bullet Safety has might even just be plants. Might just be killing some plants off. So Latman might even be further ahead than he appears.
He's certainly ahead at this point. Ruin King is available to be completed at this point. You can see a 500 gold lead across this. Bullet Safety about 400 away from Infinity Edge. The sooner Latman can go get the recall, the sooner he can spike farther ahead in items, something I think that is worth having. We won't go for that just yet here. Dragon in 1 minute, though. That's actually probably when you time your recalls. Yeah. And that will mean Ruin King before Infinity Edge for the next Dragon
they
fight.
baited Baby Zeus into this.
Stuns, spells coming down. Evolt still not used, though, for Roa. It wouldn't have meant to kill necessarily, but Hax Defender going way too aggressive on that one. Roa's ulti doesn't do much. Hax Defender, though, he is going to go down. Really chose the wrong fight here. Now 4-0 TBD.
Big thing about this is that the double buffs went over to Syndra, and he's going to have them available for the Dragon fight.
Oh man, that is going to be scary. Maybe not so much the ulti of Syndra, but who cares when you've got pretty much infinite Q spam off Athene's and blue buff. That is very big.
It'll be very close to being up by the time they get to the Dragon and fight it. They're timing their backs off of this too, and the Solo King and Kenny will have their teleports.
Yes, they are, but the problem is Kenny is just not going to be nearly as useful. Just now hits level 10, about to lose his turret as well. He's one hit away from that going down. Solo King could claim that recall and show up if he wants to play it just right. Kenny is holding up right now. That has his own Sheen. He's not really down too far in items. You can see him starting to push around. Solo King level 11, but they do want to keep fighting.
Yeah, the Solo King actually took a bunch of tower shots previously, got Equilibrium struck under that. And then Kenny just regen. Now he's going to back off. He could show up to this fight if he wanted to, but teleports are not going to come through. There's no vision for Wasabi Gaming just yet.
No chance for them to fight for this. Now 2,000 gold puts to be decided up in this game. They're making good choice after good choice. Only problem is they're getting outlaned. IKenyu, despite dying twice in lane, to be fair, that does mean a whole heck of a lot. Actually up in CS anyway over Solo King. Baby Zeus up 40 over Poppers. Latman also up 40 over his opposition. It's weird that Wasabi Gaming is losing in gold, and it feels like they're not doing anything, but by sitting in lanes, they're actually clawing back in.
Yeah, the fact that they have these CS advantages will allow them to just play the laning phase better and transition into the late game. Because they're playing the laning phase better. There we go.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, they've got good late game champs too. I don't think they can really be too afraid of who outscales whom.
And you wouldn't be disappointed in just sitting in the laning phase forever with a Tristana or an Aurelia.
Yeah, sure. They'll be happy. Turret does go down. No local gold goes over to TBD, but they still get the 500 global.
He also gets a freeze, too, if he wants it.
Yeah, that, and there's not exactly much up for
Wasabi Gaming to take necessarily. They're getting everything kind of by themselves in the 1v1 matchups there. Turret kills and whatnot. Dragon, of course, dead as well. TBD, though, they do have great siege. They've got Syndra poke, they've got Nami sustain, and Caitlyn siege. They're also very close to Infinity Edge there on the Kate, so I want to see if they can get themselves in on something soon.
And Blade of the Rune King for Tristana, Latman. And finally comes back for it. It's where they fought previously. Now Roa in that bush being very sneaky. Axe Defender actually sees him cut the wards in there.
Cocoon misses though, and Roa is on the chase. Half HP, nice repel. Get away from the stun. There's Teleport coming in. The Axe Defender is going to get hit up pretty hard. The kill, gonna finally come in. Solo King, go ahead and claim that one. Why the heck not? But that's going to be mid lane pressure now.
Out of all the people that showed up to that fight, I think Jax is the one you want that kill on.
Yes,
we'll go back to dueling IKENU in the top lane with that little bit of gold advantage in his pocket.
Interestingly, he went for Ninja Tabby here, even though it's not massive against Aurelia. It does help somewhat, but this mid lane turret now
The Tristana
under fire.
late game too is something
Oh,
to be
sure,
worried about.
absolutely. And there's going to be a mid lane turret going down now, and that is the local gold given away. So to be decided, up 2 dragons to 0, up 2 turrets to 0, and up 5 kills to 0.
They're just going for the outer turrets now at this point.
Oh, sure.
They got the top turret, and now they're trying to spill it over into the other lanes. Now we see both the mid laner and the top laner coming down to the bottom here for TBD.
They don't quite force it just yet, though. They might actually, looks like they're going to back their AD carry for the Infinity Edge. Their support is going for a very early Mikhail's Crucible here, just off the tier 1 GP10. Wants to be able to keep them safe from the roots, the cocoons, all that kind of fun stuff. That's all kinds of fine. Next item spike's coming through. Trinity Force done, 18 to 19 minutes in for the Solo King. Not a bad clip for that one, but the same here for IKENU. So you're seeing these guys hold parity in a lot of the matchups just from farm.
Yeah, Kenny has that little bit of an advantage with the 2 kills and the assist for the Solo King. And the fact that they got Dragon Gold on top of it is allowing him to finish his boots and have a long sword up at this point. So he's going to go, looks like 2 offensive items. Michael Blade of the Rune King second, as opposed to the Jax we saw in the previous game. Going defensive after first Trinity, but yeah, blue buff for Poppers.
Okay, 19-minute blue buff there on that one. Looks like blue buff respawning as well for Wasabi Gaming. And the real question is, a lot of these teams are very new, of course, and shot calling is really hard, by the way. If you guys look at home, you're like, oh man, these rotations, they're so easy, I can do that. It's like, yeah, I mean, well, shot calling is hard. And for both these teams, of course, right? Wasabi Gaming lost Nintendude, or not Nintendude, sorry, Niantanso. I saw the N on my sheet and was like, that's who I meant to say. No. And Nintendude's team actually lost earlier today. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing him in round of 8. But also, TBD, right? None of these guys are really, really big Challenger Scene veterans, right? None of them are the big tournament winners we used to seeing. You know, guys like Teammate or even Elements from AoE, where you know they've got all the experience. And
Latman
face checks a Syndra. That's not going to be good for him. Baby Eater also going to take down rather quickly. 2 kills picked up. Well, TBD, despite maybe some less experienced than others, still make a good place.
Yeah, so when you want to go kill the golems, and you get 2 other things besides the golems in those bushes, you have some problems.
Yep.
So ends up checking it, ends up costing both the bottom laner's life and the turret. Right now, they're looking for a perfect game here from TBD. They haven't lost a turret. They haven't given up a kill.
This is looking really good for that team. Yeah, and they're playing it controlled, and it's really impressive, honestly, how well they're doing, because I looked at this, and on paper, there's so many individual matchups that looked like almost free wins for Wasabi Gaming. And to be honest, you're seeing in the minion scores that's actually true. Right, again, Tristana still up 40, the Aurelia still up 16, the mid laner up 55 now in the one-on-one. Like, all those, I'm like, yeah, that's what I expected to see from this game. The thing is, both ROA, the jungle Evelynn, and the overall play calling from To Be Decided are putting them in a good spot. They're taking dragons, they're not getting contested, they're getting ganks off, pushing the lanes into a good enough favor that you can't react to them. And the point I was trying to make earlier, and I was kind of warming up to, because I thought we had more downtime, then suddenly someone died.
We do have downtime now.
We do have downtime. We have a pause. We'll be back to that in a little bit. Shot calling is really hard.
Yes.
It's really, really hard because you're keeping track of your own lane while watching only one side of the map, because you can't see the enemy champions, of course, easily. And you're like, okay, we think that we can get to bot lane before anything else gets hit, and you make all these choices with imperfect information. And it can oftentimes make teams very slow, where they're like, we'll just keep laning, something will happen, and then I'll like react. Proper shot calling is not reactive, it's proactive. It's saying, based on what I know about them and our item timings and whatever else you want to use, if we show 5 bot, we'll get there first. and
Also,
we'll get there
jungle
first.
routes, too.
Oh, sure.
That's a big part of it, is if you know somebody's playstyle, you know where they started, you know the timers, you see like a little advantage. Oh, he backed middle, etc. Just knowing what to do with all those types of things. So another thing here that I want to touch on is the teamwork, because we talked about the CS advantage in all the lanes for Wasabi Gaming. The teamwork for TBD is definitely better at this point in the game that we're seeing. The shot calling is good. Roa is making the right ganks at the right times. He's basically reading where Hack's defender is going to be, and they focused on that top lane, and then they freed up the solo king to just kind of basically be like, all right, hit mid, mid's ours now. Hit bottom, bottom's ours now. And they just kept doing this type of rotational strategy in game that basically makes Wasabi Gaming look like a solo queue team right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the difficulty is they replace their shot caller, and that kind of stuff is happening to these guys. And it's just so impressive that TBD's been able to do this so far. So they've been pushing up now to the tier 2 turrets, 20.5 minutes in. That's a good clip for them. Their first items coming through, and they're using them to make a lot of plays. And so far, these guys look pretty happy. Of course, if they win, you go on to the round of 8, you score some points. If you go any farther, you're likely to qualify for the postseason. Okay, so rotation's been learned, right? Guys making good choices. I'm trying to think, what do we talk about for this one now? Actually, we are getting ourselves into the game very soon. So thankfully, don't have to fill for much longer. We got guys in our headsets telling us that the game's back afoot soon. And Wasabi, basically, they're poised now to control the game from start to finish. You mentioned the perfect game possibility. It's never too early to suggest it, I think.
Well, as long as it's still in the 0 category and nobody has any turrets or anything, then it's still
0
0
seconds in.
I
think you can
looking for a perfect game today.
Hey, that's a cool way to go for it. You know, shoot for the stars, land on the moon. Still okay.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see what they end up getting done here. Can they actually do it? Because Kenny, he's pushing top lane. There's no TP. They might just get rewarded with the turret in the top.
I
called it too soon.
Yep. I said it was never too early. I was trolling you. You know, you mentioned earlier how many teams were trolling us each game. Even Elements did it by picking Trundle. So
wow.
I remember that one from Champ Select, and it just came back to me here. So just felt like throwing that pun in there, even though it's not topical anymore. Stun not going to land on a baby Zeus, but we are back into this one. Let's go. 4,000 gold puts TBD ahead, up 2 dragons, up 3 turrets, up 7 kills. They're more up than a Disney movie.
Yeah. Wow. Beginning of that movie. So sad. Squirrel. Okay, so into the game. We do see, though, the CS advantage here for everybody across IKennyU to the point where he has a red pot in his inventory because he wants to be able to fight this next dragon. He wants to be able to be a contest here. There's no teleport on the solo king, and it won't be up in time for dragon. He's going to have to walk there. He's backing right now to try and show up, and Wasabi, this is their way back into the game. 7-0 in kills for TBD, 4-1 in turrets. You need to pick this one up for yourself. So they're getting the control. The question is, can they do it or actually kill somebody from TBD before it starts?
Well, here's the test. Wasabi are trying really hard to gain this one. Dragon is live. They've got 1 million wards down in the vicinity, and they are
going for it.
Up. This is the thing that Wasabi needs to get back in, and TBD do not want to let them have it. They are here to flank. Brass comes down, 5-man ulti in, and there comes the tidal wave. Not going to land on anything. Kate ulti comes by as well. The Solo King goes down, 1-for-0. The fight continues. Latman stays alive against Pother's OP, and Kenny is now into the back line. Can he find much? He goes down. It looks like not. Root won't hit either. Stun onto 3, though, but there comes
Latman's going for it.
Finds the kill.
Gets the jump.
Now on towards Roa. Gets away from this one, but here comes Caitlyn. Bullet safety trying to find the kills. Can't quite do it. ROA will go down. Looks like 3-1 overall this fight.
A team fight prowess of Wasabi Gaming coming up huge there. And they don't get the dragon, but they get some kills to get themselves back into it. And now they're turning back onto it because they have their smite and TBD's is down.
Well, their health bars are incredibly low, but looks like Bullet Safety and Execution want to try to stop them here.
Latman's also on the side. He has Blade of the Ruined King, so he has some regen, but there's the TP from Solo.
Gosh,
Kenny has his too, though.
And Hack's Defender does not want to stay for this one. Kenny Q pops the E.
Oh, God, he's going to try to burst it.
Why even no? You let him get it with the smite. They get the kill, but Dragon still goes to Wasabi Gaming, making it +1 kill, +1 Dragon.
And now only a 2k gold difference between these teams. Solo King doesn't get anything.
Nope.
He's looking for Latman, though.
King of an empty jungle.
And there's the jump.
Latman
but he has the
does have
move
ulti.
speed. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it was up in like 1 second. It was enough to keep him safe. And
wow.
Solo King doesn't chase. So Wasabi Gaming, 2.2K down. They found their way back in.
This is beautiful, though. The Solo King goes in after this massive 5-man slow, but then they get sectioned off from the Zyra ultimate, and they kite backwards, and the Solo King dies before anything else happens. Latman survives off of a heal there, and Kenny, he's just applying the slow from the Lulu Wild Growth onto key members, trying to get the poppers. The great 3-man stun across them. The reset, explosive shot, auto, jump, back out over a bubble to get yourself out of the fight for Latman there. End up getting Roa on the backside, but Bullet Safety doesn't have the amount to continue. And look at that, back into a fight.
Oh my gosh, they're going to go for poppers. He's going to go down. Now Roa gets locked up. Plants are there. Baby Eater putting some damage down. And they find another 1 for 0. I got to put on the last fight, though. That was really poorly played by Bullet Safety.
Yes.
You get about 10 seconds of walking backwards against stunned targets. You saw how low Wasabi's health bars were. That fight was winnable by Caitlyn, having a little bit higher uptime.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of mana available.
Who cares?
And he got zoned off by the Stranglethorn, but then that kind of made him think they were disengaging the fight. He just wasn't doing any damage.
Yep.
Your effective DPS when you're doing nothing, 0.
True.
If you're at least auto-attacking, you're getting some applied.
Yeah.
A lot of members got stunned there. We saw the stun from Poppers across 3 people, and it was really big. The team played those ultimates very well from Roa and Poppers, but just the capitalization was not there.
All right, so far Wasabi Gaming finding their way back in, 1,300 gold down. I mean, these guys are, to be honest, pretty heavy favorites. They're the 3rd seed coming in to be decided. To be fair, 8th seed, so not like they're chumps themselves, but I think Wasabi Gaming expected to do very well in this game. And again, the laning phases show that they've got the individual skill to pull it out. And those leads keep on coming. 16 minion lead top lane. Duel goes back to Poppers, and now, all right, TBD, you shot called from ahead all game. You found great plays. Roa's done a phenomenal 4-1 and 3 this game. He's been awesome. You said, okay, our lanes are losing. We'll try to have to make plays as a team, but you just lost your first team fight. You got to recollect yourselves, realize you're still up in gold, and make the right plays.
Kenny is going for a defensive item second, which means he's looking to join the team fights. If he was going for a damage item second, it means that he's going to try to duel the Solo King straight up and beat him. Granted, it looks like it's going to be possibly Randuin, so he's looking for the attack speed slow, but he's looking to get in these fights is the big thing for Aurelia.
Yeah.
Don't think he's going to go with the split push strategy, but we saw there the disengage from the comp that we talked about, the soft disengage from Lulu with Glitter Lance. You also have a stun from Elise, and then you have just the Stranglethorn zoning. And it happened there. I thought it was going to be Evelyn from a flank when we were talking about a Champions League. It was actually Jax jumping in, and then Stranglethorn in the back, and nobody can go through that area. So the perfect kite backwards is what won Wasabi Gaming the Dragon, and making them only about 1.2k gold behind.
And so far, they've looked pretty good for themselves. So they can keep drawing this game out. They know the laning phase just tends to go their way, and reacting to the Dragon fight worked out okay. Solo King now very aggressive here. No teammates around, puts the stun up, jumps to a ward. Cocoon won't land, and he does get out, but next time that happens, Trinket Ward won't be up.
Gets himself a Blade of the Rune King movement speed increase there to get himself out.
We'll see. Infinity Edge came through here for Latman. He's actually a small item lead above Bullet Seed until the Phantom Dancer gets done. Okay, never mind. Flip back over. ED is completed.
He does have a lot more gold than him, though.
Oh, yeah.
Just sitting there. Has about 1.5k more.
Yeah, so he can start on the Last Whisper, or he could go towards Ruin King next. Not Ruin King, he's already got one. You can actually go Phantom Dancer next, and that would actually be pretty okay for Tristana here. I expect not a Triforce. There'd be no reason to.
And now they're looking for this bottom lane turret to get their second one of the game. And since that pause, Wasabi Gaming is just pretty much taken off. Getting a turret, getting 4 kills for themselves. Ooh, get the flash out of Baby. Not. Yeah, Baby Eater. Baby Eater. There's 2 babies.
It's okay. You start with one of them. Just speak slowly enough that you can check.
Getting it out of Baby
Eater.
Eater. There we go.
Yeah. Still going to be okay.
Turret down bottom drops.
Down to only 800 now because of that. Really, really back to a close game there. TBD's early game advantage from their jungle plays has fallen off now. And certainly Wasabi are back in this from their mechanical skill largely, and some good team fighting. Looks like to be decided want to hold control over Baron. It's not a game Wasabi's really playing. They're not falling for anything here.
Dragon in 45. So that'll be up shortly. Latman goes for the Zeal for the multiplication on the IE, for the crit and the attack speed. And now what are they going to do about the Solo King, who's a level up on iKenny, has a second offensive item.
Stun comes out, decent damage.
Yeah, just going back and forth now. Not a wet noodle fight, though. They hit each other pretty dang hard.
Yep, no tank items at all on Jax.
It's like a pillow with a couple of rocks thrown in there.
Oof.
Yeah,
Like,
they're fighting dirty.
Bars of soap inside of it.
Ooh. Yeah, they're fighting dirty.
Yep. They see me roll. No. Jax is fighting dirty.
Okay.
Wasabi gaming, chilling in the bot lane. iKenny is just trying to hold on to this 1v1. Like, and you know, he picked for it in the very beginning. We saw that in Champ Select. They saw the Jax come through first. They first picked Lulu, waited to see where it would go, and said, okay, let's go Aurelia top, Lulu mid. Set that one up. Baby Zeus won his lane, despite ultimately blind picking his champion. iKenny got the counter, well, the counter pick he wanted, at least the response pick he wanted.
Okay.
Doing well in the fights.
So the Dragon was where TBD ended up losing their huge advantage. Defender going to go for this? No, he's not. And they end up getting the Dragon very cleanly because they set up for it before Wasabi did this time.
Yeah.
Whereas last time Wasabi had all the ward control and baited TBD into them. Now it's back to about a 2k gold advantage for TBD.
The thing is, Wasabi spent that time actually setting up Baron. You notice that we just saw Baby Eater come back from the northwest river there with a whole big scouting of wards. Looks like they really want that side.
There's a ward in the back of the Baron, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just run for this out of nowhere.
They have a pink. They'll place it down. See what they can do. At the same time, though, the Solo King is pushing the bottom lane. They're actually doing the Baron, though.
These guys are not checking very quickly. They cue the brush. No one's there just
yet. They'll see Roa, though.
Stun comes out. There's Baron, though. Very low health. Down to 1/3. And, of course, Smite is up for Roa, though. Here comes the tidal wave. They peel off of Baron. It's going to be Evelyn pushed backwards. The team's running away. But there comes Jax. He kills off Baby Eater. The fight has begun. And here comes the re-engage. But no, it's more like the retreat now for both sides. Wasabi getting kited back just well enough. One kill picked up. Execution very low. The jump on in. Killed. Claim.
Oh, he got a reset.
Knockback from Pother stopping Kenny.
The reset, too, on the jump for Latman after the assist. And they end up not getting it. Now, Roa, though.
Wow, they're still trying. Baby's just losing a lot of health. Blocked up by Kenny here.
This is why he went tanky.
Hacks
be in these fights
though.
like this.
Low on health. Roa,
No flash.
He cannot smite this from where he stands. This Baron, unless they miss smite it horribly, is going to go to Wasabi Gaming. And they're not even going to try to stop it. Look at that. They start a fight, go 1 for 1, and then go right back and claim this. TBD can only push mid for this.
Yeah, they ended up getting so much damage dealt to multiple members of TBD that they couldn't contest it anymore, especially since the jungler was so low, and they just brute forced that Baron down. They're still down about 1.4k gold, but now they have those temporary combat stats that they want to duel people, and a lot of that was because Kenny was so tanky. Just that one item on top of the fact he gets a lot of tenacity, you can't stop him from getting into your backline, and then Baby Zeus giving him the wild growth. Very hard to take down Kenny, and he soaks a lot of your damage, whereas if you looked at what the Solo King had, no real tank items.
Yeah, it's true, and you saw how risky it was for him to be around there, and a lot of this, I hate to say it, but it's true, it's TBD's rough late laning phase.
Yeah.
Bullet Safety has like 80 less minions than he should right now. Like, he should have had Last Whisper for that fight and used that to kill Aurelia. Like, ultimately, the lack of items that are there from, I mean, partially really good play by Latman and Baby Eater, but partially the fact that Bullet Safety and Execution shouldn't have given up lane control has kind of allowed Kenny to be tankier than he's supposed to be. And now he's actually going for a Ruin King third because there's
build order.
Not that much threat.
He's completely okay with that. That's going to be really good. He won't buy a defensive magic item until later. He's completely fine just getting stunned by Aurelia. He has the tenacity, or sorry, getting stunned by Syndra. Has the tenacity, and he also has his passive. So it's not going to last that long on him at all, and he'll just be back in the fight auto-attacking.
Something to be concerned about then for sure with these guys, because Kenny Yu is level 16, and we haven't really seen, like, even though scores 1, 3, and 2, he started 0-2-0. He's really like 1, 1, and 2 since then, making a lot of good plays. So looking about to get collapsed on. The whole team is down here for this right-hand side tier 2 turret.
Well, another big thing is it's a 4-1-1 Jax, and we haven't really seen that impact that a Jax has.
Yep. Goes into the fights, but he gets hit too quickly.
He gets disengaged from.
Yep.
There's just a lot of soft disengage that still allows the fight to happen. Like a hard disengage is like, oh, a barrel gets thrown out and you're out of there. You're gone. This is soft disengage where you will slow them by a ton with Lulu. You'll stun them, keep them there. You'll go ahead and use the knock-up, create a zone of control with the Zyra or root them. That really shuts down Jax a lot.
And he's finally getting some tank items though. Cowl, the Warden's Mail as well, so I think we're finally at the point where Jax can actually get into the fight and not be brushed away so easily, and that is actually a pretty important point for these guys, is getting themselves in this sort of situation. So Solo King will continue to scale up. A 4-1-1 Jax is a scary threat as long as he can play it right. And again, he's a challenger solo queue player. We know he's good. We know he can play around these fights. It's just applying them to the team fights here in coordinated competitive play can sometimes be very different. Wasabi Gaming trying to go back and forth between the mid lane and that right-hand side. Looking for ways in on a tier 2 turret. This might be their first break here. Miniwave cleared away. Kate Nami around Syndra. Gonna stay safe, take some plant damage.
Yeah, but 200 gold between these teams now, but there's still that Baron ticking on Wasabi. And both these teams actually do have a lot of soft disengage themselves. You have the Nami, you have the Syndra, but it's been TBD that's going in all the time because they had the advantage previously, and they've just been kind of flubbing it. They aren't getting the fights that they want. Dragon up in a minute, and that's going to be the Dragon that gives somebody a gold lead for the first time, or tries to get TBD back to having a larger gold lead.
Solo King Kenny in a battle right here. Solo King with his dodge down has to be a bit careful. And this one pops his ulti as well, and Kenny is safe.
Still
Baron
going for
buff ending soon because Lulu is coming in. This is not good for the Solo King. Burns his flash, but here comes the Lulu. Q's gonna land. That's a kill picked up. Ikenny's gonna have that, and Jax is dead for the Dragon.
It's a really, really fast Lulu coming in there, and they're poking down this mid turret, but they're getting engaged on now.
Bro only ults one champion. They go in for Baby Eater, gets knocked up into the air. The stun comes out, and Syndra finds it, but there comes Kenny, and Roa's got to be real careful. He does get out with the kills. Kenny does go down. Nicely done by bullet safety. Now Poppers, though, too far up, gets picked up by Tristana, and Latman can easily claim tier 2 turret.
It's a 2 for 2 in the overall, and they get themselves a turret for Wasabi Gaming.
And they can keep going, though, is the thing. I feel like they just are more powerful. We have ROA still healing, and now bullet safety's got to be real careful. The jump in. Latman, one more hit. The heals keep coming out, and he can't quite claim it. Nearly enough damage. Roa forced away as well, but this means for sure this inhib turret.
Just the aggression there from Wasabi Gaming is going to reward them with another turret, and they're going to go for the inhibitor as well. Just great play right now, despite being down in the early game by a lot.
Now they got to run away, though. They got to be pretty careful because the respawns did come out, but they do get their way out. So yes, as you mentioned, Wasabi Gaming really pulling their way back in off of being down 4 turrets, 7 kills, and 2 dragons. Still finding ways to win team fights. And they've now really spiked back up. The items are here. Roa, got to be a bit careful, but it's okay.
The sweeper comes down, trying to clear the wards out. Dragon is up, and everybody is here except for Kenny. He doesn't have TP. Poppers as well. He's on his way.
And he's going to hightail it up as fast as he can. Poppers on the way down, but Dragon losing health rapidly. Looks like that's not going to be contested, so TBD get themselves back to parity. 58.7k on both sides. And I don't think either team has the necessarily better late game comp, so it's just about how they play the fights. The problem is Wasabi's been playing them much better recently.
Now it's back to this duel in the bottom lane. He's going to try to test his luck. Trade a little bit back and forth. Thing about Aurelia, she has so many comeback mechanics in her kit. It's all about equilibrium striking you when you pass her in HP and then using her abilities to get back to more HP than you had. And then keep the person down.
And to be honest, he's doing a really good job of that one. Kenny has been holding up in the matchup. These guys both, they're sort of the main divers there. They take up a lot of damage in the team fights. They're dying pretty frequently, but that's kind of their job here. The split pushes the 1v1 still entertaining. 300 plus minions in both these guys. You can see 13, almost 14,000 gold on both as well. But the big disparity there is just that AD carry. 14 to 12,000 gold is just a very large difference with the rest of the game. Holds pretty equal.
Yeah, it's that and the junglers, but the jungler gold actually doesn't mean as much as AD carry gold.
Yeah.
When you get a lot of kills on an Evelynn, it's like, okay, now I got my Banshee's Veil a little sooner, or my Randuin's a little sooner. It's not like you're going to have this more damage to bring into it. And she doesn't really have tankiness amplification in her kit. She has the shield off the ultimate, but that's about it. And now, with this extra little from the AD carry, this Baron's going to go down even faster.
Wow, just enough ward control, and TBD barely know about it. Baron picked up,
nicely there by Wasabi Gaming. Solo King just splitting at level 18, but to be honest, TBD is starting to get really heavily outplayed around the map.
Yeah, the map movements from Wasabi Gaming since the pause is pretty much just them look like regrouping to get back into this. And now they're doing a fantastic job having big zeros in both the turret and the kills department. Now they're up to 7 in kills, and they're equal in turrets to TBD, who was having such a great early game in terms of tactics and just straight up dueling.
Well, we're going to see more of these duels, though. Solo King really wants his way in, but Kenny happy to fight back, and there we go. Both of them committing to the battle. Solo King, though, trying to lifesteal back up. It's going to be close. Another Equilibrium strike used. Solo King forced to run away. The dash on in. Couple more attacks to go. The dodge comes in. Kenny has to flash out. One more Q, claim the kill. And there we go. We're seeing these duels consistently now go the way of Wasabi Gaming.
Yeah, and the fact that there was some magic resistance purchased for the Solo King doesn't do anything for him against iKennyU.
Not a thing. So it's not a happy place then if you're the Solo King here, because you picked Jax to beat that awesome #1 split pusher, take the 1v1 fights, beat up any top laner, create pressure for your team, and suddenly that doesn't exist anymore. Kenny is back to full health.
He plays it well too.
Yeah.
Kenny plays that phenomenally well.
Right. I mean, he's definitely winning the battles, right? And you're seeing this here. He's now the one creating pressure. Bottom lane definitely going to go down. Now you're seeing Tristana come to join the fight just to make sure. Quick claim on that one. Mid inhibitor already dead. Top lane already being pressured. Bot lane, though, about to be shot up as well.
Now the base, the inhibitor back up. Baby Eater's already on it. Look at that. Latman just using that extra damage he had from that advantage as the AD carry allows him to kill things much faster. They're looking for him in the back, though. He's going to get knocked up and burst down.
Latman is gone, and Kenny using the wrong side of the fight gets slowed up as well. Big burst coming through, and that is 2 kills picked up for TBD, and suddenly Wasabi bit off way more than they can chew. Roa still in the chase, slows down Baby Eater, chases in what he can. Zyra ulti is going to get a couple of them knocked up, which will let them back out, but TBD just found more signs of life.
Yeah, interrupted the Caitlyn ultimate, so the extra damage didn't come through. Big thing there, they get a turret for 2 kills though, but it's 40-second death timers, so TBD can push up the middle, possibly reward themselves with a turret if they play aggressive, or they can wrestle themselves some Baron control with 3-minute wards, see what they can do here off of that, because they're basically just gifted those 2.
No,
Picked it up.
It's definitely too early for Baron right here. Their Baron reps is still on Wasabi Gaming, so those wards would all time out. Instead, they do look at the mid lane. 25 seconds on the Irelia. That's fine.
I was duped by the dragon timer.
I know. The dragon is coming up. They could go for that one on the end of this one, but mid inhibitor is going to go down 10 seconds on Tristana. They're going to go for the inhibitor itself. Baby Eater stunned up. They go for the burst combo. Ulti comes in, and down goes the support. They've knocked up Hack's Defender as well. He's got to run away from this one. Stun comes out into Poppers, but they've got even more time of power play. Stun's coming out. Roa forced to run away. Tristana is back up. Can Latman make them win a fight? Baby Deuce is here. He wants some more CC. They slow down Roa. Solo King going to zone them away, though, and looks like nothing else picked up. But inhibitor gone, meaning the map actually is better for TBD.
Popper's OP, the last 2 plays that he's made have been phenomenal. He ended up getting Latman off of the field with just a combination, then ends up getting a Baby Eater off the field with just a combination too. Like right there, fantastic scatter the weak after the orb. Yeah, so now the dragon will be up in about 45 seconds. And there was no setup for it. They are now going to have super minions pushing down the mid lane against Wasabi Gaming from TBD. But again, even in the gold department here.
The weird thing about Dragon's late in the game is it like almost doesn't require setup, because so much can happen in 40 seconds. If you spend 40 seconds in the Dragon Pit, you like lose control of a lane.
Oh, yeah.
Like even though it's worth like almost 2,000 gold, even though it's like a very worthwhile Dragon in terms of getting your team some money, there's just so much more to do that neither team gets the luxury of setting up Dragon for a while. You can ward as you run across, but that's it.
Setting up wards is the big thing that both teams need to do right now, because it's pretty dark for both sides in enemy territory. They almost see nothing in the... They pretty much say that they do see nothing in these areas. Now we see the Dragon has respawned. Kenny's going to back. He does have his Guardian Angel completed, and he buys himself another red pot for this fight at Dragon. They want to fight it because he has those extra boosts in combat stats.
Oh, there we go.
Might
There's
not
the Dragon.
be contested.
Again, soloed by Latman. There's just, it's quick to take realistically, and again, yeah, champion like Tristana, right? Not hard to go for it. Pretty safe overall. And so that's some gold going Wasabi's way. 2,000 gold lead for these guys. Definitely not a ton, but it's enough to make them feel happy.
Tristana's definitely
still
happy.
very apart. Oh, I mean, yeah, but she's
yeah.
she will cap out before too long. That said, 6-item Trist, of course, better than 6-item Caitlyn.
But as items start to cap out, that can be exactly. I think you would eventually switch out your boots because if you can afford to buy Home Guard at will, then you would just like chill on like a Phantom Dancer, or you'd chill on a like even just like a Alacrity or something, right? Just because it'll have more in-combat stats. TBD, they're looking to make their way towards the bottom lane. Aurelia's got to be careful. Kenny does see Roa. He's got Guardian Angel. He's going to be able to buy some time. I think he'll be okay. Zonya's, by the way, for Baby Eater, so he's no longer one-shotable by Poppers unless a stun combo comes through. Kenny wants his way in on towards Roa, gets stunned up.
So much damage.
Wow, so much damage. Tidal Wave gonna hit onto 3. Latman loses the Banshee, though. Solar King goes in. Knockup comes in towards Baby Zeus. And Kenny forced to revive now. Stun comes in again with the backline. Zonya's popped. Latman wants to go back in on this one, and down goes Aurelia. They're gonna trade back onto Poppers. Now Hacks defender to the front line, losing a lot of health. Bullet Safety getting a bunch of damage out. Latman forced away. 2 members dead on one side, only 1 on the other. TBD win that fight. Solar King recalls, heals up, and has teleport.
Can get right back into this fight. And Latman, he got stunned up by a bubble there, which is exactly what they needed, and they're still causing pressure now.
Oh my gosh, this is the push now. Of course, mid inhibitor is dead. Pressure will be
TPing to mid.
40 seconds. Yeah, this is going to be Jax requiring attention. Bullet Safety's got to be careful. He is outranged by Latman, and there's so much shielding available. There's a way for Latman to arbitrarily win that fight out of nowhere. Bottom turret now being attacked. It's going to be Roa taken. Okay, smart choice there. This will be the turret falling as mid is being held. 20 seconds on respawns. Root does land on the support. Execution does stay alive.
They're going to be able to back it off and live another day here for both sides. Wasabi Gaming actually has a gold lead now, but not in terms of base and the structures being intact. Definitely at a huge disadvantage there. Baron just respawned, and the inhibitor on the bottom side, furthest away. It's the best one to have.
Okay, well, everything is now back and alive. Minions are at parity. In fact, the number of turrets per side is equal. The map is about as close to identical as you could get. The ward's actually all on the southern jungle, so no one sees Baron. This Baron, for either team, has to be hardcore earned right now.
They have to check it as a group, too. Kenny, no Guardian Angel for himself.
Roa goes in.
Really
3-man
aggressive.
slow. He wants this to happen there. Kate ulti comes in. Baby Eater so close to dead. Pops the ulti, flashes away. Roa forced away. He does stay alive. Kenny Yu, though, gonna get bursted.
Jax is on the back of them now.
Poppers in the wrong spot, and Latman takes him down. Forced to run. Solar King wreaking havoc in the back lines. Jumps over to his support, but he's losing all of his health, and down he goes as well. Baby Eater does stay alive along with Latman, and now Execution also gets picked up 3 for 0. Uh-oh, Bullet Safety fires one back. Can he buy enough time for his team on the way out of this one? Killing off minions. Now Baron being started. He can push towards the top lane, though.
Roa doesn't have flash.
He shouldn't even try to steal this, though, I don't think. Latman actually going across deceiving and find him anyway.
Trying to look for it. Ends up getting the Baron once again for Wasabi Gaming. Big part of that fight is they just trailed off.
Here's the thing, 35-second respawns, 4 versus 2. 80 carry jungle versus 80 carry jungle plus mid plus top. Wasabi can dive turrets with a like 250 armor Aurelia. No slow onto Roa, but here comes inhibitor number 1. They've got a minion wave as well. Bullet Safety will get as much damage down as
going
they
for
can,
turrets.
but this is going to be really hard. There's the flash, the stun, and a Bullet Safety. Can they pick him up? The knockup from Lulu. Yes, they do. Now Roa being attacked, slowed down. Case. That is the ace. 8 seconds on the respawn. Turret number 1 going through turret number 2 as well. This could very well be the game. Here comes Syndra, and here comes Nami, but the Nexus is losing too much health, and in 47 minutes, Wasabi Gaming, they find the comeback win.
They are still down in kills right now, up about 6k gold.
Yeah.
But man, that early game was really rough for them. They didn't get completely punished by it though, and they were able to disengage with the dragon and turn the game completely around with just on parity play, but with a little edge up.
Yeah, that third dragon was basically everything there. They came in early. They set up wards, 3 pink wards. They swept as many of the enemy stealth wards away as they could as well. And then they just postured. They said, okay, this is the fight. This is the fight that they had to win. And they won the battle. They 3-1 the start of it. They picked up Dragon on the end as well, so they snowballed a gold lead, or they brought the gold back within 2K. And from there, it was smart choice after smart choice after smart choice. And the fact that Kenny Yu went 0-2 in lane and then still won his matchup
was ridiculous.
Yeah, Kenny having a really great display of power there and skill. There's a reason he's number 11 in Challenger. If he gets camped, he still knows what to do as a top laner, and build order was really big in that matchup.
Yeah.
He still went for the first 3 items that were exactly the same as Jax's. He just built the Randuin's first before the Blade of the Ruined King, then built that one afterwards. So when he was in those team fights, he was more of a tanky presence early on, and then he transitioned that into dueling the Jax later. Because they just started getting a better advantage.
Well, you saw how it panned out. I mean, this was the team comp as well. You talk about build order, we talk about the team comp as well. The fact that Wasabi Gaming was able to kite back. They were able to kite back on a Zyra, kite back on a Tristana. And when a Jax goes in on Triforce Ruin King at 28 minutes, you're going to die to whoever hits you. And there's no way to really be supportive when that happens. And you saw it pay out there.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about that very last fight we saw, because it was 3 members of Wasabi Gaming getting caught by 4 members of TBD, and then Jax just looped all the way around and ended up inside of 3 members, whereas Latman was just kiting backwards off to the left with Baby Eater. So he ended up getting himself a kill, backing up, and then the Solo King tried to Solo King 3 people and got destroyed as he tried to run out of the fight. And then they just recollapsed on it, and they was split perfectly by the entire team of Wasabi Gaming. Baby Zeus going 1-1-12, being involved in 13 out of the 14 kills in that game. So he's really big presence all throughout of it. But he didn't really turn on until way later in the game. They were 7-0 for a very long time.
Yeah. And, I mean, they nearly pulled it out. Unfortunately, TBD couldn't snowball the game any farther. But, hey, congrats to Wasabi Gaming. So, guys, that's it for the Summer Series 2 play-in. But the round of 8 begins in 2 weeks, and that's when teams start competing in best of 3s. Team Coast will take on Denial Esports in the first quarterfinal on July 12th. And then 2 of today's victors will go head-to-head when Team 8 goes up against Zenith Esports on July 13th.
The quarterfinals continue on July 19th when Team LOLPro plays Wasabi Gaming in a best-of-3 matchup, and then on July 20th, Curse Academy takes on Solo Kill.
Those will be fun. But before then, the LCS gets back going with the Super Week in just 2 days when Rawcat takes on Fnatic, then SK Gaming plays Gambit Gaming.
Then the Copenhagen Wolves fight Rawcat, Millennium takes on Fnatic, and Alliance goes against the Super Hot Crew.
It all gets started at 7 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 4:30 p.m. Central European Summertime with the LCS Preview Show. And so with that, we've reached the end of our time together this weekend. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Good night. GG. One champion to go in for Baby Eater gets knocked up into the air. The stun comes out and Syndra finds it. But there comes Kenny, and Roa's got to be real careful. He does get out with the kills. Kenny does go down. Nicely done by Bullet Safety.
They're looking for him in the back, though. He's going to get knocked up and burst down.
Latman is gone, and Kenny is on the wrong side of the fight. Gets slowed up as well. Big burst coming through, and that is 2 kills. Knockup comes in towards Baby Zeus, and Kenny forced to revive now. Stun comes in again towards the back line. Zonia's popped. Latman wants to go back in on this one, and down goes Aurelia.
Jax is on the back of him.
Popper's in the wrong spot, and Latman takes him down. Forced to run, Solo King wreaking havoc in the back lines, jumps over to his support, but he's losing all of his health, and down he goes as well. Baby Eater does stay alive along with Latman, and now Execution also gets picked up.
You